Re-Taming of the Shrew, a Shakespearean travesty in one act by John W. Postgate. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
Petruchio, a madcap ruffian tamed by marriage. Read by Larry Wilson.
Angelo, stern magistrate softened by matrimony. Read by Thomas Peter.
Duke of Illyria, sentimental lover turned meek husband. Read by Jim Hedrick.
Othello, fierce black general, under sway of his wife. Read by Wayne Cook.
Macbeth, Scottish chieftain fond of the Barbouille. Read by Alan Matstone.
Grumio, reformed servant of Petruchio. Read by Todd.
Catherine, leader in women's rights movement. Read by Wendy Katz-Hiller.
Mariana, formerly despondent lady of the moated grange. Read by Jen Broda.
Viola, read by Joanna Michael Hoyt.
Desdemona becomes a suffragist after eloping with the Moor. Read by Annie Maz.
Lady Macbeth, strong-minded, caustic wife of witch-ridden Macbeth. Read by M. Lee.
Narration by Ali Wansky. Scene: room in Petruchio's house. Banners on walls with mottos. Votes for women. Down with rum. Men are tyrants all. Matrimony is slavery. Our battle cry is freedom. Doors right and left. Antique chairs and tables. One table near the center. Catherine and Mariana enter right and left, salute each other with kisses, and sit down.
The knell has sounded. Mere man is doomed.
And yet, Kate, I do not altogether blame the men. They are as God made them.
Not so, Mariana. Shake off the influence of the moated grange. They are what our stupid submission has made them. Selfish, narrow-minded brutes. Wine-barbers and brawlers. Villains and hypocrites. Sordid knaves and boasting bullies.
I can scarcely agree with you in that, sister. Some of them have good points, and a man means so much to most of us.
Oh, I cry you mercy, Mariana. I had forgotten.
Forgotten what, darling?
How thou fretted and pined and pleaded for Angelo, grabbed him with gratitude with all the horrid imperfections on his head.
And what of Petruchio, Kate dear? He wooed thee like a madcap ruffian and swearing jack, and yet thou kissed his feet.
Do not let us wrangle, Mariana. That was before I joined the suffragists. You ought to see him now.
Enter Desdemona, right. They embrace and kiss and sit down.
You look flustered, Kate. Methought you were quarrelling as I came in.
Why, the idea! We quarrel?
How absurd!
Stranger things have happened in the woman's world. You certainly were speaking in pitched tones.
Don't be sarcastic, dear. Pitched tones indeed. One would think Othello was still on thy mind.
Yes, that thou wert still pillowed on his sooty bosom.
That is uncalled for, Mariana. Pillowed strikes me as unnecessarily harsh.
I should imagine it did. You were smothered for a time, weren't you, dear?
Desdemona bounces angrily from her chair. Before she can make reply, Lady Macbeth enters left, and there is kissing all around.
I fancied ravens were croaking as I entered.
Your imagination is too strong, dear. You should curtail it in time. First thing you know, you'll be walking in your sleep.
There was a frightful croak under your battlements once, I believe.
Yes, I thank God I am a strong-minded woman.
With a passion for perfumery.
I just love it, Desdemona.
You must, or you wouldn't try to wash your little hands in it.
Well, of all the impudence!
No offence, your ladyship, none in the world. I was just thinking of that damned spot that wouldn't wash out.
It is very sweet of you indeed, gentle Desdemona, but your optics and reflectives went astray when you eloped with that blackamoor.
Lady Macbeth!
How rude and shocking!
You spiteful wretches! It ill becomes any one of you to rake up a noble lady's past. But what can you expect of?
This speech is interrupted by the entrance of Viola Wright. More kissing.
Why this confusion, sisters? Your damask cheeks seem to be unduly incarnadinated.
Your discernment is at fault this time, Viola. We were not confused. We were just having a pleasant preliminary chat.
And how is Petruchio, Catherine? I haven't seen the dear man since he sealed his title to you with a resounding kiss.
Petruchio is as well as can be expected, dear. He is sitting like Patience, rocking the cradle and smiling at grief.
That remark is not strictly original, Kate. I've heard something like it before.
Pray stop there, Mariana.
Yes, go no farther on that line. It is not meet that we, the sisterhood of sweet and sympathetic souls, should exchange personalities, however refreshing and delightful they may be. We are engaged in a noble cause. We should set the man an inspiring example in all things. Complete enfranchisement is within our reach. Let us rise to the occasion for the benefit and advancement of mankind.
That's the ticket. Enthuse us some more, Kate.
We must prove ourselves faithful to the common cause. We must not waste ammunition on ourselves. We are going to look big and stamp and swear and stare and fret, just like the men used to do in the dismal days of the dreary past. We are going to show them that we are no longer their goods and chattels. We'll eat what we like, drink what we like, when we like and where we like. No longer shall they superintend the making of our beds or fling the pillows, bolsters, and coverlets around with angry snorts. They shall not deter us with threatening, unkind brows and scornful scowls. We shall show them that we are as free as the uncharted air, that the olive branch has vanished in the smoke of our righteous war, that henceforth, now and forever, we shall retain the reins of state and domestic government in our firm and unrelaxing hands, and compel their unswerving obedience to all our imperious commands.
Amen.
Enter Grumio, left, curtsies to them all.
Master says, will you please mitigate your voices? He's afraid you'll wake the baby.
Go bid your master mind his own business. Let him rock the cradle diligently if the child is restless.
Yes, ma'am.
Curtsies and exits left.
You have him broken very nicely, Kate.
Yes, his stomach is now completely veiled.
How did you work the miracle?
Oh, it was simple enough. When he blustered, I nagged him quiet. I hindered his sleep with sighs and moans, sauced his meat with upbraidings, spoiled his sports by brawling. As soon as his digestion was ruined, he begged for mercy on his marrow bones.
Wonderful! There's nothing like a good tongue-lashing to bring them to time.
Desdemona, putting handkerchief to her eyes.
Oh, I wish I had known it sooner. What anguish I might have checked.
How grateful I am that the Duke is a southern gentleman.
Neither climate nor color counts in these matters, dear. There are ferocious husbands in the north as well as the south.
My experience is that they are all fanged like serpents.
Yes, and their venomed clamors poison more deadly than a mad dog's tooth.
You found daggers very useful, didn't you, dear?
Daggers Strong words and drugged drinks were my favorite recipes.
And is Macbeth still a prosperous gentleman?
Not so as you would notice. It was all I could do to keep his courage at the sticking place. Banquo's ghost nearly scared the life out of him.
Well, Othello, rough as he was, always had his pluck about him.
Yes, he showed it by deft manipulation of the feather pillow.
You are perfectly horrid. Your broad Scotch laddie had to have a bracer for the murder of Duncan.
Ladies, ladies, it ill beseems us to quarrel. Look at the mottos on the walls.
They turn and read and wave handkerchiefs.
We never thought of quarrelling, Kate. We were just comparing notes.
Comparisons are odorous, dear. The best men are molded out of faults, and I know one who became much better for being a little bad.
She means that puritanical hypocrite, Angelo.
Truth is sometimes spoken in spite. With all his faults, my husband never traded with witches on a blasted heath at midnight, mid-thunder, lightning, and rain.
Come, come, ladies, do not let us brawl about our husbands. They are all bad enough, the Lord knows, and our dearest purpose now is to redeem and reform them. I move we lay them on the table.
Carried unanimously.
Enter Grumio left and presents note to Catherine.
Listen to this, girls.
Reads note.
Baby is sleeping finely, Catherine. While you are at the club this evening, will you please allow me to have a friend or two in so that I may not be lonesome during your absence? Your humble spouse, Petruchio.
What a darling of a man.
Vouchsafe him permission, Kate. Solitude sometimes gets on the nerves. I know what I suffered when sitting up for Macbeth.
Tell thy master, Grumio, that his request is granted, but that his company must be dismissed by 10 o'clock. Should I still be out at that time, see him safely tucked in bed.
Who? The baby?
No, stupid, thy master.
Yes, ma'am.
Exit left.
Let us now repair to the club. A little bridge or tango will do us all good.
The ladies primp up at mirrors and then go out right, chattering. Enter Grumio left and 2 or 3 servants.
Now that the cats are away, the mice may play. Get the place ready for a rip-roaring time. The old boys are somewhat weary of this woman-bossed world. They'd fain have a taste of the old life.
Servants arrange chairs at table, bringing in punch bowl, pipes, tobacco, jars, glasses, etc., and retire left. Petruchio enters left with apron on and nursing bottle strung around his neck, takes off apron, throws it aside with a frown, puts nursing bottle on table and sniffs at bowl.
Is this the best of our cheer?
'Tis furnished, as Mistress Catherine commanded, sir. Good, honest barley water, that ne'er left man in the mire.
Ah, you flap-headed knave, we cannot be merry on barley water. Throw it out and fill the bowl with sack.
Forsooth, I dare not for my life.
Dare not? Who's the boss here?
My mistress, sir.
Jumping Jehoshaphat, have I no rights left? Hast lost thy wit entirely? We must have wholesome liquor.
Mistress Catherine says barley water or nothing. 'Tis a palatable, nourishing beverage, sir. But what say you to small ale?
Small ale? Ye gods, am I Christopher Sly the tinker? And yet 'tis better than this cold, cheerless stuff.
A dish of ale is fit for a king, sir.
and so it may be when occasion serves. Well, bring it in, good Grumio.
Ah, it's good Grumio now. Erstwhile I was knave and rascal, and caressed with thy boot-jack. Now you speak soft, and beg for small ale.
Do not provoke a downtrodden man, sirrah. The power of assertion may rise again, and crush thee with its might. Do as I bid thee, or by Jupiter I'll break thy wooden noodle.
Mitigate your voice, sir. The club is only on the next block.
Dost think she could hear me, Grumio? I had forgotten the clubhouse is so near. But the small ale, man, the small ale, and thou be a Christian.
I fear it is too caloric, sir. What say you to a bottle of Worcestershire sauce?
Excellent, in faith. There's some grip to sauce.
Maybe it is too hot. There is a bottle of bluing in the laundry, sir.
Bluing? Heavens, am I blue enough as it is, but anything to give tone to our spirits.
Well, I don't know. Perhaps you had better have the bottle without the bluing.
Thou false deluding knave!
Rushing toward him.
Get thee gone ere I break thy numbskull.
Grumio rushes out in alarm, left. Enter Macbeth, singing.
Give me the greatest joy the tongue o' man can name. A bonny, bonny lassie with a key came hame.
Hail, Thane of Cawdor, king that is to be.
Hoot, mon! The Thane of Cawdor is no dead yet, and to be king stands not within the prospect of belief. You've eaten of the insane root, bet, my lad. Your heed is out of kilter.
Well, present fears are less than horrible imaginings back. You're safe enough now. The witches have fled.
Then shall we hae another giddy nick, mon?
We shall indeed, if barley water can assure it.
What? That's barley brie? Good Scottish drink is nectar to any sensible stomach. And I will taste the barley brie.
Enter Angelo, left.
Mortality and mercy live in thy tongue and heart, dear old chap.
Thy company transports me beyond this ignorant present, and I feel now the future in the instant.
Thanks, noble comrades. I have with a leavened and prepared choice proceeded to you.
Enter the Duke, left.
Welcome, your grace. Methinks thou purgest the air of pestilence.
Come, let me clutch thee.
Takes the Duke's hand.
Ah, thou art sensible to feeling as to sight. A blessing to sae e'en.
Now may we play such tricks before high heaven as will make the suffragists weep.
O spirit of brotherly love, when suffragist shafts have killed the flock of all affections else, thy sweet perfections will make a paradise below.
Enter Othello, left.
Oh, my fair warrior, it gives me wonder, great as my content, to have thou join our festivities.
My soul's joy! If after every tempest come such guests, may the winds blow till they have wakened death. My hungry heart greets thee without cloyment or revolt.
If it were now to die, noble Othello, 'twere now to be most happy. For I fear my soul hath her content so absolute that not another comfort like this succeeds in unknown fate.
Blow, wind, come rack. Now we'll keep the harness on our back.
Most potent, grave, and reverend signors, my very noble and approved companions, I greet ye all with constant breath. But what sense I hear?
Looking at Bull.
That bowl is inviting.
Come, sit ye down. Ye shall not budge till the conquering wine steeps your souls in soft and delicate lethe.
All take places at table. Petruchio ladles out the drink. They clink glasses and toss off the contents. Then they sputter and make wry faces and gaze at Petruchio reproachfully.
Barley without the brie?
Adam's toddy, as I am a dago.
A disgusting fraud on honest thirst.
An insult to sacred friendship.
I pray ye, do not mock me, fellow sufferers. 'Tis all I am permitted to offer.
The guards at Duncan's chamber were primed with stiffer stuff.
It makes a vice of merriment.
A mockery of kitchen slops.
Too soulless for the trade of war.
For the love of old Scotia, send for a stoup of Escoban.
Bear with me yet a while. I'll see what can be done. Grumio!
Enter Grumio left, grinning.
Here, sir.
My guest like not this vile decoction, sirrah. Go thou and thy fellows, and scour the ward for sturdy liquor. Get us something with fire and comfort in it.
Mistress said I was not to leave the house while the carousal was on.
Carousal? Was ever word so abused? Zounds, rascal, I'll swing thee soundly, and thou do not instantly obey me.
'Tis as much as my life is worth, and I have not prayed tonight.
Petruchio makes threatening gesture.
But I'll venture all for this gallant company.
And see here, sirrah, take this bauble,
Handing him nursing bottle.
and have it filled with soothing syrup. Thou knowest the brand.
'Twill bring disaster, master. She can scent the fumes in a corn cob.
Grumio exits left.
Poor Petruchio.
And now, friends, we'll drink some tobacco while the knaves are about it.
They charge and light pipes, but lay them down with scorn after a few puffs.
Shades of Ulrike! 'Tis cabbage leaf.
Holy smoke, how it bites!
Mouldy hay were sweeter, methinks.
Ratsbane, if I'm any judge.
Wrong, all of you. 'Tis tea leaves sprinkled with nutmeg.
Poor Petruchio.
Bear up, brave hearts. I've the real stingo in me pouch.
Reaches into his filibeg and brings out package.
Fill full and smoke to the general health the whole table.
They charge pipes with Macbeth's tobacco, light up and puff away in content. Enter Grumio and other servants with packages. Grumio, in alarm.
As I live, they are smoking tobacco. Master, master, what will Mistress Catherine say? It will cling to the hangings for a week.
May I answer, Petruchio?
Go as far as you like, Otto. I'm too furious to speak.
Mistress Catherine be hanged.
So say all of us.
But Desdemona is with her, General, and Mariana, and Viola, and Lady Macbeth.
All in dismay.
Oh!
Courage, lads. New blood is springing in my veins. They won't be home till morning.
Till daylight does appear.
Hurrah!
How fared thou with the tradesmen, Grumio?
Very scurvily, sir. The groceryman said Mistress Catherine had warned him against supplying us with liquor except by her written order, and he is afraid of punishment under the Dram Shop Act should he disobey. The apothecary, a lean and hungry cadaver, your honour, insisted upon a doctor's description. The furniture man had nothing on hand but turpentine, and all we could get from the vegetable man was root beer. We have here, therefore, a pint of turpentine, a bottle of ginger ale, a quart of sweet cider, a bottle of denatured alcohol, some pepper pods, and a quart of grape juice, the same kind Mr. Bryan uses, sir.
Oh, balm of Gilead!
Well, anything is better than sheer barley water. Drop them all into the bowl.
Servants pour in contents of bottles, and Grumio stirs briskly.
I got this.
Handing Petruchio nursing bottle filled with dark liquid.
After much vehement protest. The clerk said it was not altogether to be commended for babies, but I calmed his fears with the solemn assurance that it was for a big one.
Petruchio smells that nursing bottle. A smile overspreads his face, and he puts it hastily into his pocket.
I'm afraid of that stuff. It's rank poison.
That's what mistress says, sir.
Silence, sirrah.
Telephone bell rings. Grumio goes out and returns as Petruchio is ladling out the new mixture.
Mistress says to be sure and give baby his bottle if he wakes up.
I'll be hanged if I will.
There's manly courage for you.
Shall I tell her what you say, sir?
Not on your life, sirrah. Tell her I will be very careful that Tsuwutsi sleeps well, and that I hope she is enjoying herself.
Exit Grumio left. Macbeth after drinking.
It's no so bad.
Not as searching as canary, but will serve.
I've tasted worse, but not much.
Scarcely up to the Illyrian standard, but nevertheless strong and biting.
I think it is celestial liquor. Fill full again.
Replenishes cups. Liquor begins to take effect as they continue drinking.
Gives us a song, Mac.
Max Wilton's braes are bonny as can be, and 'twas there where Annie Laurie, gimme the barley brie, gimme the barley brie, as grand as it could be, and for bonny Annie Laurie, I drank that barley brie.
All applaud as glasses are refilled.
For heaven, a most excellent song.
It's your turn now, Duke.
There's a clubhouse in the town, where our dear wives sit them down and drink their wine mid laughter free, and never, never think of we. Fare thee well, for I must leave thee. Do not let the parting grieve me, and remember that the best of friends must part. Adieu, adieu, kind friends, adieu, adieu, adieu. I can no longer stay with you. I'll hang my harp on a weeping willow tree, and may the world go well with thee.
Why, that is a more excellent song than the other.
Easy there, Otto. Remember Bobby Burns?
What for?
I dinna comprehend your query, man.
You said Bobby Burns. Why?
Eh?
Don't you see, Mac? It's a way he has of joking.
It's dangerous to joke with a Scotchman.
Doubly so if you haven't a corkscrew.
All laugh but Macbeth.
Ye poor feckless bodies. An you were on the heath, I'd clout your lugs wi' me claymore.
Suspend, gentlemen, suspend. Don't let us act like women at a love feast. Let harmony and kindness prevail. We'll have another wet.
Cups are charged again, and they drink after touching glasses. Grumio enters left and whispers to Petruchio.
Methinks our gallant host turns pale.
That's more than ye can do, Otto.
Death and damnation, sir.
Macbeth snapping his fingers.
Tilly Valley, Otto. Snick up. You're no in Venice the new.
Peace, gentlemen, peace. Grumio says they are breaking up at the club. They'll make a beeline here, but there's time for Doc and Doris, as Mac calls it.
Glasses are filled hurriedly.
We'll part in the good old way. Let's see the Scotch doxology. Hand in hand and round the table go. Then a rich good woolly walk and away hame. Should all the acquaintance be forgot?
All take hands and sing loudly. Enter Catherine, Lady Macbeth, Viola, Mariana, and Desdemona right. The men slink to the other side of the room. Catherine indignant.
Phew! What an atmosphere!
Speaking to Petruchio.
Is it thus you abuse your privileges, sir? Do you dare to make a tavern of my house? Have you people no wit, manners, or modesty, but to squeak out vile songs without remorse of voice?
It was no vile song, begging your ladyship's pardon. It's a masterpiece of mellifluous melody, the pride of the Scottish race, and the pledge of good friendship and the world over.
Macbeth, how dare you?
Dare? I dare the deil himself on that theme.
Wait till I get you home.
Pshaw! Shake not your linty locks at me. There's no terror in those eyes with which you glare. Thou can't say that I did it, and that I'm glad to it.
Mercy, the man's mad!
No, not mad, sisters. Just a trappy in his een. I know the complaint of old. He'll come to himself tomorrow, and be mild enough, I warrant you.
$1 to doughnuts he won't.
Why, Angelo, what have you been drinking?
Nothing but barley water, pet. It's all we can get in this shanty.
Cast no aspersions upon my house, sir. It was by my express command that barley water was served.
And it served us right for coming.
Orsino, don't be rude. I've never seen you like this before.
You will again, I hope. Let us have that strain once more, boys. It came o'er my ears like the sweet sound that breathes upon a bank of violets, stealing and giving odor.
Why, I do believe his grace is intoxicated.
What? On barley water?
Don't you chip in, Othello. They draw the colour line in these parts.
Toads and monkeys. Would it I had used a clothesline instead of a pillow?
Comfort forswear me. I hate when you gnaw your nether lip like that.
Stand you there like a sheep, Petruchio, in the face of this outrageous contention. I took you for a man once.
Well, 'twas you that made me a button.
I?
Ay, thou? Why did I not heed the warning of thy kinsfolk? They told me thou wert a cursed shrew. Madman that I was, I rushed wildly to my fate.
Oh, my bleeding heart! Give me the nursing bottle and I will go to my babe.
Petruchio hands it to her. Catherine smells it and screams.
You murderous wretch! This is whiskey! Oh, my baby, my baby! Grumio, take me to my poor child!
Calm yourself, my lady. That is soothing syrup. I bought it myself, but the child has not yet tasted it.
Bless thee for that assurance. But how came they all drunk?
It's a lie.
We are not drunk. We are simply indignant.
Indignant?
Aye, indignant.
We rebelled at thy imposed cheer, as we now rebel against all forms of feminine tyranny. Grown men cannot thrive on barley water, whether the state be dry or not.
Catherine goes to the bowl, dips in ladle, and tastes the liquid. Catherine startled.
Oh, what kind of hell broth is this?
A little of everything drinkable. Ginger ale, grape juice, turpentine, furniture polish, and laundry bluing. garnished with red pepper pods.
No wonder the men are mad.
Right-o, we are mad. We have come to the parting of the ways. You can have your suffrage, your votes, your clubs, your political freedom. But we have thrown away the bibs and tuckers. We wear the aprons and flourish the dusters no longer. Henceforth we are free.
Hurrah!
This is rank rebellion, sisters, and must be suppressed with prompt and rigorous measures. Let us go into executive session.
Male and female characters form 2 groups at either side of the room. Grumio takes a seat in front of Punch Bowl, turns first to one group and then to the other, drinks at each demonstration and wags his head. Great excitement in the female group. The men gesticulate and cast furtive glances at their wives. Catherine steps forward.
I will be frank with you, gentlemen, and say that the attitude you have assumed tonight both shocked and surprised us. We may have been a little stern with you of late, but modern civilization calls for the assertion of our rights. If persistence in our just demands leads to insurrection on your part, we acknowledge that the peace and joy of the world will not be advanced. My sisters think a compromise is in order. I pause for your response.
The men urge Petruchio forward to answer.
What have you to propose?
Let us keep the ballot and maintain our interest in public affairs. 'Tis for your own good that we seek this power.
The men consult again.
The proposition is too indefinite. Do you demand that we give up all our rights and privileges?
The women confer.
We propose that whatever rights you are justly entitled to, you may enjoy without let or hindrance.
The men consult.
Will you bar prohibition, abolish nurse girl duties, sanction cards and billiards, bowls and baseball, and place no restrictions on our club duties?
The women again consult.
We cannot agree to your program.
Then we shall appeal to the divorce court for a dissolution of matrimonial ties and the restoration of our ancient rights and privileges.
Consternation among the women.
Isn't that awful, Katie? I had a hard time getting Angelo.
To agree to that would be a base surrender of honors already won.
Yes, but beggarly divorcement? I think we must give in. I don't think I could live without my Othello.
I don't want to play Patience on the Monument again. It's a cold and thankless part.
And we'd all be grass widows.
Heaven preserve us!
Let me temporize with them. We may yet...
As Catherine steps forward to address the men, the other women drag her back.
We await your answer, fair dames.
We agree.
With full and free conscience? Without mental reservation?
The women sobbing.
Yes!
Hurrah!
'Tis love that makes the world go round.
And you will treat us with the tender consideration of yore.
We swear.
But we don't want you to swear.
We must. The deal will be off if we can't.
Then
Swear.
Hurrah, boys, hurrah!
You have won, gentlemen. See that you make good use of the conquest. Remember, the whirligig of time continues to spin, and that in the final trial justice plays no favorites. And now, good night all.
The men embrace their wives, and with the exception of Catherine and Petruchio, go off the stage in couples. Grumio attends each couple in stately fashion, retiring himself at last with a wave of his hand towards his master. Petruchio and Catherine step to the front. She hands him the nursing bottle.
Here, my big baby, is your soothing syrup.
And this is yours, sweetheart and wife.
Kisses her. Curtain. End of Re-Taming of the Shrew, a Shakespearean travesty in 1 act, by John W. Postgate.
The Jealousy of La Barbouille by Moliere. Translated by Charles Heron Wall. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Persons represented.
Le Barbouille, husband to Angelique, read by Joanna Michael Hoyt.
The Doctor, read by Todd.
Angelique by Ali Wonsky.
Valère, lover to Angelique, read by Thomas Peter.
Cateau, maid to Angelique, read by Sonia.
Gorgibus, father to Angelique, read by Alan Mapstone.
Villebrequin, read by Kelly Taylor.
La Vallee, read by Greg Giordano.
Stage directions, read by Larry Wilson. The Jealousy of La Barbouille. Scene 1. La Barbouille.
Everybody must acknowledge that I am the most unfortunate of men. I have a wife who plagues me to death, and who, instead of bringing me comfort into doing things as I like them to be done, makes me swear at her 20 times a day. Instead of keeping at home, she likes getting about, eating good dinners, and passing her time with people of I don't know what description. Ah, poor Barbouille! How much you are to be pitied! But she must be punished. Suppose you killed her, it would do no good, for you would be hung afterwards. If you were to have her sent to prison, the minx would find means of coming out. What the deuce are you to do? But here is the doctor coming out this way. Suppose I ask his advice on my difficulties.
Scene 2. Dr. La Barbouille.
I was going to fetch you, to beg for your opinion on a question of great importance to me.
You must be very ill-bred, very loutish, and very badly taught, my friend, to speak to me in that fashion, without first taking off your hat, without observing rationem loci, temporis et personae. What? You begin by an abrupt speech, instead of saying salve, ve salvicis, doctor doctorum eruditissime? What do you take me for, eh?
Really, Doctor, I am very sorry. The fact is that I am almost beside myself and did not think of what I was doing. But I know you are a gallant man.
Do you know what gallant man comes from?
It matters little to me whether it comes from Villejuif or Aubervilliers.
Know, then, that the word gallant man comes from elegant. By taking the G and the A of the last syllable, that makes ga. Then by taking the 2 L's, adding A, and the 2 last letters NT, that makes gallant. Then by adding man you have gallant man. But to come back to what I said, what do you take me for?
I take you for a doctor. But let us speak a little of what I have to propose to you. You must know that...
Let me tell you first that I am not only a doctor, but that I am 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 times doctor. Firstly, number 1 is the base, the foundation, and the first of all numbers. So I am the first of all doctors, the most learned of the learned. Second, there are 2 faculties essential for a perfect knowledge of things, the sense and the understanding. I am all sense, all understanding. Ergo, I am twice doctor.
Agreed. What I want...
Thirdly, according to Aristotle, the number 3 is that of perfection. I am perfect, and everything I do is perfect. Ergo, I am 3 times doctor.
Very well then, doctor.
Fourthly, philosophy is divided into 4 parts: logic, morals, physics, and metaphysics. I possess all 4, and know them perfectly. Ergo, I am 4 times doctor.
Deuce take it, I don't doubt it. Listen to me then.
Fifthly, there are 5 universals: the genus, the species, the differentia, the property, and the accident. And without knowing which, it is impossible to arrive at any satisfactory conclusions. I make great use of them, and know how important they are. Ergo, I am 5 times doctor.
I must have patience.
Sixthly, number 6 is the number of work. I work incessantly for my own glory. Ergo, I am 6 times doctor.
Well, well, speak as long as you like.
Seventhly, the number 7 is the number of bliss. I possess a perfect knowledge of all that can produce happiness, and by my talents am happy myself. I am therefore forced to say of myself, Alter quatque betium. Eighthly, the number 8 is the number of justice, on account of the equality which is found in it. The justice and prudence with which I measure and weigh all my actions make me 8 times doctor. Ninthly, there are 9 muses, and I am equally the favourite of them all. Tenthly, one cannot pass number 10 without repeating all the other numbers, and it is the universal number. Similarly, when people have found me, they have found the universal doctor, and I am in myself all the other doctors together. Thus, with the help of these plausible, true, demonstrative, and convincing reasons, you see that I am 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times doctor.
What the deuce does he mean by all this? I thought I had found a clever man who would give me good advice, and I find a chimney sweep, who instead of speaking to me, plays at Mora. 1, 2, 3, 4, ha! 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 Come, that's not it. You must listen to me, and remember that I am not a man to make you lose your time. I shall make it worth your while. And if you can satisfy me in what I want of you, I will give you what you wish. Money, if you like.
Ah, money?
Yes, money. And whatever you may ask besides.
Doctor, sharply tucking up his gown behind him.
Then you take me for a man who would do anything for money. For a man fond of money. For a mercenary soul? Know, my friend, that if you were to give me a purse full of gold, and that this purse were in a rich box, this box in a precious case, this case in a superb chest, this chest in a rare museum, this museum in a magnificent apartment, this apartment in a gorgeous castle, this castle in a wonderful citadel, this citadel in a celebrated town, this town in a fertile island, this island in an opulent province, this province in a flourishing monarchy, this monarchy in the whole world, that if you gave me the world in which this flourishing monarchy would be, in which this opulent province would be, in which this fertile island would be, in which this celebrated town would be, in which this wonderful citadel would be, in which this gorgeous castle would be, in which this pleasant apartment would be, in which this rare museum would be, in which this wonderful chest would be, in which this precious case would be, in which this rich box would be, in which the purse full of gold would be, I should care no more for it than this.
Snaps his finger and exit.
Well, I made a mistake. Seeing him dressed as a doctor, I felt that of necessity I must speak of money to him. But since he does not want any, nothing can be more easy than to satisfy him. I'll run after him.
Runs out. Scene 3. Angelique, Valère, Cateau.
I assure you, sir, that you will oblige me very much by coming to see me sometimes. My husband is so ugly, so ill-behaved, and such a drunkard, that it is perfect martyrdom for me to be with him. And I ask you what pleasure one can have with such a clown as he is.
You do me too much honor. I promise you I should do my utmost to amuse you. And since you are kind enough to say that my company is not unpleasant, my care and attention shall prove to you what pleasure this good news gives me.
Aye, quick! Talk of something else. Here's our old bugbear coming.
Scene 4. Le Barbouille, Valère, Angelique, Cateau.
Mademoiselle, I am very sorry to bring you such bad news, but you would have heard it from someone else, and since your brother is ill...
Say no more, sir. I am your servant, and thank you very much for the trouble you have taken.
Exit Valere.
Well, what need is there of my having a certificate of my cuckoldom from the notary? So, you trollop. I find you with a man in spite of all my remonstrances, and you want to send me from Gemini to Capricornus.
Are you going to scold me for that? This gentleman only just came to tell me of my brother's serious illness. Why should you make that a subject of quarrel?
Directly I saw him, I wondered if we should be long in peace.
You spoil one another, you women. You, Cathal, you corrupt my wife. She is not half as good now as she was before she had you to wait upon her.
Really, you treat me in a nice manner.
Leave the drunkard alone. Don't you see that he is so muddled that he does not even know what he says?
Scene 5. Gorgibus, Villebrequin, Angelique, Cateau, La Barbouille.
Now there's my cursed son-in-law scolding my daughter again.
We must see what is the matter.
What? Will you always be quarrelling? Will you never have peace at home?
This hussy calls me drunkard.
To Angelique.
Here, I have a great mind to give you a good dressing before your relations.
May the devil... May his money be blessed if you have done as he says.
It is always he who begins to.
Cursed be the hour when you chose that sordid wretch.
Scene 6. Gorgibus, Villebrequin, Angelique, Cateau, Le Barbouille, Doctor.
What is the meaning of this? What a disorder! What a quarrel! What a racket, what a row, what a noise, what a dispute, what a combustion! What is the matter, gentlemen? What is the matter? What is the matter? Come, there is no way of making you agree. Let me be your pacificator. Suffer me to bring peace among you.
It is my son-in-law and my daughter who have had words together.
But how can it be? Now come, let me know the cause of their dispute.
Sir...
But in a few words.
Yes, but put on your hat.
Hat, that is bonnet. Do you know what bonnet comes from?
No.
It comes from bonum est. It is good, a thing which is good, because it saves one from colds and coughs.
Indeed, I did not know that.
Now, quick, the subject of your quarrel.
This is what happened.
I hope you are not a man to keep me long while I pray you not to do so. I have some pressing business which calls me to town. Still, if I can bring peace to your family, I am willing to stop a moment.
I shall soon have done.
Be quick, then.
It will be said in a moment.
We must acknowledge, Mr. Gorgibus, that it is a wonderful gift to be able to say things in a few words, and that great talkers, instead of being heard, become often so wearisome that one cannot listen to them. Virtutum primum esse puta capressore linguanum. Yes, the best quality of an honest man is silence.
You must know, then...
There are 3 things which Socrates used to recommend particularly to his disciples: to be careful of one's actions, to be sober in eating, and to say things in a few words. Begin, Monsieur Gorgibus.
It is my wish to do so.
In a few words, without ceremony, without indulging in a long speech. Cut it short with an apothegm. Quick, Monsieur Gorgibus, make haste. Avoid prolixity.
Suffer me to speak, then.
That's enough, Monsieur Gorgibus. You speak too much. Somebody else must tell me what was the cause of their quarrel.
You must know, sir, that...
You are an ignoramus, an unlearned man, ignorant of all good rules, an ass in plain English. What? You begin a discourse without a word of exordium? Someone else must tell me what happened. Will you, young lady, tell me the particulars of all this noise?
Do you see here my fat rascal, my wine barrel of a husband?
Gently, if you please. Speak with respect of your husband when you are under the nose of a doctor like me.
Ah, I should think so, doctor. I care little for you or your doctrine, and I am a doctor whenever I please.
You, a doctor, when you please? A nice doctor you make. You seem to me to do much as you wish. But I say, tell me the subject of your uproar.
Sir, your honour.
You begin well. Your honour. This word has something flattery to the ear, something full of magniloquence. Your honour.
According to my will.
Quite right. According to my will. The will speaks of a wish. The wish presupposes means to come to one's end, and the end presupposes an object. It is well said, according to my will.
I am bursting with rage.
Cut out this word bursting. It is a low, vulgar expression.
But, doctor, listen to me for mercy's sake.
Audi questro. Would Caesar have said?
Caesar or don't Caesar, you will listen to me or I will break your doctoral neck. What the devil do you mean by all this?
La Barbouille, Angelique, Gogibus, Cateau, Villebequin wish to explain the cause of the quarrel. The doctor explains that peace is a fine thing. They all talk together and make a dreadful noise. In the midst of all this, La Barbouille ties the doctor by the legs with a rope, throws him down on his back, and drags him away. The doctor goes on talking all the time, and counts all his arguments on his fingers, as if he were not on the ground.
Now, my daughter, go back to your home and live in peace with your husband.
Your servant. Good night.
Exeunt Villebrequin, Georgibus, and Angelique. Scene 7. Valère, La Vallière.
I am extremely obliged to you, sir, for the trouble you have taken, and I promise you that in about an hour's time I shall be at the place of rendezvous you give me.
It cannot be put off so long. In a quarter of an hour the ball will be over, and you will miss the pleasure of meeting there the person you love.
Let us go together, then.
Exeunt Valère and La Vallière. Scene 8. Angelique alone.
While my husband is absent, I will just go round to a ball given by one of our neighbours. I shall be back before him, for he is somewhere drinking. He will not even know that I am gone out. The wretched knave always leaves me alone at home, as if I were his dog.
Exit Angelique. Scene 9. La Barbouille.
I knew that I should master that brute of a doctor and his stupid doctrine. Devil take the ignorant ass. I soon brought all his science to the ground. I must now go and see if our good wife has prepared anything for my supper.
Exit. Scene 10. Angelique.
How unlucky. I went too late. The party was over. I arrived just as everybody was leaving. But never mind. It shall be for another time. I will go home as if nothing was the matter. Bless me. The door is locked. Cathau? Cathau?
Scene 11. La Barbouille at the window. Angelique.
Cathau! Cathau! Well, what is the matter with Cathau? And where do you come from at this time of night and in such weather?
Where I came from? Just open the door and I will tell you.
Yes, you catch me? You may go and sleep where you came from. I shall not open to a gadabout like you. What? Alone at this time of night? I don't know if it is fancy, but my forehead seems to me already rougher by half.
Well, what do you mean by scolding me because I am alone? You scold me if I have anybody near me. What am I to do?
Stop at home, give orders for the supper, take care of the household and of the children. But it is no use talking so much. Goodbye, good night, go to the devil and leave me in peace.
You won't open to me.
No, I shall not open to you.
Ah, my dear little husband, I beg of you open the door. Do, my darling little heart.
Ah, crocodile! Ah, dangerous serpent! You caress me to betray me.
Open. Do open.
Farewell. Vade retro, Satanas.
What? You won't open?
No.
You have no pity for the wife who loves you very much.
No. I am inflexible. You have offended me. I am revengeful like the very devil. That is to say plainly that I am inexorable.
Do you know that if you push me too far and put me in a passion, I may do something which will make you repent your unkindness?
And what will you do, dear little vixen?
I declare that if you do not open to me, I will kill myself before the door. My parents will no doubt come here before going to bed to see if we were all right together, and they will find me dead, and you will be hanged.
Ha 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 ha! The silly creature. Tell me who would lose the most. Nonsense. You are not so foolish as to play such a trick.
You don't believe me. See? Here's my knife already. If you do not open at once, I will pierce myself to the heart with it.
Take care, it is very sharp.
You won't open to me.
I have told you 20 times that I shall not open. Kill yourself, die, go to the devil, I care not.
Angelique, pretending to stab herself.
Farewell, then. I am dead.
Can she be stupid enough to do such a thing? I must go down with the light and see.
Angelique aside.
I will pay you back. If I can only slip into the house while you are looking for me, it shall be my turn.
She runs past Barbouille and manages to get into the house without his knowledge.
Well, I knew she was not so stupid as all that. She is dead, and yet she runs like Pacolet's horse. To say the truth, she really frightened me. She did right to run away, for if I had found her alive after she had given me such a fright, my boot would have taught her not to play the fool. I must go to bed now. Hullo, the wind must have shut the door to, I fear. Hi! Cathau! Cathau! Open the door!
Angelique at the window.
Cathau? Cathau? Well, what is the matter with Cathau? And where do you come from, you drunkard? Well, well, my parents will soon be here and will hear all about you. You wine-tap, you infamous wretch, you do not stir from the public house, but leave a poor wife with little children waiting for you all day at home without caring to know if they want anything.
Open quickly, she-devil, or I'll break your head open.
Scene 12. Gorgibus, Valebrequin, Angelique, La Barbouille.
Why, what is it now? Still quarrelling and fighting?
What? Will you never agree?
Only just look at him. He is drunk and returns at this time of night to make a noise and threaten to kill me.
She is right. It is not at this hour of the night you should come home. Why can you not, like a good father of a family, come home early and live at peace with your wife?
Deuce take me if I left the house. Ask those gentlemen who are on the terrace there. It is she who has only just come home. Ah, how innocence is always oppressed.
Well, come, try to agree together and ask her to forgive you.
I ask her to forgive me? I'd rather the devil flew off with her. I am in such a terrible rage I hardly know what to do.
Come, daughter, kiss your husband and be friends.
Scene 13. The doctor in night gear at another window.
What? Always noise, disorder, dissension, quarrels, strife, disputes, uproar, everlasting altercations. What is it? What can it be? One can have no rest.
It is nothing, Mr. Doctor. Everyone is agreed.
Ah, about being agreed, shall I read you a chapter of Aristotle, where he proves that all the different parts of the universe subsist only through the concord which exists between them?
Will it be long?
No, it's not a bit long. Only about 60 or 80 pages.
Thanks. Good night. Good night.
It is not necessary.
Do you wish for it?
No.
Good night, then, since it is so. Latine bona nox.
Let us all go and have some supper together.
End of The Jealousy of La Barbouille by Moliere. Translated by Charles Heron, Wall.
A Photographic Fix, an original farce in one act, by Frederic Hay. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Characters:
Michael Angelo Crome, read by Todd.
Ebenezer Staggers, read by Andrew James.
Bob Crop, read by Son of the Exiles.
Miss Diana Duff,
Read by Avayi.
Miss Caroline Crop. Read by Sonia.
Stage directions read by Wendy Katz-Hiller. A photographic fix. Scene represents a photographer's room, camera on a tripod, small table, bottle of water and glasses on table, door center, small cupboard with practicable door left, small cupboard with practicable door right. M. Angelo, discovered turning over leaves of a pocketbook.
Let me read her note once more.
Takes out paper.
Brief, but bitter.
Reads.
Beer, 1 shilling and 6pence. Agonizing reminder of a neighbouring tap. Go in.
Puts it away and turns over leaves again. Reads.
Summons from Buggins for assault. Washing 2 shirts and 1 stocking, 4pence. By the way, an extravagance I mustn't permit myself again.
Turning over papers.
Another summons from Buggins for another assault. Ah, here it is. Ungrammatical, but fatal epistle. Come out.
Takes out note.
It's folded in 6 and sealed with a nutmeg grater.
Opens it, reads.
Sir, we parts for ever and ever. When next we meets, if ever, Diana Duff's name will be Winkles. Will it? Gratifying for Winkles. Confound Winkles. I'll pick Winkles out next time I see him. Euphonious but crustaceous cognomen. Go in.
Puts note back, shuts book.
Circumstances of a pecuniary nature have since induced me to become engaged to Miss Caroline Crop. In fact, I borrowed £5 of her. In fact, the photography has not been flourishing, and Bob, her brother, he's threatened to kick me, and I've a moral conviction he'd do it too if I didn't marry his sister. Said he wasn't going to have her feelings trifled with. Might as well talk about the feelings of a fungus. However, they've arranged it all, and I'm going to marry her. It don't make any difference now Diana is somebody else. I loved her, and no mistake.
Knock at door.
Here comes Caroline. She comes every morning to gloat over her victim.
Enter Diana, center door. She has her veil down.
No, it ain't.
Are you the young man that takes the pictures?
I'm the artist. Studied with Stanfield, well known in the gallery. Plain or coloured?
A 6-penny one, please. Won't fade, will it?
Certainly not. Couldn't if it tried. I'll explain the principle to you. The collodion amalgamates.
Diana, stopping him.
Never mind. I dare say I shouldn't understand it.
Very likely not.
Aside.
I'm sure I don't. Take a seat. Prepare you a plate in a minute.
He goes to cupboard right, opens door.
I believe the atmosphere of this den is making fatal ravages on my constitution. I can't stand it more than a minute at a time.
Goes in and closes door.
There's something about that young man puts me in the mind of Jeremiah. It can't be him. No. I shall never live to see him any more. Oh, what agony I've suffered since I sent him that wicked lying letter saying I was going to marry Bob Winkles, but my rebellious heart is broken.
Sits on edge of chair. M. Angelo, coming out suddenly.
Right in the middle. More to the left, my dear. Take off your bonnet. Phew, it's poisonous.
Diana, alarmed.
What, my bonnet?
No, that awful cell.
Points to cupboard. Diana removes her bonnet and veil.
What,
Jeremiah!
Diana?
They rush into each other's arms. M. Angelo, suddenly putting her away.
Get out. What am I about? You're Winkle's wife.
I ain't, indeed.
I know you are. I ought to know. Want to get me indicted for bigamy, do you? Get away.
I implore you to listen to me. That note I sent you was
Unpaid, yes.
No, untrue, false. I was jealous of your attentions to Maria. I sent it out of spite. Forgive me.
Sobs.
I've been punished enough.
Seizes his hand. M. Angelo, pathetically.
I feel that I'm going to make a fool of myself. I say, don't go on that way. Blow me if there isn't some acid in my eye.
Takes out handkerchief.
After I'd posted it, I was too proud, too wicked to go and ask your forgiveness. But I hoped you, who was always so good and kind.
No, I wasn't. I won't have it. I never was good.
Aside.
And I told her they wouldn't fade. Now there's some acid in the other eye. Damned if I don't think I'm snivelling.
Diana seizes both his hands.
Leave go, can't you?
No, never till I obtain your pardon. 2 days after I posted that fatal letter, I called at your lodgings, and when they told me you'd gone away, I fainted. For 3 weeks I lingered between life and death. I wanted to die. Oh, Jeremiah, forgive me. I deceived you. I deserve it all.
No, you don't. I deserve half of it. I was a consummate fool to believe the letter, of course. Nobody would marry a man called Winkles. I'll never leave you again. Never, never, never.
Kissing her.
I'm a...
Enter Caroline Crop, center door.
Reptile! Oh, this is too much for a sensitive heart.
Sinks into a chair. M. Angelo, shaking Diana off.
Let it go, can't you? You ought to be ashamed of yourself, young woman.
Aside.
I'm in for it.
To Caroline.
I say, that's a joke. It's an infernal joke. I never saw her before.
Signalizes to Diana.
Why, my dearest Jeremiah.
I ain't. I object to it. I ain't anybody's Jeremiah.
Aside.
I wish you wouldn't be so confounded familiar.
To Caroline.
I say, Caroline.
Approaches her. Aside.
I know this will end in a blow-up.
Caroline, rising.
Avaunt! You're a header. And as for you, miss, you're a headeress. Oh, Angelo!
Sobs.
Say, is this an optical infusion?
Of course it is.
Am I wandering and deleterious?
You are, and no mistake.
Caroline, pointing to Diana.
Is this a camera of the brain?
Yes.
Points to camera.
2 of them.
Jeremiah, dearest.
There she goes again.
Aside to Diana.
Call me a beast, there's a dear. You'll be the death of me.
Caroline, going to camera.
No, sir. It's real.
Goes to table and upsets tumbler of water, which she throws down and then breaks.
This is real.
Throws down a plate.
And that's real. It's all real.
Putting her hand to her heart.
But this is broken.
M. Angelo, who is endeavoring to join the broken pieces of plate together.
I can have it mended for 2pence.
My peace of mind destroyed.
M. Angelo, still contemplating plate.
Oh, regularly smashed.
And my feelings.
M. Angelo, looking at wet on table.
Upset all over the table.
Caroline, approaching him.
Monster, this is no infusion.
Pointing to Diana.
I see the naked truth before my eyes. I despise you. And as for you, miss, I leave you with the partner of your crime till my brother's distribution falls upon his head.
To M. Angelo.
Wretch, I shake you off.
Shakes him.
But remember, Bob. My brother Bob lives to avenge me. Remember.
Stalks out tragically, center door, looking back.
Remember.
I thought you would never love another.
I don't love her. I never did. I hate her.
I feel faint.
Don't. There's a good girl. Postpone it till you can do it properly. There's no time now. These premises ain't safe. Come back in an hour. I'll explain it all. I think I hear somebody coming. It's Bob.
After all I've suffered? Is this the fruit?
No, it's the crop. Don't detain me. I won't be responsible for the consequences if Bob catches me.
Who's Bob?
He's a tanner.
Hide yourself.
He'll reserve that right for himself. Don't go alluding to it in any facetious manner. I want to lock up the establishment. Go away. There's a dear. Come back in an hour.
Kissing her.
Yours till death, or till Bob comes, which I take to be about the same sort of thing. Goodbye.
Exit Diana, center door.
I've decided on vacating this barn before the crops come in, because I've a presentiment he'll begin thrashing at once. These premises are positively becoming dangerous. It's been a chamber of horrors to me ever since I've taken photographs at 6 pence a head. I've made up my mind to reduce the standard. I wouldn't photograph any healthy-looking man over 5'4" unless he were paralyzed for anything less than a heavy pecuniary consideration. I was summoned twice last week and had my head punched because the photographs faded. Just as if I can help it. And now here's a lively prospect of being maimed for life if Bob catches me. Hola! I hear somebody coming. The Philistines are upon me. To arms!
Takes hat.
Where's my umbrella?
Takes up umbrella.
Now then.
Places umbrella at his side like a bayonet.
Charge!
Rushing off, he runs against Staggers, who is just entering the door.
Confound it! You needn't charge so high.
Rubbing his breast.
You've knocked the wind out of me.
Seizes him.
Here, let go. Blow your wind. I'm in a hurry.
Staggers, dragging him back.
So am I.
Well, call again next week.
Aside.
I'm in for it again. The same old song of fading away, I suppose.
Staggers, pointing to chair.
Sit down.
I'd rather not.
I insist on it.
Takes chair.
Oh, if you're going to get nasty over it, I don't mind, to oblige you.
Sits down. Staggers, feeling in his pocket.
Now then, sir, don't you think?
Certainly. I'm quite of your opinion.
Rising.
There's a gentleman anxious to see me professionally. Goodbye.
Staggers, detaining him.
He can wait.
I can't, though. Besides, you mustn't keep Landseer waiting. Sir Edmund won't like it.
Staggers, producing photographic cards and showing them to Angelo.
Now, sir, perhaps you'll have the goodness to inform me what you call these.
M. Angelo, inspecting them and looking round anxiously. Aside.
That savage will be here directly. Call those? Well, to let you into a professional secret, they're cards, and I'm prepared to stand by the consequences of the assertion.
I know they're cards, but what's on 'em?
Holds them close to M. Angelo.
The Academy won't like my letting you into the mysteries.
Staggers angrily.
What's on them?
Your fingers. Now don't you tell anybody.
This equivocation is useless, sir. What was on them yesterday?
My fingers. Don't you go asking me any more professional questions. You'll get me into trouble. You will.
Rises. Staggers rising.
This subterfuge won't save you. Yesterday I paid you 6 shillings for those cards, and they had my portrait on them. Warranted not to fade. Oblige me by scrutinizing them, and then inform me if they haven't faded.
Gives him the cards, which are perfectly blank. M. Angelo, inspecting them.
They haven't faded. Certainly not.
Looking at them closely.
I can't see a vestige of anything. They haven't faded. They've vanished. I never said they wouldn't vanish. I'm undergoing the process myself.
Attempts to go. Staggers, stopping him.
Not if I know it, till you've refunded my 6 shillings.
Why didn't you say so at once?
Feeling in pocket, takes out a shilling.
There's one.
Looking anxiously round.
Bob, by jingo. I think I hear him.
To Staggers.
I say, take a check on counts for the balance. Or, stop, you haven't got change for a £5 note, have you?
Yes.
That's awkward.
On the contrary, I think it's rather refreshing.
Oblige me by allowing me to know best. I say it is awkward.
To have change?
No, not to have the note.
Aside.
This is very embarrassing.
Reflecting.
I want...
M. Angelo, stopping him.
Don't interrupt me. You very nearly robbed the world of...
6 shillings!
No, of an idea.
Aside.
What a mercenary old blackguard. I have it. There's a gentleman owes me several pounds.
Aside.
I shall get them, too, if Bob comes. Perhaps you wouldn't mind receiving them, or if that proposition don't suit, I'm prepared to make an alarming sacrifice. I'll take your photograph by a new process and color them for nothing. I'll be back in 10 minutes. In the meantime, you can amuse yourself with a camera. I dare say you'll find it a source of pleasing excitement.
Looking about anxiously. Aside.
He can't be long now. I say, you mustn't detain me any longer. Back in 10 minutes. Au revoir.
Is about to go.
Are you deceiving me?
You may depend on me. Goodbye.
Exit center.
Now I'm alone again. Solitude is always suggestive of strychnine and despair since I've lost Caroline. I've dissipated a small fortune in advertising for her.
Takes out newspaper.
Here it is, as plain as 4pence a line can make it.
Reads.
Anybody giving information respecting Caroline Crop shall be handsomely rewarded by applying to Ebenezer Staggers, Muggins Row, Pimlico. I've been inundated with replies. There have been 50 crops in the field, but the real Caroline isn't to be had. Last June I was attracted to Brighton for a small change, 3 shillings and 6pence. I made Caroline's acquaintance by the sad sea wave. She'd accidentally dropped this handkerchief.
Takes out handkerchief.
I'll wave it, not the handkerchief. No, the subject is too painful. She was at that time commercially interested in tripe, but her heart was above it. Anatomically speaking, it would be. Aided by an aged parent, she disposed of that nourishing diet to the public. Her only brother was absent in America. The poetical situation of the entire family was too affecting for my sensitive nature. I loved her, proposed, was accepted, and composed an ode to tripe as a delicate attention to Caroline. Alas, that wasn't all I owed to tripe. No, one fatal night, 'twas a Friday, I'd partaken of that article in defiance of the popular ditty, scorning superstition. I was sauntering home, listening to the murmur of the tide, when 2 myrmidons of the law flew at me, seized me, bound me tight. Yes, they were tight. They wouldn't let me go. Appeal was of no avail. They wouldn't hear me. They refused even to listen to the murmur of the tide, although I've every reason to believe I rose into eloquence more than once. With an incorrectness that became irritating, I was informed at intervals, as they dragged my body along the sand, that they knowed that I was the cove, when I knowed I wasn't. It appears that another blackguard, called Staggers, had committed a forgery and fled to Brighton. My name was Staggers, Brighton my residence. So the law, with its usual discrimination, took me for the other man. The inexorable law demanded a Staggers. I was flung into a dungeon, but the law had a Staggers. After 3 weeks' detention, my case came on. I came off honourably acquitted. The real Staggers was captured. Released, I flew to Brighton. Caroline's residence was shut up, so was I. A notice informed the public the business was sold. So was I. Since that day I've been wandering about, a victim to circumstances. Excitement has become necessary to my repose. I must be up and doing. My brain grows obscure. Ah, here's the obscure.
Arranges the camera, puts cloth over his head, and appears as if endeavoring to focus something.
Yes, I'm an altered man. Grief has left its awful mark on.
Enter Bob Crop, center, who immediately gives him a whack over the back with a stick.
My back! Oh, Lord!
Bob seizes him by the back of the neck, runs him round the stage.
Marry her, won't you? Snakes, I'll riddle you.
Stops at footlights, then runs him round again.
No, off again.
Bob, stopping.
Now what do you got to say?
Staggers, revolving.
Nothing till I've done revolving. I shall come round directly, and then I mean to give you in charge of the tallest policeman I can find.
Oh, snakes, here's a mistake. Took you for the other man.
Well, don't do it again. I've always been taken for the other man. You've turned every drop of blood in me twice. How would you like it?
I'm excited. You'd be excited, too, if you'd gone through what I have. I didn't hurt you, did I?
Didn't you, though? I ought to know.
Rubs back.
Serves you jolly well right. What business had you looking through that machine? Took you for Michelangelo.
I'm Claude. Look here.
Points to coat collar.
And spun round like a dancing dervish.
Aside.
He must be a pupil of Turner's. My head's swimming now.
Bob looking about room.
Where is he? I'll pound him into smash if I catch him. That's the second blackguard that's jilted my sister. The other was a convict. I'd like to get the pair of 'em. Snakes I would, I'd throttle 'em.
To Staggers.
What are you doing here, located, perhaps?
Certainly not. I'm waiting for that rascal, Michelangelo.
What's he done to you?
Nothing, and charged me 6 shillings for it.
What are you going to do to him?
Punch his head and charge him 6 shillings for it.
Mean it?
I do.
Give us your flipper. I'll help you. Shouldn't wonder if he ain't stowed somewhere, located to the garret. You stay here. I'll track him down like a beaver.
Exit center.
Capital. It's getting quite exciting. In fact, it's a trifle too exciting. I'm not quite sure that he hasn't dislocated my collarbone. Never mind. Can't take me for Michelangelo again, so here goes.
Goes to camera, endeavoring to fix it.
Seems on its last legs.
Pulls out legs.
Or else it's suffering from constitutional weakness. Confound it. I can't arrange this tripod. Tripod. The meaning of that name should remind me of Caroline.
Arranges cloth over his head as before, and looks through camera.
I almost fancy I see her before me. She looks like an...
Enter Caroline, center, who immediately seizes him and drags him back, the cloth being still over his head.
Alligator! My brother hasn't killed you yet.
Staggers, under cloth.
There's that revolving ruffian again. Let go, I'm the other man.
Emerging from cloth.
What? Caroline?
He attempts to embrace her.
Ebenezer!
Waves him off.
Away! The mark of Cain is on you.
I shouldn't wonder.
Turning her his back.
It isn't swollen, is it?
Oh, Ebenezer, you've broke my heart. You winded yourself round my young afflictions like a boa constrictor round the neck of a panther. I'm breathless.
I say, don't go on that way.
I shall. Never can I forget that fatal Friday night. You'd scarcely left me when a customer comes in. They've captured him, says he. Making so bold. Who, says I. Ebenezer Staggers, the forger, says he. I was serving him with tripe, and it quite turned.
The tripe?
No, turned my blood. I dropped.
The knife?
No, the subject, till he was gone. Then I went out and found it was true.
It's a lie.
Ebenezer, you're a convict, and Caroline weeps for you like a crocodile sobbing for his offspring.
There she goes again with her zoological comparisons. Leave off. I tell you I ain't. I was torn away from you and hurled into a dungeon, mistaken for another man. I'm getting used to it. I rather like it. There's an awful blackguard just gone out, who, after dislocating my collarbone and describing sundry circles with me, coolly informed me he'd taken me for the other man. and I'm grateful for it.
That was my brother.
That revolving ruffian. A nice, gentlemanly young man. Excitable disposition, though.
Do you know him?
Yes, I was very much struck by him.
Aside.
Principally about the back. Oh, Caroline, what I've suffered on your account.
And what I've suffered on yours.
Yes, what we've both suffered on each other's account. 3 weeks I fed on the damp vapours of a dungeon. It was an awful cell, but I was honourably acquitted. I'll show you the documents. I say, that revolving blackguard, that excitable young man, said somebody wouldn't marry his sister. He didn't mean you. Say he didn't.
But he did. I am. That is, I was engaged to Michelangelo.
Blow Michelangelo. He shan't have you. He owes me 6 shillings. I am honourably acquitted. I'm engaged to you. Besides, I've come into property. I've got £1,000.
This is too much for a sensitive heart. I'm overcome.
Sinks into Stagger's arms. Staggers embraces her. Enter Bob Crop. Seeing Staggers, seizes and drags him away.
What? At it again, you villain? Come out of that. What, before my very eyes? Possums.
Flourishing his stick.
I'll get some music out of you.
I shouldn't wonder. I'm collared, and I've been recently hammered. I believe this cameral will be the death of me. I wonder whether this is what Michelangelo calls pleasing excitement, 'cause if it is, I've had enough.
Oh, Bob, don't! It's Ebenezer.
What Ebenezer?
My Ebenezer. Ebenezer Staggers.
The convict? Come on.
Squares at him.
I thought you were no great shakes.
And I'd conceived such a contrary opinion of you, especially after you dislocated my neck.
Come on.
Takes chair and places before him. Aside.
Now he's going to begin again. Leave off.
Spare him. There's been a mistake.
There's always a mistake somewhere. Come on, young Botany Bay.
Follows him round stage.
I really believe he likes it. Murder, please. Hold him down.
Caroline, stopping Bob.
Spare him. He's innocent. It's another Staggers. Oh, what he have suffered.
The other Staggers?
No, this one.
Then come on.
Caroline still holds him.
That's right, Caroline. Hold him down. There's been a mistake, an infernal mistake. I ought to know. I ain't myself at all, and the other Staggers, or somebody else. I'll explain it directly. I'm staggered for the minute. I was honourably acquitted. Show you the papers.
Approaching him.
I say I didn't mind your dislocating my neck. Upon my life I didn't. I ought to know. I forgive you. Shake hands. How do you do? I'm going to marry her. It's awfully jolly. Shake hands again. Quite well. I've come into property. I've got £1,000. It's all right.
He takes Caroline aside.
£1,000? It must be all right. I'm bound to take something out of Michelangelo, at any rate.
I despise the artist.
So do I. We all do. Turn him out.
Where is he? Did you say he charged you?
Yes, with his umbrella. Injured the ribs.
With his umbrella?
No, mine. I say, let's take it out of his camera. I'll photograph you. I know all about it. Saw him do it yesterday.
All right. Now then, fire up.
Sits down.
I'm squatted.
Aside.
He's got £1,000? Caroline, you go and tell Mother to get supper. I'll bring the convict. I mean Mr. Staggers. Better take a cab.
To Staggers.
Young manacles, haven't got 5 shillings about you, have you?
Course I have. Glad you asked me. Don't I belong to the family?
You do, and a highly useful member you'll become.
Takes money.
Here you are, Caroline.
Gives her money.
Goodbye, Ebenezer.
My angel, goodbye.
Exit Caroline, center.
Don't I feel jolly now I've found her? I'm lighter than a cork. I shall have to be wired down directly. Get up.
Pulls Bob out of chair.
I don't know what I'm about. Sit down.
Forces him into chair.
This excitement has upset me.
Get up.
I forgot. We want the plates and chemicals. He keeps them in here.
Pointing to cupboards.
You go in there.
Points to cupboard right.
That's where he keeps the plates.
Keeps the plates here, does he? Dirty beast. Wonder where he keeps the knives and forks.
Bob, going to cupboard right, looks in.
Go in.
Puts him in.
Shut the door. Light's fatal.
So's darkness, I think. Phew, don't it stink.
Goes in, looking out.
None of your locks now.
Shuts door. Staggers, going to cupboard left. Opens door.
Whew! It's enough to kill a fellow. Never mind, it's only for a minute.
Enters and shuts door after him. M. Angelo, who enters cautiously.
All quiet. They were tired of waiting, I suppose.
Looking round.
No indications of violence. There's no time to be lost. I've decided on quitting these quarters for a month and taking a better half for life. Diana and Dover. Sea bathing, shrimps, and Winkles. No, hang Winkles. I've had enough of him. As I'm not aware of the existence of any Act of Parliament to prevent a gentleman securing his property, here goes.
Goes to cupboard left and locks it, putting key in his pocket.
I don't pretend to any refinement of feeling, but I'm blowed if I'd put a fellow in that den.
Crosses to right and locks cupboard, pocketing the key.
And as for this, it's the most awful cell out. Now, I've made everybody and everything snug and comfortable. Hurrah! For Diana and Dover! Tra-la-la!
Dances off center. Staggers, knocking at door.
It's all ready. Open the door.
Let me out, snakes. I'll smash up everything.
Do, there's a good fellow. I'm choking. It's poisonous.
Water! Murder!
Crash heard.
All chemicals down. It's all up. I'm on fire. I shall burst.
Open the door, do. This is manslaughter. Goodbye, Caroline.
Noise heard.
The expiring words of Staggers are...
Enter Michelangelo, center.
In the excitement of the moment, I quite forgot Diana was coming here. She can't be long now.
Takes a chair.
A moment of calm reflection, and a mouthful of something to eat wouldn't be amiss.
Takes from his pocket a penny roll and a sausage.
As the only nourishing article of consumption I've tasted today is a...
Noise in cupboard left.
Cat, by jingo. That's the 3rd floors. It's my belief they neglect that animal, poor devil. I locked him in, I suppose.
Goes to cupboard, calling out.
Pish! Get out of that!
I can't. Goodbye, farewell.
Burglars, by the Lord Harry!
Calling to Staggers.
You're in for it. Serves you right for prigging.
Calling through keyhole.
It's a lifer. Horsemonger Lane Jail. He must be hard up for oxygen. Blowed if he isn't breaking through the keyhole. He's on the qui-vive.
Goes to table and gets tumbler of water, which he throws through keyhole.
Get out of that, you luxurious blackguard.
Listening.
I think he's expiring. I hear him blowing and gasping. He's near his last kick. Can't hurt if I do let him out.
Opens door. Staggers comes out, face somewhat black. He appears exhausted and sinks into the nearest chair.
He's awful bad.
Shakes him.
Wake up, young kleptomania. Hello. It's my friend fading away. I'm off. Devilish hard I can't enjoy a meal without being disturbed.
Puts roll and sausage into his pocket.
A glass of water, and I'll forgive you.
M. Angelo, aside.
What a thirsty beast. He's had one.
Brings him glass of water. Staggers, taking it.
I shan't survive it.
M. Angelo, stopping him.
Don't drink it, then.
No, not this. That awful cell.
Points to cupboard, appears exhausted, closes his eyes. M. Angelo, sitting down, commences to eat again.
Have a bit.
Offers him sausage, looking at him.
Hang me if he hasn't put the shutters up. Wake up! How do you think a gentleman can enjoy the luxuries of life if you persist in conducting yourself in that disgraceful manner? Think you're at an alderman's feast, I suppose. I'm powerfully impressed with the idea that there's an undue proportion of pepper with the meat in this orbicular diet, which popular prejudice has condemned as an article of consumption. But when you know the author of 'em, as I do, and feel convinced you're eating—
Noise heard in cupboard right.
Cat by jingo.
Getting up.
It's enough to make a fellow feel sick. I can't get a morsel of food without being interrupted.
Goes to cupboard right, calls out.
Pish! Get out of that. Fancy you were on the tiles, perhaps, but you ain't.
Bob, from inside.
Old Staggers, I'll smash you when I get out.
Burglar this time.
Calling to him.
You're in for it. It's a lifer. I'm going for assistance. You'd better make yourself comfortable till the van comes.
Going down to Staggers, who has somewhat recovered.
I say, I've got him.
Who?
Burglar, you fool. You didn't think it was Cardinal Wolsey, did you?
Where?
M. Angelo, pointing to cupboard.
There.
I expect it's Bob.
What Bob?
Bob Crop, my Caroline's brother.
M. Angelo, aside.
Bob Crop? His Caroline's brother? Consequently, Bob Crop, my Caroline's brother.
Let him out.
Are you confident he's well secured?
Yes.
Then I shall conclude my irregular meal.
Sits down and commences eating.
Want to murder the man, do you? Give me the key. He must be nearly dead. I ought to know. I was as nigh gone as a toucher myself.
M. Angelo, giving him key.
Oh, if you think he's nearly expired, you can let him out. I shan't.
Staggers goes to cupboard, unlocks door. Bob issues, face blackened, seizes Staggers, beats him round stage.
I got you, you jailbird. Lock me in, would you?
Now he's beginning again. Let's go. This is another egregious mistake. It's the other man. I never locked you in.
How did I know that? You'd no business to let me out then. Serves you right. Don't you do it again.
Certainly not.
Didn't you hear me singing out?
No, you never sung out.
I didn't. I howled, though. I've been doing nothing else since I've been in there but yell and yell. Look at me. Ain't I yeller? The infernal bottles kept tumbling about. I'm died.
I'm dead. I've been in there too.
Pointing to cupboard left.
Don't you delude yourself with the idea that I've had a pleasant time of it. 'Course I haven't. Look at me. Call this a respectable appearance? I say I never locked you in.
Why didn't you say so, then? Got the lockjaw?
No, I got the key to it.
To the lockjaw?
No, to the mystery.
Where?
Staggers, pointing to Michelangelo.
There.
Bob, seizing M. Angelo.
Come here. I didn't see you before. Now, Michelangelo, I'll work you to an oil. No use resisting. In you go.
Collars him.
Of course you do.
Seizes him.
I'm innocent.
You'd better inform the public you're retiring from business.
Mr. Crop, don't. It's quite a mystery to me. This lock beats the human understanding. I say, be generous. Don't plunge me into despair. It's very likely I shall be the father of a family. You ought to take that into consideration. I'll do anything. I'll marry Caroline.
Marry Caroline? You brute. Only breathe her name and you're a corpse.
Drags him along.
Now this maniac's beginning.
In you go. You'll have plenty of time for reflection in the dark.
Don't make light of it. I'll marry her.
No, you won't.
I'm engaged to her.
So am I.
Do you mean to marry her?
Yes.
Then I'll forgive you. You ain't joking, are you?
Forgive me? I don't mean to forgive you. I've had my neck dislocated, my head punched, my back broken. I've been dragged a horrible spectacle round this room, and only just escaped suffocation by a mere chance. All this on your account, and now you want to marry my wife, when you're anxious to forgive me. I object to it. Want to marry her?
No, I don't. I wouldn't marry her for...
Looks at Bob. Bob, shaking him.
Wouldn't you?
I'll do anything.
Aside.
Here's sudden death on both sides, and a gaping cemetery in front. Mr. Crop, respect the last moments. It looks bad to be hurried into a tomb.
In you go, Nick, and...
Pushes him.
Crop, don't. It's a solemn moment. Don't.
Struggles. Enter Diana, runs to Bob, stopping him.
Spare him, I implore you. Look at him, he's going to die.
Yes, going to die, Anna.
Bob, to Angelo.
Who's this young woman? Do you know her?
M. Angelo, to Staggers.
You're going to marry Caroline, ain't you? None of your larks, you know.
Of course I am.
Who is it?
M. Angelo, to Bob.
I say, you won't be angry, will you? It's my wife that is to be. Subject to your approval, of course.
Yes, gentlemen, spare him.
To Bob.
Don't strike him. Forgive him for my sake.
Go it, Diana. They can't stand that long.
Well?
Releasing him.
Now looky here. I'm a-going to be lenient with you on account of her. But mind you don't come any of your tricks again with Bob Crop, 'cause if you do...
Shakes fist at him.
I comprehend perfectly. Put it away, don't.
Now, young Staggers, our supper's waiting.
Going.
Stop. Suppose we invite Michelangelo.
I'm agreeable.
Angelo, come and join us. You can bring Mrs. Angelo. Forgive and forget. I like to do the thing handsome.
He ain't a bad sort.
What are you dodging about? Come along.
I want to say a few words to our friends in front.
Why don't you do it then?
So I will.
Coming to footlights.
Ladies and gentlemen, my attempts at photography haven't been encouraging, but if I have only succeeded in developing a smile and fixing your attention, I shall accept it as a positive proof that however exaggerated might have been the lens employed to focus the follies of an hour, it has at least your approbation, and the artist and his assistants in this tableau will only be too happy to prepare plates for your entertainment whenever you'll favor us with a sitting.
Bob, Diana, Michelangelo, Staggers, Curtain. End of A Photographic Fix by Frederic Hay.
Faint Heart Never Won Fair Lady, a comedy in one act by J.R. Planche. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cast of Characters.
Ruy Gomez, read by Caveat.
The Marquis de Santa Cruz, read by Andrew James.
King Charles II of Spain, read by Matea Bracic.
The Duchess de Torre Nueva, read by Kelly Taylor.
Reading the role of Doña Leonora is Elise D.
Guzman, read by Greg Giordano.
Lopez, read by Larry Wilson.
Pedro, read by Adrian Stevens. Page, read by Adrian Stevens.
Stage directions, read by Tchaikovsky. Faint Heart Never Won Fair Lady. Scene 1. A richly furnished apartment in the Palace of Buen Retiro. Large doorway in center, leading into a gallery. A window on each side. That on left, looking into same gallery. That on right, into garden, with a balcony before it. Doors on each side. Right door closed. Center door open. Left door open. Bell and candelabras on table. Enter Ruy Gomez, right.
Faint heart never won fair lady, saith the proverb, and to prove it, here I am in spite of high walls, deep ditches, watchful servants, and, what is yet more difficult to struggle with, the ingenuity of a woman.
Footsteps left.
She comes, but her old aunt is with her. I must not be seen.
Retires, right side, exit. Enter the Duchess and Donna Leonora. Left. Duchess, right.
My dear aunt, what is the matter? Why this agitation?
Agitation? I have seen what was enough to agitate any woman.
And what may that be?
A young man.
A young man? Mercy on me, my dear aunt. You don't mean to say that the sight of a young man can agitate a person of your years and discretion?
Niece, he was on top of a wall 12 feet high.
12 feet high? The wall or the young man?
The wall, of course. How silly.
Nay, not at all. For had it been the young man, I could have accounted for your agitation.
But you won't hear me out.
Well?
I was reading, as usual, under the great lemon tree on the south side of the garden, when I was startled by the fall of a man's hat almost at my feet. I looked up and saw, to my surprise and horror, a young cavalier standing upon the wall directly above my head. Before I could utter a cry for help, he made one bound into the garden, and picking up at the same time with his own hat the book which I had dropped, handed it to me with a profound bow, and vanished.
Vanished?
Disappeared on the instant. If this book had not been a holy one, which no evil spirit would have dared to touch, I should not hesitate to say that I had seen—
A letter falls out of the book.
The Virgin guard me! What's that?
Ruy Gomez appears at door.
A letter?
Picks it up and crosses left.
Out of this book.
It is addressed to me. Slipped into the volume, no doubt, by the stranger as he picked it up. So. This is no spirit which you have seen, aunt, but a most audacious young officer, who has for months been my very shadow, and to avoid whom I so suddenly quitted Madrid for this retired palace.
Audacious indeed. A young officer presumed to persecute the Duchess de Torrenueva, one of the principal ladies of honor to her most Catholic Majesty Maria of Austria, Queen Regent of Spain. Why have you not complained to the proper authorities and had him punished for his impertinence?
It would have cost him his commission, perhaps his life, and I am unwilling to resort to such extreme measures, while there is a hope by milder means of curing him of his folly.
Half crosses right. Catches a glimpse of Ruy Gomez, who is retreating. She recrosses back to left.
Ha! He is there.
Folly indeed. It is downright insanity, and if he is not to be hanged, he should be confined for life.
Leonora keeping her face to the right.
I begin to fear, indeed, that he will drive me to that disagreeable necessity. The Marquis de Santa Cruz, to whom my hand has been promised by the Queen, arrives here today.
Raising her voice.
And unless that imprudent young man departs instantly and without observation from any part of the palace in which he may be at present concealed, it will be my duty to inform the Marquis of all the circumstances.
Santa Maria concealed? To be sure, he must be at this moment somewhere in the gardens of the palace. Let me hasten and give orders for an immediate search among the shrubberies.
Crosses left. Duchess, laying her hand upon her arm as Leonora crosses.
But without hinting, if you please, at the motive of the intruder, whom, if discovered, they will allow to depart unquestioned, but on no pretext whatever to enter the palace.
Enter the palace? Santa Maria forbid! So desperate a personage might violate the sanctity of even my apartments.
Exit Donna Leonora, left center.
Now then, to exterminate this folly, if possible, without éclat, with scandal.
Going to the door of the apartment, right, in which Ruy Gomez is concealed, and flinging it open.
Enter, sir. I am alone.
Ruy entering rapidly and crossing left as he speaks.
How, madam? You know I was here, and you have now only concealed that knowledge, but vouchsafed it to command my attendance.
Nay, more, sir. I request you to be seated.
Oh, happiness!
Drawing a chair close to that which the Duchess had seated herself.
But a little further off, if you please.
He draws his chair away.
That will do. Now, sir, your name. I perceive by this note it is Ruy Gomez, and your rank a lieutenant in the regiment of Castile.
He bows.
'Tis well, Signor Ruy Gomez. I am glad to have this opportunity of speaking to you.
Ah, madam.
I blame myself for having so long avoided such an occurrence.
Can it be possible?
As one interview might have spared us both considerable pain and inconvenience.
Madam,
One moment you fancy yourself desperately in love.
Fancy?
Well, I have no time to argue that point with you, and will therefore admit, for brevity's sake, that you are really and deeply in love with the Duchess de Torrenueva.
Not with the Duchess, with the woman who bears that title.
Oh, I acquit you at once of the meaner ambition, and am vain enough, if you please, not to profess astonishment that I have attracted the attention and unwittingly disturbed the repose of a romantic young lieutenant of the Musketeers. My surprise is occasioned by a much more extraordinary circumstance. The confidence, in short, with which you have herein expressed that I should not only permit the declaration of, but actually return your passion.
Does anyone, madam, love without hope? I have heard of such a case, but do not believe it.
Duchess, aside.
Was there ever such assurance?
Nay, let me ask yourself, madam, it is scarcely 6 months ago that near your palace at Madrid there existed, unknown to you, a young man without friends, without fortune, whose sole desire, his only object in the world, was to hear one day one word addressed to him by those lips, were it but indifference, nay, even of anger. Now, when you consider that years might have elapsed before he could have attained that single word, and that since so short a space of time as 6 months, he finds himself seated before you, conversing with you in your own apartments, by your own command, declaring that he loves, that he adores you, I ask you, madam, if I have not reason to trust in the power of love, and to believe that with love nothing is impossible.
Duchess, aside.
His confidence is positively alarming, but I must hurry matters to a close.
Aloud.
Signor Ruy Gomez, all this is very fine and very romantic, but you have jumped a little too hastily at your conclusion. You have not waited to hear my reason for granting you this interview. It is simply to inform you that you are incurring great personal risk, and what would be more terrible to you, considerable ridicule by this indulgence of a passion for one who does not and cannot take the slightest interest in your fate, and who considers this plain declaration more likely to bring you to your senses than threats of any punishment your rashness may have merited.
Madam, you have no doubt calculated that such expressions of cold disdain and contemptuous pity would confound and humiliate me. Little do you know of Ruy Gomez. I have heard them, it is true, but without feeling their force. I was listening with all my soul to the delicious sound of your voice, devouring with my eyes the lovely form before me. It is enough for me to hear these accents, to gaze upon those features. My happiness is too great to reflect upon the meaning they convey.
Duchess, aside.
What on earth is to be done with him?
Aloud. They rise.
Enough, sir. There is no reasoning with a madman.
Ruy moves chair up.
This interview is our first and our last. From this moment, orders will be issued to prevent you obtaining access to this or any other mansion in which I may be residing, and I warn you, should you attempt to elude the vigilance of my domestics, you will suffer the consequences, however serious.
Crosses left. Right.
I accept with joy your defiance, madam, for a defiance it is. I thank you with my whole heart for not having employed the only means that might have compelled my absence, although it could not have destroyed my love. Had you conjured me by an affection to have abstained from beholding you, the spell might have been too potent for me to resist. As it is, you challenge me to the combat. You dare me to the attack.
Duchess left.
No, sir. I do not challenge. I do not defy. I command you.
In the name of love.
No, sir. As the Duchess de Torrenueva, I command the immediate departure of Lieutenant Ruy Gomez.
Goes up left to table, rings bell, and crosses right during rest of speech.
And I presume I shall not be insulted before my servants.
Insulted? You have, at last, found a word to wound me. But no, you do not. You cannot believe me capable of such a crime.
No matter.
Enter Lopez left, who puts chair back.
Lopez, attend that gentleman to the gates, and let a strict watch be kept that neither he nor any other stranger enter the palace or the grounds belonging to it, previous to the arrival of the Marquis de Santa Cruz.
Lopez bows and exits center.
The Marquis de Santa Cruz?
To whom, in 3 days, I shall be married, Signor.
3 days? There is time enough in 3 days to win 3 battles, madam.
Goes hastily to left, stops, bows low, and exit.
He is mad. He must be mad. And it would therefore be a charity to write to the Minister at War that proper care might be taken of him. He may otherwise commit some breach of discipline which might affect his honour or his life. 1,000 pities. So young, so intelligent, so ardent, so devoted. For I cannot doubt the sincerity, however I may deplore the folly of his attachment. With what fervour and with what confidence he pleads his cause. Did I not really pity his infatuation, I could be amused by the originality of his manner and his language. Even the announcement of my immediate marriage could not stagger him. Mercy on me! What would the Marquis say to so determined a rival? Especially as he well knows I give him my hand in compliance with the commands of my sovereign, and not in obedience to any dictation of my heart, which, to say the most, is but a passive agent in the transaction.
Re-enter Donna Leonora, center. Leonora, left.
My dear niece, the Marquis is arrived.
Already?
He is on the grand staircase.
You have not mentioned your alarm about the stranger?
Certainly not. Could you think me so indiscreet?
Enter Lopez, center.
The Marquis de Santa Cruz.
Duchess, aside.
It was time to get rid of the lieutenant.
Enter the Marquis, right center, preceded by 2 servants, who bow him on and exit. Marquis, center.
My dear Duchess, once more I have the happiness to behold you, to press this fair hand to my lips.
You have arrived earlier than I expected, Marquis.
Not earlier, I trust, than is agreeable to the Duchess de Torrenueva.
Assuredly not. But the time you stated in your letter...
A summons from the minister fortunately furnished me with an excuse to leave the palace some hours before I calculated, and at the conclusion of my audience I determined on proceeding hither forthwith.
And our royal charge, our beloved young monarch, I trust his majesty is in better health.
Madam, with all due respect, be it spoken, his majesty is in sufficient health to occasion me a serious fit of illness, at least once a fortnight, by the constant excitement of my nervous system. He is now 15, and has for some months past evinced an impatience of advice and control which is extremely alarming. Responsible as I am to the Queen Regent and Don Fernando, the Prime Minister, for his safe keeping and acquiescence in all matters of state, you will scarcely believe me when I assure you it is no longer ago than yesterday that His Majesty boldly asserted that it was impossible for a king to govern wisely and justly without personally studying the character and habits of his people, and upon my attempting to point out his error, flew into a violent passion, and bestowed upon me an epithet which I will not shock your ears by repeating.
Is it possible? On you, his governor?
His Majesty, I presume, begins to fancy that it is time for him to be a governor himself.
Some such awkward notion has undoubtedly occurred to him, and occasions considerable anxiety to his royal mother, and my friend and patron the minister. But detract not, I entreat you, for the happiness I experience at present by recalling to my mind the painful duties of my official situation.
You will accompany us to the salon and partake of some refreshment after your journey?
Most willingly. Your hand, madam. Oh, joy! To think that in 3 days this hand will be given to me for ever.
Crossing left with Duchess. Duchess aside.
If he had heard the lieutenant.
Exit Marquis, handing Duchess out, left.
I am sure I shall be delighted when the marriage has taken place, for however great the responsibility of the Marquis, as governor of the king his anxiety cannot exceed mine, placed as I am to regulate the household and watch over the interests and reputation of a young, noble, rich and beautiful widow, for whom men are climbing walls, jumping into gardens, and putting profane notes into prayer books. Mercy preserve us.
Charles steals on left and hides center.
I trust they have discovered and expelled the intruder, or I shall not sleep a wink tonight.
Enter Lopez and Pedro, hastily, left.
Has anybody passed you, madam?
Passed me?
Yes, madam. For while I was conducting a stranger signor out of one gate by order of my lady, somebody else slipped in by another gate, and made directly across the gardens for the palace.
For the palace?
Yes, madam. I saw him, and gave him chase, but he was too nimble for me. I'm sure, however, that he entered the building.
Goes up center and looks about.
Search everywhere. Goodness guard us. The Marquis must really be informed of this. I shall insist upon my niece's speaking to him directly. One of you come with me, for I'm too frightened to walk by myself along the corridor.
Exit Donna Leonora with Lopez. One way left, and Pedro, searching the other, right. Enter Charles cautiously, center.
Escaped for the present, but what's to be done next? I can't play at hide-and-seek all night, and I'm ferociously hungry. A plague upon't, I've made a pretty choice, it seems, of a place of refuge, my governor here, and if I'm seen and known, I shall be sent back to Madrid the next moment, and more closely cooped up than ever. I must decamp as quickly as possible, but how? There seems some alarm given, and they are most likely on the watch. That way?
Points left.
Won't do, for there I saw the Marquis. And where these doors,
Points right,
may lead to, I don't know. Perhaps from this window I may ascertain.
As he approaches the window, looking behind him all the way, Ruy Gomez is seen right, ascending the balcony, and as Charles opens the window, he steps in. Both start, coming down. Ruy aside, right.
We're laid.
Charles, left of window, aside.
Discovered.
Harkye, boy, hold thy peace, and I will give thee a crown. Alarm the household.
Crosses left.
And I will give thee a sound drubbing. Choose.
The crown, by all means.
Thou hast it. Be gone.
Charles, right.
The very thing I would, But there's the difficulty. Unless I can get out the way you got in.
Rui left.
That will depend upon the sureness of thy foot and the strength of thy head. The road is rather steeper than the king's highway, but thou art free to try it if the grand staircase is too easy.
Charles, aside,
Anything sooner than be caught by the Marquis.
runs up to window and tries to get over balcony. Rui, aside.
Some page who has deserved a whipping.
Seeing Charles awkwardly attempting to get over the balcony.
Hold, sdeath, boy! Thou wilt break thy neck that way. Here, at this side, there are niches in the stonework by which thou mayest descend.
Ah, I see. Thanks. Tell me, what is your name?
Comes down, center.
Rui Gomez.
Rui Gomez. I shall remember, and if I can ever save you from breaking your neck, command me.
What is your name, then?
Charles, hand on his arm.
Charles, King of Spain and the Indies.
The king!
Kneeling and catching hold of his cloak.
Oh, sire, on my knee.
Let go, friend. It's no time for compliments.
Pardon me, sire, but the danger should your foot slip.
Will it slip the sooner because I'm a king?
But your majesty cannot have been accustomed.
Then my majesty must learn.
But, sire...
Charles, impatiently and stamping his foot.
But...
Crosses left.
You're as bad as the Marquis. Nobody will let me have my own way. What's the use of being a king and 15 years old?
What has your majesty to fear that you should run this risk?
The Marquis, my mother, the minister, everybody. They'll send me to Madrid, shut me up in the old palace.
They will not dare.
Oh, won't they, though?
They shall not, if your majesty will condescend to be guided by me.
I will, for I like you, Rui. You're a bold fellow and my friend. What shall I do?
Proclaim your majority and assert your rights. Dissolve the Council of Regency. Be the king you are, sire, and no longer an infant in leading strings.
Saint Jago, what a rate you go at! What would my governor say if he heard you?
Think rather what your people would say. How Spain would rejoice that their king has thrown off the yoke imposed upon him by an ambitious mother and her unworthy favourite.
Are you quite sure of that?
I will answer for it with my head. One word from Charles II and it will be answered with the vivas from Cadiz to Bayonne.
Then tell me what to say, and I'll say it, if it's only to plague my governor.
Deign to follow me, sire. I have been in these apartments before, and I know the plan of them. There are writing materials in the next room.
Marquis, without.
This way, madam.
Run then! Here's somebody coming!
Exit Rui Gomez and Charles, right. Enter the Duchess and the Marquis, left, preceded by Lopez with lights which he places on a table and exits.
And you positively refuse to name the person who has been hardy enough to intrude upon you thus?
I do, my lord.
What am I to think, madam, of such a refusal?
Whatever you may feel yourself justified in thinking, I lay no restraint upon your Excellency's imagination.
I must be a cold lover indeed if I did not see in this mysterious stranger a presuming rival. I will not say a favoured one.
Why not, sir, while you are indulging in suspicions?
Because I will not believe that the Duchess de Torrenueva would, on the very eve of marriage with a nobleman chosen by her sovereign, encourage the presumption of an obscure adventurer.
I am flattered that the Marquis de Santa Cruz should at least admit the improbability of my forfeiting my word of honour or disgracing the names of two noble families.
Madam, I meant not to offend, but I cannot forget that I owe your consent to this marriage, not to affection or the slightest preference for me, but to the strongly expressed wish of our royal mistress, acting upon an avowed and general indifference which rendered the importunities of 100 other admirers a positive annoyance. Would it be wonderful if your heart should at last have been touched, if, even unacknowledged to yourself, love should have taken possession of that hitherto insensible bosom?
My lord Marquis, I have already declared to you that such is not, cannot be the case.
Crosses left.
Cannot.
Enter Lopez, right center.
A gentleman of His Excellency's household desires immediate audience of the Marquis de Santa Cruz.
Admit him.
Exit Lopez, right center.
What new alarm? Ha! Guzman.
Enter Guzman, right center.
My lord, your presence is instantly required at the palace. The king has contrived to elude his attendants, and fled, no one knows whither.
How? Confusion. The king not to be found? Fled? Alone? No trace? Distraction. I shall be ruined. It will be laid at my absence. Madam, I must leave you instantly and give orders for the pursuit of His Majesty.
Coming up right is met by Rui, who presents a paper to the Marquis.
From the king.
From the king?
Duchess, aside.
Rui Gomez?
Marquis, reading hastily.
We, Charles, King of Spain and the Indies, having attained our majority, do hereby declare and ordain the Council of Regency dissolved. Our beloved brother Don John of Austria, Viceroy of Aragon, is Prime Minister. The Marquis of Santa Cruz is charged with the immediate promulgation of this, our sovereign will and pleasure, given in our palace of the Buen Retiro, the 12th of January, 1677, in the 12th year of our reign, signed Charles.
Amazement! His Majesty here?
Retires up to a table. Marquis, aside.
'Tis the king's hand, and the blow is struck. The game is up with the Queen Mother and Don Fernando. Don John of Austria is the darling of the people and the army. To resist would be treason, and by implicit obedience I secure the favour of the king and the new minister. I should be mad to hesitate.
Aloud.
Signor, I fly to execute the commands of His Majesty.
Bows to Duchess. Exit the Marquis and Guzman, right center. Duchess, right.
So, Signor.
Rui, left.
Pardon me, madam, that I am here against your positive orders, but I am now in attendance on the king, who is to hold his first council in the state apartments of this royal palace.
The king's commands must be obeyed, Signor. But as an order for my attendance is not included in them, you will not, I presume, prevent my retiring to my own apartments.
Certainly not, madam. Had I the power to do so, I would not exercise it. It is not by compulsion I trust to triumph over your indifference. I am not a Marquis de Santa Cruz. I would not accept your hand as the king's gift, unless your heart were in it.
Duchess, crossing left.
I rejoice at this intelligence, as it removes the only fear I could entertain upon the subject, and which the new and unexpected position I find you in might give rise to.
Rui, right.
Even such an evident determination cannot discourage me, madam. I feel it is impossible for a love like mine to fail in eventually obtaining its reward. It may be days.
Duchess, left.
Days?
Weeks, months, years. We are young. I can wait. And if his life has but spared us...
Duchess, aside.
I declare the man frightens me out of my wits.
Aloud.
I am to blame for listening to this folly, this impertinence. Another word, and I will claim His Majesty's protection against your persecution. He cannot in honour refuse me.
I am dumb, madam. With a breath you can fetter my tongue, and banish me your presence.
Goes to right.
But while I live there is no power on earth that can extinguish my love, or the hope that is born of it.
Exit right.
This is too much. We shall see, Signor Gomez. At least as far as the hope you cling to. I do not love the Marquis, certainly. I had begun even to regret I had yielded so easily to the request of the Queen. But now I am nettled, provoked, defied, and this very day, if the Marquis does not object, I will sign the contract. I will tell him all, show him the necessity. Sure, what am I saying? If that silly young man heard me, he would think I doubted my own resolution, that I was afraid to trust myself. No, There is no absolute necessity, but I choose to be married today, just to prove to him the fallacy of his calculations, to level his audacious hopes to the ground, to plague, to vex, to mortify, to... Hang the fellow, say I! I am ashamed to think how much he has ruffled me.
Walking across the stage. Enter Leonora left. The Duchess walks up and down. Leonora follows her.
Oh, my dear niece, I shall never survive the agitation of this day. You have heard, of course, what has happened? The king is here in the great saloon, and to think that I had nearly caused him to be turned neck and heels out of the palace, if it should reach his ears, now that he has assumed the reins of government. Ah, I see you are as much agitated as I am. Let us hasten and fling ourselves at his Majesty's feet.
Following the Duchess, who has been pacing the stage impatiently. Duchess, stopping suddenly.
Aunt, let me know the moment the Marquis returns.
He has returned with some of the great officers of state. They are waiting till his Majesty has satisfied his royal appetite to learn his pleasure respecting the Queen and Don Fernando, who have both quitted the capital.
Quitted the capital?
In the greatest alarm the moment they heard of the king's escape. Ah, here comes his Excellency.
Enter the Marquis and 2 pages. Right, center. Marquis, center.
Madam, I have snatched one instant from the important business with which I am entrusted to apologize for my groundless jealousy. His Majesty himself, it appears, was the stranger whom my fears had converted into a rival, and your refusal to name the mysterious individual is now fully accounted for. Pardon me, I entreat.
My lord, you are now more mistaken than before. His Majesty's presence in this place was wholly unknown to me, and the individual I objected to name was a most presuming, though certainly not a favoured rival.
Ha!
I can witness to his presumption.
His name, madam, that I may punish.
I have no longer any desire to conceal it, but you must promise me to limit his punishment to the mere extinction of his hopes by the immediate solemnization of our marriage. It is my desire that the contract should be signed this very day.
I applaud your resolution, niece.
You overwhelm me with happiness, madam, and yet my honour must surely require...
The rank and station of the offender is not sufficient to permit you to measure swords with him, and I make it an express condition that you should not seek any less noble vengeance.
I am bound, then, to subscribe to it, and Donna Leonora is witness to the engagement.
I am satisfied, and have now no hesitation in declaring that this formidable rival is a simple lieutenant in the regiment of Castile, named Ruy Gomez.
Ruy Gomez? Surely this is the name of the young man in attendance on the king.
Crosses to left corner.
He who brought me the letter.
The same.
In attendance on his Majesty.
The king calls him his friend.
Indeed.
Mercy on me, and I have indulged in expressions... Oh, let me hasten to apologize.
Runs off, right. Marquis, left.
He may have influence enough to cause the interference of his Majesty.
If you think so, the less delay should there be in signing the contract.
Madam, how flattering is this anxiety.
Enter Guzman. Right, center.
I will give immediate orders. Ha! Guzman, you are come at a wish. Return immediately to Madrid and tell my notary to prepare the marriage contract for signature this evening.
For this evening, my lord, I came to tell you that you are to depart immediately for Aragon.
For Aragon?
Your lordship is to have the distinguished honour of personally communicating to Don John of Austria his Majesty's commands.
Duchess, right.
You see, 'tis his work. There can be no doubt of it.
Hasten, my lord, for his Majesty.
Marquis, center.
Well, what is to be done, madam?
Decline the mission.
Decline the mission? Reject so signal a mark of the king's favour?
What, when it is so plain a proof of your rival's influence?
Nay, madam, I can scarcely believe that so great an honour, so important, and so advantageous an appointment would have been suggested by an enemy.
As you please, sir, as you please. Go and abandon me to Ruy Gomez.
Madam, you distress me beyond measure, but perhaps, after all, you may be mistaken. Guzman.
The king.
2 pages throw open right doors. One of them moves chair back, right. Enter Charles, right. The Marquis, Duchess, and Guzman kneel.
Rise, madam. Marquis, I am much pleased at the promptitude with which you have executed my first command, and, as a proof of my favour, I make you bearer of this letter to my brother, Don John.
Sire, I...
Hesitates and looks at the Duchess.
Take it, and with it the cross of St. Jago, and the assurance of our future favour.
Marquis, hastily taking the letter and pressing the king's hand to his lips.
Sire, a life of devotion.
'Tis well, 'tis well, 'tis very well.
Charles, to Marquis.
You must set out forthwith. Dispatch is of the utmost consequence.
Crosses left and up stage.
I will not lose a moment, sire.
Bows and crosses centre to Duchess.
Madam, you perceive it is impossible. Farewell for a few days.
Exit right centre with Guzman. Duchess aside.
Farewell, sir, forever. Nothing shall compel me to be that man's wife. But Ruy Gomez shall not triumph. I will enter a convent. Take the veil sooner than...
King turns and speaks. Charles, left centre.
Is not that the Duchess de Torrenueva?
Page, left.
It is, sire.
Have I not heard my mother speak of a marriage betwixt my late governor and yourself, madam?
My hand was promised to him by Her Majesty while Queen Regent.
Charles, centre.
Then I am doubly rewarded for having sacrificed a very strong prejudice at the shrine of friendship.
Duchess, right.
Sire?
I had no great love for the Marquis, I must confess, and was rather inclined to pay him off old scores, but my friend Ruy Gomez made such a point of his being selected.
I am right, then, sire, in suspecting that it was to the good offices of that gentleman we are so much indebted.
Entirely. I wished Gomez himself to go. I offered to make him captain, colonel, count, marquis, duke. No, he would have nothing, and he would not stir. There never was such an obstinate fellow.
Duchess, emphatically.
Never.
Ah, you know him, then, and agree with me. Harkee, I should like to play him a trick.
A trick?
Yes. I feel he has made a king of a truant schoolboy. But for his advice and encouragement I should have been still a subject, a tool, an infant. I must do something for him in return, and there must be something in which I can serve him. He has refused honours, wealth, employment. What can be his motive?
Has he not told you, sire?
No, not hinted at it. But there is some secret, or he wouldn't have scrambled in at that window.
By that window?
Oh, yes, he climbed like a cat, and must have as many lives, I should think, to have risked his neck so coolly. Now, if you could find his secret out...
I?
Aside.
Is this a plot?
Yes, you, for he won't tell me. I think there is a lady in the case.
Duchess, aside.
What shall I say?
I wish I knew who it was, for whatever obstacle...
Indeed, sire. Would not the objection of the lady herself...
Ah, that is one which did not occur to me.
Your Majesty would not surely enforce her marriage?
No, no, I will be no tyrant.
Crosses right. Duchess, aside.
So far, then, I'm safe.
But I cannot think such is the case. He is young, handsome, quick-witted, brave as a lion, and unless the lady were attached to another, at all events, I will send him to you on some pretext, and do you sound him on the subject, find out how I can serve him, and ask anything for yourself or your future husband.
Exit right, followed by first and second pages.
Was there ever a woman in such a situation? The fates conspire with that mad young man against me. Has he told the king or not? I think not. His Majesty could not have acted the part so well. What's to be done? I can't see him. I won't see him. And yet, how evade the command of the king? Oh, I could cry with vexation. Ah, Ruy Gomez, Ruy Gomez! You may bless your fortunate stars by whatever lucky accident you have obtained this favour with your sovereign, for in the temper I now am, were it not for his certain protection, no foolish compassion would prevent my crushing your insolent hopes, though at the cost of your life, sir.
Flings herself passionately into a chair left and beats the ground with her foot. Enter Re Gomez, right. The Duchess starts. Re, right.
Ah, madam, conceive my rapture. His Majesty has informed me you have condescended to desire my presence.
She starts up.
You need some service at my hands. Oh, speak. I have flown to listen and obey you.
Duchess, aside.
They'll drive me mad between them. I need his service.
Aloud.
Signor Gomez, His Majesty has deceived you. Your presence and your service are alike undesired by me. Return and tell him so, for I am provoked beyond all endurance, and will sooner brave the king's displeasure than suffer your persecution.
Crosses right.
Madam, I will do so, and in such terms that his displeasure shall avenge and not assail you.
Crosses right.
It shall light upon the offender, not the offended.
Duchess crosses left.
He's as rash as fire. Stay, Signor. I would not be unjust. If the king really assured you, I have no right, perhaps, to blame.
As I live, madam, by my honour, by my love.
Enough, enough. I believe you, Signor.
Have I then your permission, madam, to demand of the king his motive for so misleading me?
My permission. The king's favourite cannot surely need so poor a privilege.
However great you may consider my presumption, madam, it does not extend to the unauthorized use of your name in such a discussion.
Indeed. Do you mean to affirm that you have never mentioned to the king your... that is, the
inextinguishable passion with which you have inspired me? Never. I scorn to be indebted to any other influence than that of love.
What? When I have the king's own acknowledgment that it was at your solicitation the Marquis was sent on a distant mission, of course to prevent...
Oh, pardon me. I admit at once that I have used and considered myself justified in using any fair means, invention, or accident can afford me of defeating a rival, but not of obtaining your hand, for that I will be indebted to your heart alone. I told you so before, and be assured I will keep my word.
And is this the way, for you provoke me to argue the point with you, is this the way to gain a woman's heart? To cross her every wish, to throw obstacles in her path, to circumvent, oppose, defy her?
Yes, for the wishes I cross are not those of her heart. The obstacles I raise are not in the way to happiness. You may not love me yet, but you do not love anyone else.
Duchess, very quickly.
How do you know, sir? How can you know?
Oh, I am sure of it, or you would have long since dealt the only blow which could have weakened my hopes.
Ah, then, if I did love another...
You would see no more of Ruy Gomez. But you will not descend to falsehood, even to obtain that triumph. Oh no, were you capable of untruth, I could not love you as I do love you. I do not ask the question, I have no right to ask. But I am confident of the fact, and until you do love someone else, I shall never despair of your eventually loving me.
You will make me detest you.
At first, perhaps, and I shall consider that a point gained. I shall have surmounted your indifference, nay, your contempt. A woman cannot long detest a man for merely loving her.
But for persecuting her.
You will not be persecuted by me. This interview, madam, which remember I did not seek, is the last that shall occur without your permission. You will no longer be annoyed by my presence. You will only be aware that there exists a young soldier who loves you beyond expression, who has been offered by his sovereign a rank equal to your own, but chooses to remain a simple lieutenant, to prove the disinterestedness of his affection, whose hopes of final success is not founded on a ridiculous estimate of his own pretensions, but on his faith in the power of a pure, single, intense, and persevering attachment over the free heart of any woman worthy of such devotion.
I know not why I listen to this language.
Crosses right.
Because you feel its truth. Because you are too intelligent not to distinguish a veritable sentiment from a feigned or fancied passion, and too just to punish respectable frankness as you would impertinent vanity.
Duchess, aside.
I would give the world now that I really did love someone else, for I'm horridly afraid he will make me believe I love him, and prove it logically in spite of all I can do or say to the contrary.
Page opens right door and stands at it.
The king is approaching. Am I to understand it was a fabrication on the part of his majesty?
No, not a fabrication. He wished me to see you, and therefore considered me bound to desire your presence.
He wished? Then did you inform him, madam, of my attachment?
I? Certainly not, signor. His Majesty is perfectly ignorant as far as I am concerned.
Then upon what subject?
Pray silence, he is here.
Am I to leave you, madam?
No, yes, do as you please.
Then I remain.
No, you had better retire till I have spoken with him.
You will send for me again, then?
Charles appears at right door.
Perhaps. Go!
Exit Ruy Gomez, left. Enter Charles, right.
Well, Duchess, have you ascertained?
Sire,
Never mind. I know all about it.
You do, sire?
Yes. You are the lady. He has told me himself.
Ruy Gomez?
No, the Marquis.
Oh, the Marquis.
Thinking I might interfere in favour of his rival, he came to me at the moment of his departure for Aragon to request my ratification of the Queen's promise to him of your hand.
And your Majesty?
Oh, I replied at once that I would not control a lady's affection, and if you preferred my friend Ruy Gomez, or anyone else, I should release you from any promise made to the Queen Regent.
I accept the release with joy, sire, but without acknowledging a preference for any other person.
St. Jago! Hold there, though, for I have pledged the Marquis my honour that otherwise I would not interfere, particularly as he assured me that you were so anxious the marriage should take place that you had urged him to decline even the mission to Aragon, rather than defer signing the contract. If, however, he told me a falsehood—
I cannot say he did, sire, for such certainly was my request, and his non-compliance an offence no woman of spirit could pardon. He made his election between the cross of St. Jago and the Duchess de Torrenueva, and I will submit to any punishment your Majesty may inflict sooner than marry the Marquis de Santa Cruz.
By the mass, that's awkward again. For, to settle the point at once, I gave him permission to postpone his departure for an hour, and I expect him here directly with the contract.
With the contract? Oh, sire, I implore you not to sacrifice me to that man.
What's the use of asking me when I have passed my word, and you yourself could get us both out of the scrape by taking my friend Ruy Gomez?
But, sire, the Signor Gomez is an entire stranger to me, for although I have for some time suspected his attachment, I never exchanged words with him till today.
What of that? I never saw or heard of him till this morning, and I'm as fond of him as if he were my own brother.
His manners, I admit, are engaging, but his character may be—
Excellent. I had it from his colonel, who was about to arrest him for being absent without leave.
Excellent indeed. And your Majesty can overlook such a breach of discipline.
Faith, I'd a fellow feeling for him. I was absent without leave myself.
Take stage, right corner. Enter page, center.
The Marquis de Santa Cruz, sire.
Diavolo! What's to be done? Madam, will you marry my friend Rui Gomez or not?
Duchess aside.
Ha! There is yet one way.
Aloud.
Sire, I place my hand at your disposal if the Signor Gomez will take it as your gift.
I warrant him. Viva! Admit the Marquis and tell Rui Gomez we would speak with him.
Exit page, right center.
But should he refuse, sire, I am still released from the Marquis.
Of course. But I am easy on that point.
Enter the Marquis center and the other page left. Gomez from the right door. Rui aside to Duchess.
Have I your permission? For without that, even at the risk of offending His Majesty...
You have it, Signor.
Marquis, the sooner you are on your road to Aragon, the better. The lady has decided against you, and I am free, therefore, to bestow her upon my friend, Rui Gomez.
Crosses center.
Madam, can it be possible?
Hear I aright?
Signor Gomez, as the price of my release from the Marquis de Santa Cruz, I have placed my hand at the disposal of His Majesty. It is the King's gift. Observe, not mine.
Then, madam, it is not Rey Gomez who will accept it. I will owe my happiness to you alone. It is as your devoted lover I must triumph, not as the friend of Charles II. Were it not that the accident which gained me the favour of my sovereign has secured the welfare of my country, I should deem it the most unfortunate that could have befallen me, for it has placed the prize I struggled for within my grasp, only to make me feel in honour bound not to clutch it.
Duchess aside.
I must love him. There's no help for it.
Charles crosses left center.
Tut. Thou art more a boy than I am to act thus.
My liege, I implore your Majesty to ratify the Queen's promise in my favour. The Duchess has no preference for Signor Gomez. It is only because I unfortunately offended her in my zeal for your Majesty's service.
Hold, sir. You may spare your apologies and petitions. His Majesty has most graciously promised not to control my inclinations, and if the Signor Gomez will positively not accept my hand as the King's gift, why then I must give it to him myself, if he will condescend to ask for it.
Oh, transport!
King turns up stage, delighted, and drops down center.
A confusion!
Capital! Marquis, if your horses are saddled...
Sire, I take my leave.
Aside.
The new minister shall revenge me on the favourite.
Exit center.
Sire, the great officers of state are in attendance to accompany your Majesty to Madrid.
We come.
Lopez center.
Rui Gomez, my friend, the Duchess cannot marry a lieutenant of musketeers. What will you be? A count? A marquis? A duke? You have but to say.
Crosses to Rui. Enter nobles center and range at back.
Pardon, sire, but let me answer for him this time. It was as a poor lieutenant he wooed the Duchess, and as a poor lieutenant he shall marry her. I have wealth enough, and as for titles...
The proudest in my estimation are those I have already obtained, the King's friend, and the husband of the Duchess de Terranueva.
Duchess crosses to center.
And apropos of titles, let me say one word as to the title of our play. The proverb may be as true as it is old, for fortune, drawn by a woman, aids the bold. But, mercy on us, ladies, only see how fatal to our power this creed may be. Look at my case. 'Tis hard beyond expression, compelled thus to surrender at discretion. And not alone my husband must I make him, but own I love the fellow too, deuce take him. Now, mind I warn you all, he won't stop here. He'll try to get your sanction to appear, night after night, upon this very stage, and make his odious maxim quite the rage. He knows the men will side with him, of course, and as I yielded, he thinks you must, perforce. What's to be done? For if you say him nay, he won't be satisfied and go away, but with a most provoking air debate the question with you, tell you he can wait, and prove in short, despite of frown or threat, that
faint heart never won fair lady, yet.
The curtain falls. End of Faint Heart Never Won Fair Lady by J.R. Planche.
The Roadhouse in Arden by Philip Moeller. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
Master Hamlet, the Keeper of the Inn. Read by Greg Giordano.
Mistress Cleopatra Hamlet, his wife. Read by M. Lee.
Master Robin Goodfellow Hamlet, their son. Read by Scotty Smith.
Mistress Immortality. Read by Jen Broda.
Sir Francis B., a literary man from London. Read by David Moon.
Master William S., a literary man from London. Read by Todd.
Stage directions read by Joanna Michael Hoyt. The time is then. The scene is the commercial room in the Roadhouse in Arden. It is 7 o'clock of a keen spring morning. Through the tall mullioned window, half of which is flung open, one sees the edge of the forest, and beyond, the yellow-green glimmer of the meadowlands. There is the main door center, and smaller doors right and left. In the left wall is a huge, deep-seated fireplace, and in back a cupboard. In the center is the long table d'hôte of the inn, at the end of which sits Robin Hamlet, a youth of 18, eating eggs. Master Hamlet, his father, enters with a feather duster in his hand. He goes over to a peg in the wall, and takes down a waiter's apron, which he puts on over his traditional costume of black.
At it again, Papa? And so early. You scatter dust better than any man who ever lived.
I have been listening to the crack of the eggshells, and that's the 10th unless I'm mistaken.
You've always found it difficult to have a definite opinion about anything, haven't you?
Is that the way for a child to speak to his parent? I had much more respect for my father.
He looks at his father's picture, which is hanging from his neck.
And see what it cost you.
Hamlet, deeply chagrined.
You're your mother's son, all right.
That establishes half my parentage, but why question the rest? You are insulting your own honor. It is just like you, though, to give yourself all sorts of imaginary troubles.
Have you forgotten the 5th commandment?
Fools make commandments for the wise to forget.
I tremble for your future.
You've always been a splendid trembler, Papa.
Hamlet, coming over to him.
You might have left a little breakfast for me and your mother. Just think.
I don't believe in thought. Too much thinking.
So, you have been discussing my past with your mother?
Can't you ever forget your family troubles?
But my memories
are nothing but the lash with which yesterday flogs tomorrow.
Hamlet, tearfully.
And today?
Robin, jumping up and vaulting across the table.
Today, May is mad with the kiss of April, and the lust of summer stirs the spring.
Hamlet, nervously.
You know I don't like these lyric outbursts. Save all that sort of thing for your mother.
Robin laughs, leaps up, and sits squat-legged on the table.
Ha ha!
Sit still for a moment and let's face the facts.
All right, Papa. Don't you think I am old enough for love?
Hamlet, turning pale.
There are some subjects no self-respecting parent ever discusses with his child. How did you learn such things in the forest here, where we never see a newspaper?
There are certain barnyard facts.
Hamlet, deeply shocked.
So, my innocent boy has learned life from watching the immodesty of nature.
Control yourself, Papa. A nervous parent isn't good for a child.
He breaks another egg.
You've done it. That's the last egg.
We'll get some more.
More? There isn't a shilling in the house. We haven't had a customer for months, and our credit has lost its reputation.
Something's sure to happen. Life can't stand still. Somebody will be passing through the forest.
Hamlet, solemnly.
And in the meantime?
Robin, leaping from the table.
Let's be true optimists. We'll forget all about breakfast and look forward to lunch.
Mistress Hamlet enters, carrying a miniature obelisk.
Good morning, Robin. I hope your father hasn't been annoying you.
Good morning, Mater. You're late.
I simply couldn't get out of bed. It was so cozy under the quilts while your clammy father was shaving. Besides, I just had to finish those French novels.
Then to Hamlet.
Well, Ham, why aren't you cleaning up?
Hamlet, timidly.
There are still last night's dishes, if you...
I mess with those dishes? Not all the perfumes of Arabia could wash away the odor.
But why can't you or Robin help me?
Mistress Hamlet, superbly.
Ham, I am trying very hard to be pleasant. Remember my infinite variety. Even a queen will turn.
And she does so, assuming an Egyptian pose.
Yes, but there's Robin.
Mistress Hamlet, rapturously clasping Robin to her breast.
My poor fragility. Yes, I suppose you would like this delicate lad to bear your fardels for you. You pitiless parent. Can't you see the boy's half starved?
Hamlet, timidly.
Really, my dear?
Mistress Hamlet, angrily.
Ham!
Hamlet begins to dust.
That's right. Dusting is the perfect symbol of your futility. And when you get through, come over here and polish up the heirloom.
She points to the obelisk, which she puts on the table.
What is it, anyway?
What difference does that make? Where is your pride of blood? Hasn't it come down for generations?
But what's the good of it?
Mistress Hamlet, towering in indignant majesty.
What's the good of it? I can't breathe in such a Philistine atmosphere. To you and your father, I suppose, nothing is good unless it's useful. Thank God I'm a woman. Too much practicality chokes me and always has. I'd as lief die this minute.
Then tragically,
I have immortal longings in me. Give me some breakfast.
Hamlet looks at Robin in consternation, for Robin has eaten everything. But the situation is saved, for at this moment a snatch of song is heard in the forest, and simultaneously they each emit the same word.
A customer!
And the next moment the girl, Immortality, bounds into the room.
May I rest here a moment?
We'll do our best to make you comfortable.
I seldom stay where I'm wanted.
Have you come far?
Yes, I have been racing with the years.
We weren't expecting you.
Then I'll stay. Is anyone else at the inn?
We haven't had a soul for months.
Mistress Hamlet, aside.
Fool.
At last I have eluded them.
I hope you're not referring to your parents.
I never had any parents. The stars were my cradle, the life of man my jumping jack, and time my nurse.
Am I to understand?
Don't try to, Papa. You've never understood anything.
I was found on the steps of a foundling hospital with a strange little note in my hand.
What did it say?
Robin, perhaps the young lady would rather not.
Oh, I don't mind. Eventually I tell everything. These were the words. Your mother is Fame, and your father is Tomorrow.
Robin, laughing.
I've been waiting for you. Let's be friends.
Mistress Hamlet, eyeing her up and down.
She has probably escaped from a sanitarium.
She seems quite sane to me.
You are no judge.
Then to Immortality.
What are you doing here, an unprotected girl, alone in the forest of Arden?
I'm running away.
Mistress Hamlet, deeply.
Young lady, I come from a long line of emotional ancestors, and I understand many things. From whom and from what are you running away?
From man.
I thought as much.
Just at this moment, to be more specific, I am attempting to elude two gentlemen who pursue me everywhere.
I'll teach them, the fools.
I don't take them seriously.
Why not?
They are literary men.
Don't speak slightingly of literature. To be or not to be.
Mistress Hamlet, terribly.
Ham, don't finish that.
Then to Immortality.
Well, go on with your story.
I don't want to interrupt your husband's soliloquy.
The only excuse for a soliloquy is its interruption.
Hamlet, timidly.
Cleo, I wish you would let me finish.
Hamlet, I don't want you to say another word. Go over there and sit in the corner.
And Hamlet does so.
Well, miss, what about these two gentlemen?
If I mentioned their names, you might know them.
Very probably. Who are they?
Gossip.
Be quiet, Robin.
Please don't ask him to be quiet. He seems to have a charming sense of humor.
Hamlet, at a loss.
What's that?
Something that might have saved you, Daddy.
Well, what about these two gentlemen?
Their ridiculous attention embarrasses me. I escaped from one only to encounter the other. There was no place in town where I could hide from them. I thought I was safe at my club. It's called the Sunny Side of Olympus Club. But I wasn't. One of them, the philosopher, found me out and appeared there the next day disguised as the head waiter. I had to resign, of course.
I, too, have had illuminating experiences with men, the brutes.
And she glares at Hamlet.
Don't start that, Mother. Like all emotional women, you've saved for the future what you've squandered in the past.
Hold your tongue, or as old as you are, I'll box your ears.
And then to Immortality.
Go on, dear. Tell me everything.
There isn't much more to tell. After I left my club, I joined a troupe of players passing through London. I seemed really to have got away, but the following week the poet arrived and joined the company as chief clown.
For a brief moment, discarding his disguise.
Hamlet, traditionally.
All the world's a stage.
And life's its seamstress, changing the sackcloth of yesterday into the motley of tomorrow.
Mistress Hamlet, with growing agitation.
No one asked either of you to recite.
I am beginning to like your son.
I knew you would. I liked you from the beginning.
Mistress Hamlet, with maternal protection.
Aren't two men enough?
And then sweetly.
Finish your story.
Back in London, I sent a charming obituary of myself to the papers.
Am I to understand that you are dead?
No, I am alive forever.
So you're a ghost.
Hamlet, dropping his duster and all a-tremble, hiding behind Mistress Hamlet.
Don't say that. I couldn't survive another.
My funeral was only a subterfuge.
I don't believe in funerals. And baked meats.
You would have liked mine. I had the most distinguished pallbearers.
Yes.
Adam and Guinevere, and the Queen of Sheba, and Harold the Saxon.
Hamlet, aside to Mistress Hamlet.
She seems to know a lot of nice people.
We'll charge her twice as much as usual.
And now all the world believes me dead. But here I am, in Arden, free at last, and rid forever of all stupid suitors. Oh, I'm so happy.
Robin, gaily.
And so am I.
Hamlet, very lugubriously.
To be conscious of happiness is to hear a nemesis rapping at the portals.
Nevertheless, I'm happy.
But at this moment there is a knock at the door. Hamlet and Mistress Hamlet again emit the same hopeful sound. A customer! Immortality in dumb show suggests that Robin see who it is. He goes to the window and then tiptoes back to her.
It's a man with a big book.
Immortality in despair.
It's Francis.
Let me manage him.
And he shoves Hamlet and Mistress Hamlet from the room through the door right, and hides Immortality in the room on the left. The knock is repeated.
Come in.
And Francis Bacon, an unmistakable philosopher, enters carrying a huge book under his arm.
Psst. Is there anybody in the inn?
Robin, bowing.
Your humble servant.
Francis, looking about.
I am in search of a young girl.
There's nobody in the house but me, and father and mother, and they are upstairs in bed.
Who are your parents?
Master and Mistress Hamlet.
Francis, surprised.
I didn't know there was a Mistress Hamlet.
There are more things than are dreamed of in your philosophy.
What would you do with a crisp pound note?
Up to 10 minutes ago, I should have said, run up to London for a holiday.
Somewhere in the forest, a young lady is hiding.
The girl peeps through the door.
In the forest?
She is attempting to avoid me.
Impossible.
Francis, with a bit of a swagger.
Oh, it's only temporary, of course. She can't escape me for long. Find her for me, and the pound is yours.
Make it a guinea and I'll look for her tomorrow.
Tomorrow may be too late.
Why?
Can you keep a secret?
How can I tell till you have told me?
There is someone else searching for her too.
No.
But the quest is mine for today at least. Friend William doesn't suspect that I know that he is tracking her. He's very shrewd. He sent me an anonymous letter to lead me astray. But I tricked him this time.
How?
I sent him an anonymous letter, and by now he is safe on the road to Richmond, where he thinks she is waiting for him.
You are very ingenious. You ought to be a dramatist.
Francis, chagrined.
I leave drama to duller wits like William. My, how I could enjoy a laugh at his expense.
And he begins to chuckle softly.
Why don't you?
Francis, stopping.
Laughter does not become a philosopher.
Are you afraid you will strain your soul?
Francis, disputatiously.
How can one strain the non-existent? I haven't yet established the soul as an entity. That's one of the things I promised to do if only that elusive girl would come and keep house for me.
How long do you give me to find her for you?
The sooner the better. I have philosophic premonitions.
Then, mysteriously,
I see things as in a crystal.
You must meet Mamma. She loves fortune-telling, too.
Forebodings beset me. I feel that if she isn't mine in 15 minutes, I may lose her forever. There is a tide.
What's that?
A trifle of William's.
Why stop to quote?
It is a hopeless habit of philosophers. But now the field is free, and high adventure hangs upon the moment.
Why, what's the matter with you? Are you speaking verse?
I feel a spiritual influence.
And at this moment there is another knock at the door. Francis starts back. A moment's pause. Then he bids Robin see who it is. Robin goes to the window, looks out, and then tiptoes back to Francis.
It's a man with a Van Dyke beard.
Francis, breathless.
Anachronistic, but no matter. It's William. Quick, hide me!
Robin pushes him into the high-back settle of the fireplace as William Shakespeare opens the door and comes in.
Good morrow, Puck.
I am Robin Goodfellow, and my name's not Puck.
It will be, henceforth and forever. I christen you anew, transmuting Robin, by the bright alchemy of singing sounds, to Puck, pert symbol of eternal laughter. Is anyone at home?
Only me and father and mother, and they're upstairs in bed.
And Francis, hopefully expecting more iambics, begins assiduously scribbling in his great book all the verses William speaks.
Bidding the day drowse laggard in the lap of night. And who's your father, Puck?
My father's name is Hamlet, and my mother's name is Mistress Cleopatra Hamlet.
A combination greatly to be dreaded. Alas, poor Hamlet!
And for the moment it is prose.
I knew him, Puck. A fellow of perpetual sighs and melancholy fancies. You say the inn is empty, jackanapes, save for the snores of those two ancient lovers, one flight up?
There hasn't been a soul come here in months.
Have you, perchance, by some blessed mishap, seen a maiden in the woodlands?
Someone may be wandering in the forest.
What would a gleaming guinea mean to you?
The first tip I've had since Christmas.
Bring me the lady hither, and the trash is yours.
I'll look for her tomorrow.
Tomorrow and tomorrow, no, my lad. There is a glass called Opportunity, all pregnant with bright prophecies, if man but read at the propitious moment. But let the fecund second slip, and lo, the globule tumbles from his coward's hands, splintering a rain of lost forevers upon the sunless stretches of the world.
Robin, mystified.
I don't think that I understand you.
William, smilingly.
Very few people do at a first hearing. I'll make it 2 guineas if you find the girl incenta.
Why such unpremeditated haste? Is the lady well-to-do?
She's richer than the rubied Mexic mine, for with the tingling penny of her name she spells eternity. Can you keep a secret?
A secret's not a secret till it's shared by 2.
Properly turned, that might make a charming couplet. Listen, boy.
Yes, sir.
There is someone else looking for the lady too, a very learned gentleman.
If the other fellow is so clever, he will find her first.
William, angrily.
Atom! Fellow me no fellows. No, Puck. Sir Francis doesn't suspect I know he's tracking her. He's very shrewd. He sent me an anonymous letter to lead me astray, but I tricked him this time.
Francis and the girl are anxiously listening.
How?
I sent him an anonymous letter, and by now he is safely on the way to Windsor, where he thinks the girl's awaiting him.
He stops short.
What's the matter?
My laugh is out of joint, oh cursed spite! A laugh's not laughter that's not laughed outright.
Francis peeps from behind the settle.
I'm sorry for you.
He sees Francis.
So you can't laugh either.
Only with difficulty, since my marriage.
Yes?
When I bartered my priceless bachelorhood for Anne's disappointing virginity, my sense of comedy became so poignant that now I'm forever hearing the echo of old tears in the ripple of new laughter.
It must be very unfunny to be a humorist.
Nothing is more tragic. If I could only recapture my early manner, I think I might persuade my runaway daughter to abide with me.
On hearing this, the girl, who has been watching both Francis and William, can contain herself no longer, and bursts into an unrestrained peal of merriment.
What's that?
What?
That voice. That sudden sweet and silver voice, more mellow than the chanting cherubim, in holy hallelujahs at the feet of God.
Be still. If it's she, and she hears you speaking poetry, she'll probably be too frightened to come in.
And Robin pushes William into the seat of the fireplace opposite Francis. The girl runs over and hides behind the settle, and Robin, taking a bellows from the chimney-piece, blows up the flame. William and Francis, seeing each other, spring up.
Angels and ministers of grace, defend me! Be thou a spirit of health, or goblin damned!
Francis, stepping out into the room.
Stop quoting me, William!
Alas, poor ghost!
You know perfectly well that no theory of spiritualism has ever been irrefutably proved.
William, coming forward.
That being so, all I can say is, oh, that your too solid flesh would melt.
I heard you. It's disgraceful the way you are treating Mistress Hathaway Shakespeare. Running after a young girl like this.
With my wife, I have nothing to reproach myself.
Why not?
As a shrine for memory, I have willed her my best bedstead.
Is that the way to repay me for writing half your plays for you?
Only in return for my writing most of your essays.
Oh, sharper than the serpent's tooth.
Even because you're excited, you needn't divulge our literary secrets.
Francis, fuming.
Thou canst not but be false to every man.
Francis, don't. Even because you are angry, don't misquote me.
Francis, storming.
Angry? Nothing in the world can make me angry. I'm a philosopher. Come, let's search the house.
They start to do so, but this is too much for Robin and the girl, who have been violently flirting behind the settle, and their laughter startles the two literary men. They are going on tiptoe in the direction of the settle, but Robin suddenly rushes to the window and points in the direction of the forest.
Look! There in the sunlight! There she is!
And Francis and William bolt madly from the room.
Your wit works swift as laughter.
Robin, turning to her.
You're safe. And now my wages, please?
Some day I'll pay you with a kiss.
Some day? I forfeited my London holiday, and now you bid me a 10 years pilgrim, questing the scarlet altar of your lips.
I didn't say 10 years.
She comes toward him.
A kiss is but a little sweetness.
Leaping the road to rapture.
They kiss. Robin, recovering.
Oh, I am dizzy with eternity. Come, let's lose ourselves in Arden.
Robin takes her hand.
Wait but a moment. I shall leave them this.
During this speech, she breaks off some leaves of her laurel crown and drops them on the table.
For memory of me, that they may be remembered.
Come, come, and none will ever find us, wandering the tangle of sweet ways, leading forever nowhere.
Who are you?
Robin, lyrically.
I am youth, and my faith is laughter. And who are you?
Immortality, and she must make the words seem to glitter.
I am immortality, and my faith is youth.
Then hand in hand they rush to the door, but stop suddenly, hearing the voices of Francis and William as the poet and philosopher come up the path. They slink behind the door, and as it flies open and William and Francis burst into the room, Robin and the girl leap through the open window and disappear into the forest. Francis, storming.
There was nothing there but a rooster, shrieking dominion on his heap of garbage.
Life, must I ever smother with mine aged sagacity this sudden summer swift, with too sweet passing that hath stirred the falling autumn of my days.
Francis, for the philosophic digression quite disgusts him.
That's it. Soliloquize instead of helping me find the boy.
And at this moment the girl's song is heard in the distance.
Oh, my prophetic soul, they've gone forever.
He sees the laurel on the table.
What's this? A branch of new-plucked laurel?
Francis, furious.
That's it. Poetize.
Soft, soft. There is an odor of eternity about us.
He breaks off a sprig of the laurel.
And here's a leaf for you, friend Francis.
And Francis, infuriated, throws the leaf to the floor while the curtain falls. End of The Roadhouse in Arden by Philip Moeller.
In the Shadow of the Glen by John Millington Synge. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In the Shadow of the Glen, a play in one act by J.M. Synge. Persons: Dan Burke, farmer and herd.
Read by Alan Mapstone.
Nora Burke, his wife.
Read by Annie Mars.
Michael Dara, a young herd.
Read by Thomas Peter.
A tramp.
Read by Algie Pug.
Narrated by Avayi. Scene: the last cottage at the head of a long glen in County Wicklow. Cottage kitchen, turf fire on the right, a bed near it against the wall, with a body lying on it covered with a sheet. A door is at the other end of the room, with a low table near it, and stools or wooden chairs. There are a couple of glasses on the table, and a bottle of whisky, as if for a wake, with 2 cups, a teapot, and a homemade cake. There is another small door near the bed. Nora Burke is moving about the room, settling a few things and lighting candles on the table, looking now and then at the bed with an uneasy look. Someone knocks softly at the door. She takes up a stocking with money from the table and puts it in her pocket. Then she opens the door. Tramp, outside.
Good evening to you, lady of the house.
Good evening, kindly stranger. It's a wild night. God help you to be out in the rain falling.
It is, surely, and I walking to British from the Orgrim Fair.
Is it walking on your feet, stranger?
On my own 2 feet, lady of the house. And when I saw the light below, I thought maybe if you'd a sup or new milk, and a quiet decent corner where a man could sleep.
He looks in past her and sees the dead men.
The Lord have mercy on us all.
It doesn't matter anyway, stranger. Come in out of the rain.
Tramp, coming in slowly and going towards the bed.
Is it departed he is?
It is, stranger. He's after dying on me. God forgive him, and there I am now with 100 sheep beyond the hills and no turf drawn for the winter.
Tramp, looking closely at the dead man.
It's a queer look is on him for a man that's dead.
Nora, half humorously.
He was always queer, stranger, and I suppose them that's queer and they living men will be queer bodies after.
Is it a great wonder you're letting him lie there, and he's not tidied or laid out itself?
Nora, coming to the bed.
I was afraid, stranger, for he put a black curse on me this morning if I'd touch his body the time he'd die sudden, or let anyone touch it except his sister only, and it's 10 miles away. She lives in the big Glen over the hill.
Tramp, looking at her and nodding slowly.
It's a queer story. He wouldn't let his own wife touch him, and he doing quiet in his bed.
He was an old man, and an odd man, stranger, and it's always up on the hills he was thinking thoughts in the dark mist.
She pulls back a bit of the sheet.
Lay your hand on him now, and tell me if it's cold. He is surely.
Is it getting to curse on me you'll be, woman of the house? I wouldn't lay my hand on him for the Loch Naharagan, and it filled with gold.
Nora, looking uneasily at the body.
Maybe cold would be no sign of death with the like of him, for he was always cold. Every day since I knew him, and every night, stranger.
She covers up his face and comes away from the bed.
But I'm thinking it's dead he is, surely, for he's complaining a while back of a pain in his heart, and this morning, the time he's off to British for 3 days or 4, he was taken with a sharp turn. Then he went into his bed and he was saying it was destroyed he was. The time the shadow was going up through the glen, and when the sun set on the bog he made a great leap, and let a great cry out from him, and he stiffened himself out the like of a dead sheep.
Tramp crosses himself.
God rest his soul.
Nora, pouring him out a glass of whisky.
Maybe that would do you better than the milk of the sweetest cow in County Wicklow.
The Almighty God reward you, and may it be to your good health.
He drinks. Nora, giving him a pipe and tobacco.
I have no pipes saving his own, stranger, but they're sweet pipes to smoke.
Thank you kindly, lady of the house.
Sit down now, stranger, and be taking your rest.
Tramp, filling a pipe and looking about the room.
I've walked a great way through the world, lady of the house, and seen great wonders, but I never seen a wake till this day with fine spirits, and good tobacco, and the best of pipes, and no one to taste them but a woman only.
Didn't you hear me say it was only after dying on me who was when the sun went down, and how would I go out into the glen and tell the neighbours, and I, a lone woman with no house near me?
Tramp, drinking.
There's no offence, lady of the house.
There's no offence in life, stranger. How would the like of you, passing in the dark night, know the lonesome way I was with no house near me at all?
Tramp, sitting down.
I knew rightly.
He lights his pipe so that there is a sharp light beneath his haggard face.
And I was thinking, and I coming in through the door, that as many a lone woman would be afeard of the like of me in the dark night, in a place wouldn't be so lonesome as this place, where there aren't two living souls would see the little light you have shining from the glass.
Nora, slowly.
I'm thinking many would be afeard, but I never knew what way I'd be afeard of a beggar or bishop, or any man of you at all.
She looks towards the window and lowers her voice.
It's other things than the like of you, stranger, that would make a person afeard.
Tramp, looking round with a half-shudder.
It is, surely. God help us all.
Nora, looking at him for a moment with curiosity.
You're saying that, stranger, as if you were easily afraid.
Tramp, speaking mournfully.
Is it myself, lady of the house, that does be walking round in the long nights, and crossing the hills when the fog is on them? In a time a little stick would seem as big as your arm, and a rabbit as big as a bay horse, and a stack of turf as big as a towering church in the city of Dublin? If myself was easily afeard, I'm telling you, it's long ago I'd have been locked into the Richmond Asylum, or maybe have run up into the back hills with nothing on me but an old shirt, and been eaten with crows, the like of Patch Darcy, the Lord have mercy on him, in the year that's gone.
Nora, with interest.
You knew Darcy?
Wasn't I the last one heard his living voice in the whole world?
There were great stories of what was heard at the time, but would anyone believe the things they do be saying in the glen?
It was no lie, lady of the house. I was passing below on a dark night, the like of this night, and the sheep were lying under the ditch, and every one of them coughing and choking like an old man, with the great rain and the fog. Then I heard a thing talking, queer talk, you wouldn't believe at all, and you out of your dreams. And, merciful God, says I, if I begin hearing the like of that voice out of the thick mist, I'm destroyed surely. Then I run, and I run, and I run, till I was below in Rathbanna. I got drunk that night, I got drunk in the morning, and drunk the day after. I was coming from the races beyond, and the third day they found Darcy. Then I knew it was himself I was after hearing, and I wasn't afeard any more.
Nora, speaking sorrowfully and slowly.
God spare Darcy. He'll always look in here, and he passing up or passing down, and it's very lonesome. I was after him a long while.
She looks over at the bed and lowers her voice, speaking very clearly.
And then I got happy again. If it's ever happy we are, stranger. For I got used to being lonesome.
A short pause, then she stands up.
Was there any one in the last bit of the road, stranger, and you coming up from Aughrim?
There was a young man with a drift of mountain ewes, and he running after them this way and that.
Nora, with a half-smile.
Far down, stranger?
A piece only.
She fills the kettle and puts it on the fire.
Maybe if you're not easy afeard, you'll stay here a short while alone with himself?
I would, surely. A man thus dead can do no hurt.
Nora, speaking with a sort of constraint.
I'm going a little back to the west, stranger, for himself would go there one night and another and whistle at that place. And then the young man you're after seeing, a kind of a farmer, has come up from the sea to live in a cottage beyond, would walk round to see if there was a thing will'd have to be done. And I'm wanting him this night, the way he can go down into the glen when the sun goes up and tell the people that himself is dead.
Tramp, looking at the body in the sheet.
It's myself will go for him, lady of the house, and let you not be destroying yourself with the great rain.
You wouldn't find your way, stranger, for there's a small path only, and it running up between two slags, where an ass and cart would be drowned.
She puts a shawl over her head.
Let you be making yourself easy and saying a prayer for his soul, and it's not long I'll be coming again.
Tramp, moving uneasily.
Maybe if you'd a piece of a grey thread and a sharp needle. There's great safety in the needle, lady of the house. I'll be putting in a little stitch here and there in me old coat, the time I'll be praying for his soul, and it going up naked to the saints of God.
Nora takes a needle and thread from the front of her dress and gives it to him.
There's the needle, stranger, and I'm thinking you won't be lonesome. Are you used to the back hills? For isn't a dead man itself more company than to be sitting alone, and hearing the winds crying, and you not knowing on what thing your mind would stay?
Tramp, slowly.
It's true, surely, and the Lord have mercy on us all.
Nora goes out. The tramp begins stitching one of the tags in his coat, saying the De Profundis under his breath. In an instant the sheet is drawn slowly down, and Dan Burke looks out. The tramp moves uneasily, then looks up, and springs to his feet with a movement of terror. Dan, with a hoarse voice,
"Don't be afeard, stranger. A man that's dead can do no hurt."
Tramp, trembling.
I meant no harm, your honour. And won't you leave me easy to be saying a little prayer for your soul?
A long whistle is heard outside. Dan, sitting up in his bed and speaking fiercely.
"Ah, the devil mender. Do you hear that, stranger? Did ever you hear another woman go whistle like that with 2 fingers in her mouth?"
He looks at the table hurriedly.
"I'm destroyed with the drouth. And let you bring me a drop quickly, before herself will come back."
Tramp, doubtfully.
Is it not dead you are?
"How would I be dead, and I as dry as a baked bone, stranger?"
Tramp, pouring out the whiskey.
What will herself say if she smells the stuff on you? For I'm thinking it's not for nothing you're letting on to be dead.
"It is not, stranger, but she won't be coming near me at all. And it's not long now till I'll be letting on, for I've a cramp in my back and my hips asleep on me, and there's been the devil's own fly itching my nose. It's near dead I was wanting to sneeze, and you blathering about the rain, and Darcy—"
bitterly.
"The devil choke him, and the towering church."
Crying out impatiently.
"Give me that whiskey. Would you ever self come back afore I taste a drop at all?"
Tramp gives him the glass. Dan, after drinking,
"Go over now to that cupboard, and bring me a black stick you'll see in the west corner by the wall."
Tramp, taking a stick from the cupboard.
Is it that?
"It is, stranger. It's a long time I'm keeping that stick, for I've a bad wife in the house."
Tramp, with a queer look.
Is it herself, master of the house, and she a grand woman to talk?
"It's herself, surely. It's a bad wife she is. A bad wife for an old man, and I'm getting old, God help me, though I've an arm to me still."
He takes the stick in his hand.
"Let you wait now a short while, and it's a great sight you'll see in this room in 2 hours or 3.
He stops to listen.
"Is that somebody above?"
Tramp, listening.
There's a voice speaking on the path.
"Put that stick here in the bed and smooth the sheet the way it was lying."
He covers himself up hastily.
Be falling to sleep now, and don't let on you know anything, or I'll be having your life. I wouldn't have told you at all, but it's destroyed with the drought I was.
Tramp covering his head.
Have no fear, master of the house. What is it I know of the like of you, that I'll be saying a word, or putting out my hand to stay you at all?
He goes back to the fire, sits down on a stool with his back to the bed, and goes on stitching his coat. Dan under the sheet, querulously.
Stranger.
Tramp, quickly.
Whist, whist. Be quiet, I'm telling you. They're coming in at the door.
Nora comes in with Michael Dara, a tall, innocent young man, behind her.
I wasn't long at all, stranger, for I met himself on the path.
You were meddling long, lady of the house.
There was no sign from himself.
No sign at all, lady of the house.
Nora to Michael.
Go over now, and pull down the sheet and look on himself, Michael Dara, and you'll see it's the truth I'm telling you.
I will not, Nora. I do be afeard of the dead.
He sits down on a stool next the table facing the tramp. Nora puts the kettle on a lower hook of the pot hooks and piles turf under it. Nora to Tramp.
Will you drink a sup of tea with myself and the young man, stranger? Or,
speaking more persuasively,
will you be going into the little room and stretch yourself a short while on the bed? I'm thinking it's destroyed you a walking the length of that way in the great rain.
Is it to go away and leave you, and you having a wake, lady of the house? I will not, surely.
He takes a drink from his glass, which he has beside him.
And it's none of your tea I'm asking either.
He goes on stitching. Nora makes the tea. Michael, after looking at the tramp rather scornfully for a moment.
That's a poor coat you have, God help you. And I'm thinking it's a poor tailor you are with it.
If it's a poor tailor I'm thinking it's a poor herd does be running back and forward after a little handful of ewes the way I seen yourself running this day, young fella, and you coming from the fair.
Nora comes back to the table. Nora to Michael in a low voice.
Let you not mind him at all, Michael Dara. He has a drop taken, and it's soon he'll be falling asleep.
It's no lie he's telling. I was destroyed, surely. They were that wilful they were running off into one man's bit of oats and another man's bit of hay, and tumbling into the red bogs till it's more like a pack of old goats and sheep they were. Mountain ewes is a queer breed, Nora Burke, and I'm not used to them at all.
Nora settling the tea things.
There's no one can drive a mountain ewe, but the men do be reared in the Glen Moeller. I've heard them say, and above by Rathvana, and the Glen Imal, men the like of Patch Darcy, God spare his soul, who would walk through 500 sheep and miss one of them, and he not reckoning them at all.
Michael uneasily.
Is this the man went queer in his head the year that's gone?
It is, surely.
Tramp plaintively.
That was a great man, young fellow, a great man, I'm telling you. There was never a lamb from his own ewes he wouldn't know before it was marked, and he'll run from this to the city of Dublin, and never catch for his breath.
Nora turning round quickly.
He was a great man, surely, stranger, and isn't it a grand thing when you hear a living man saying a good word of a dead man, and he mad dying?
It's the truth I'm saying, God spare his soul.
He puts the needle under the collar of his coat and settles himself to sleep in the chimney corner. Nora sits down at the table. Their backs are turned to the bed. Michael looking at her with a queer look.
I heard tell this day, Nora Burke, that it was on the path below Patch Darcy would be passing up and passing down, and I heard them say he'll never pass at night or morning without speaking with yourself.
Nora in a low voice.
It was no lie you heard, Michael Dara.
I'm thinking it's a power of men you're after knowing if it's in a lonesome place you live itself.
Nora giving him his tea.
It's in a lonesome place you do have to be talking with someone and looking for someone in the evening of the day, and if it's a power of men, I'm after knowing they were fine men. For I was a hard child to please and a hard girl to please.
She looks at him a little sternly.
And it's a hard woman I am to please this day, Michael Dara, and it's no lie I'm telling you.
Michael, looking over to see that the tramp is asleep, and then pointing to the dead man.
Was it a hard woman to please you were when you took himself for your man?
What way would I live, and I an old woman, if I didn't marry a man with a bit of a farm and cows on it, and sheep on the back hills?
Michael, considering.
That's true, Nora. And maybe it's no fool you were, for there's good grazing on it, if it is a lonesome place, and I'm thinking it's good some he's left behind.
Nora, taking the stocking with money from her pocket and putting it on the table.
I do be thinking in the long nights it was a big fool I was that time, Michael Dara. But what good is a bit of a farm with cows on it and sheep on the back hills when you do be sitting looking out from a door the like of that door and seeing nothing but the mist rolling down the bog and the mist again and they rolling up the bog and hearing nothing but the wind crying out in the bits of broken trees were left from the great storm and the streams roaring with the rain?
Michael, looking at her uneasily.
What is it ails you this night, Nora Burke? I've heard tell it's the like of that talk you do hear from men, they after being a great while on the back hills.
Nora, putting out the money on the table.
It's a bad night and a wild night, Michael Dara. And isn't it a great while I am at the foot of the back hills, sitting up here boiling food for himself, and food for the brood sow, and baking a cake when the night falls?
She puts up the money listlessly in little piles on the table.
Isn't it a long while I am sitting here in the winter and the summer and the fine spring, with the young growing behind me and the old passing, saying to myself one time to look on Mary Bryan, who wasn't that height,
holding out her hand,
and I, a fine girl growing up, and there she is now with 2 children, and another coming on her in 3 months or 4.
She pauses. Michael, moving over 3 of the piles.
That's £3 we have now, Nora Burke.
Nora, continuing in the same voice.
And saying to myself another time to look on Peggy Kavanagh, who had the lightest hand at milking a cow that wouldn't be easy, or turning a cake, and there she is now walking round on the roads, or sitting in a dirty old house, with no teeth in her mouth, and no sense, and no more hair than you'll see on a bit of a hill, and thereafter burning the furs from it.
That's £5 and 10 notes. A good sum, surely. It's not that way you'll be talking when you marry a young man, Nora Burke. And they were saying in the fair my lambs were the best lambs, and I got a grand price, for I'm no fool now at making a bargain when my lambs are good.
What was it you got?
£20 for the lot, Nora Burke. We'd do right to wait now till himself would be quiet a while in the 7 churches, and then you'll marry me in the chapel of Rathvana. And I'll bring the sheep up on the bit of a hill you have on the back mountain, and we won't have anything we'll be afeard to let our minds on when the mist is down.
Nora, pouring him out some whiskey.
Why would I marry you, Mike Dara? You'll be getting old, and I'll be getting old, and in a little while I'll be telling you, you'll be sitting up in your bed the way himself was sitting, with a shake in your face and your teeth falling, and the white hair sticking out round you like an old bush where sheep do the leaping of a gap.
Dan Burke sits up noiselessly from under the sheet with his hand to his face. His white hair is sticking out round his head. Nora goes on slowly without hearing him.
It's a pitiable thing to be getting old, but it's a queer thing, surely. It's a queer thing to see an old man sitting up there in his bed with no teeth in him, and a rough word in his mouth, and his chin the way it would take the bark from the edge of an oak board you'd leave building a door. God forgive me, Michael Dara. We'll all be getting old, but it's a queer thing, surely.
It's too lonesome you are from living a long time with an old man, Nora, and you're talking again like a herd that would be coming down from the thick mist.
He puts his arm round her.
But it's a fine life you'll have now with a young man. A fine life, surely.
Dan sneezes violently. Michael tries to get to the door, but before he can do so, Dan jumps out of the bed in queer white clothes, with his stick in his hand, and goes over and puts his back against it.
Son of God, deliver us.
Crosses himself and goes backward across the room. Dan holding up his hand at him.
Now you'll not marry her the time I'm rotting below in the 7 churches, and you'll see the thing I'll give you will follow you on the back mountains when the wind is high.
Michael to Nora.
Get me out of it, Nora, for the love of God. He always did what you bid him, and I'm thinking he will do it now.
Nora looking at the tramp.
Is it dead he is, or living?
Dan turning towards her.
It's little you care if it's dead or living I am, but there'll be an end now to your fine times, and all the talk you have of young men and old men, and of the mist coming up or going down.
He opens the door.
You'll walk out now from that door, Nora Burke, and it's not tomorrow nor the next day or any day of your life that you'll put in your foot through it again.
Tramp standing up.
It's a hard thing you're seeing for an old man, master of the house. And what would the like of her do if you put her out on the roads?
Let her walk round the like of Peggy Kavanagh below, and be begging money at the crossroad or selling songs to the men.
To Nora.
Walk out now, Nora Burke, and it's soon you'll be getting old with that life, I'm telling you. It's soon your teeth'll be falling, and your head be the like of a bush where sheep do be leaping a gap.
He pauses. She looks round at Michael. Michael, timidly.
There's a fine union below in Rastrum.
The like of her would never go there. It's lonesome road she'll be going and hiding herself away till the end will come, and they find her stretched like a dead sheep with the frost on her, or the big spiders, maybe, and they're putting their webs on her in the butt of a ditch.
Nora, angrily.
What way will yourself be that day, Daniel Burke? What way will you be that day, and you lying down a long while in your grave? For it's bad you are living, and it's bad you'll be when you're dead.
She looks at him a moment fiercely, then half turns away and speaks plaintively again.
Yet if it is itself, Daniel Burke, who can help it at all, and I'll let you be getting up into your bed and not be taking your death with the wind blowing on you, and the rain with it, and you half in your skin.
It's proud and happy you'd be if I was getting my death the day I was shut of yourself.
Pointing to the door.
Let you walk out through that door, I'm telling you, and let you not be passing this way if it's hungry you are, or wanting a bed.
Tramp pointing to Michael.
Maybe himself would take her.
What would he do with me now?
Give you to half of a dry bed and good food in your mouth.
Is it a fool you think him, stranger, or is it a fool you were born yourself? Let her walk out of that door, and let you go along with her, stranger, if it's raining itself, for it's too much talk you have, surely.
Tramp going over to Nora.
We'll be going now, lady of the house. The rain is falling, but the air is kind, and maybe it'll be a grand morning by the grace of God.
What good is a grand morning when I'm destroyed, surely, and going out to get my death walking the roads?
You'll not be getting your death with myself, lady of the house, and I knowing all the ways a man can put food in his mouth. We'll be going now, I'm telling you. And the time you'll be feeling the cold and the frost and the great rain and the sun again and the south wind blowing in the glens, you'll not be sitting up on a wet ditch, the way you're after sitting in the place, making yourself old with looking on each day and it passing you by. You'll be saying one time, it's a grand evening, by the grace of God, and another time, it's a wild night, God help us, but it'll pass, surely. You'll be saying...
Dan goes over to them, crying out impatiently.
Go out of that door, I'm telling you, and do your blathering below in the glen.
Nora gathers a few things into her shawl. Tramp at the door.
Come along with me now, lady of the house, And it's not my bladder you'll be hearing only, but you'll be hearing the herons crying out over the black lakes, and you'll be hearing the grouse and the owls with them, and the larks and the big thrushes when the days are warm, and it's not from the like of them you'll be hearing the talk of getting old like Peggy Kavanagh, and losing the hair off you, and the light of your eyes, but it's fine songs you'll be hearing when the sun goes up, and there'll be no old fellow wheezing the like of a sick sheep close to your ear.
I'm thinking it's myself will be wheezing that time with lying down under the heavens when the night is cold. But you've a fine bit of talk, stranger, and it's with yourself I'll go.
She goes towards the door, then turns to Dan.
You think it's a grand thing you're after doing with letting on to be dead, but what is it at all? What way would a woman live in a lonesome place the like of this place, and she not making a talk with the men passing? And what way will yourself be living from this day with none to care for you? What is it you'll have now but a black life, Daniel Burke? And it's not long, I'm telling you, till you be lying again under that sheet, and you be dead surely.
She goes out with the tramp. Michael is slinking after them, but Dan stops him.
Sit down now and take a little taste of the stuff, Michael Darragh. There's a great drought on me, and the night is young.
Michael coming back to the table.
And it's very dry I am, Shirley, with the fear of death you put on me, and I after driving mountain ewes since the turn of the day.
Dan throwing away his stick.
I was thinking to strike you, Michael Darragh, but you're a quiet man, God help you, and I don't mind you at all.
He pours out 2 glasses of whiskey and gives one to Michael.
Your good health, Michael Darragh.
God rewards you, Daniel Burke, and may you have a long life, and a quiet life, and good health with it.
They drink. Curtain. End of In the Shadow of the Glen by John Millington Synge.
The Last Rehearsal by Irene Jean Crandall. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cast list.
Marjorie Patterson, The Ingenue. Read by Linda Webster.
Harold Spaulding, The Lover. Read by Thomas Peter.
Mr. Forbes Smith, The Stage Manager. Read by Andrew Gaunce.
Doris Street, The Playwright. Read by T.J. Burns.
Isabel Brookins, The Leading Lady. Read by Jen Broda.
Stage directions read by Todd. Time: the evening before the amateur performance of a play. Place: a room arranged for a rehearsal. The last rehearsal. Scene: a room arranged for the rehearsal of an amateur performance. There are 4 or 5 chairs and a small table. Properties are strewn about and everything is in disorder. The table is left of the center. A chair, door right, and another chair, door left. Near the table is a small chair that can be easily moved. At rise of curtain, there is no one on the stage. Harold, off stage.
Let me open the door for you.
Marjorie, off stage.
Oh, thank you.
Marjorie and Harold come in gaily. Marjorie is sweet and 17. Harold is a well-set-up college chap of 21. Harold helps Marjorie take off her evening wrap, revealing a pretty frock. Harold, offering her a box of candy.
Here's something for you.
Oh, thank you.
With a smile.
You might open it for me.
Harold opens a box, and Marjorie takes a piece of candy. Marjorie, turning slowly to display her gown.
Do you like my gown?
I like you, Marjorie. You're adorable in it.
Marjorie glances up at him with a look of demure coquetry.
I had it made especially for the play.
Looking around.
We're early.
I'm glad, because I can have a few minutes alone with you before the others come.
Marjorie, sitting down and looking disconsolate.
I feel a little sad-like tonight.
Do you? Why?
Marjorie, wistfully.
Oh, I don't know. I think it must be because this is the last rehearsal. I'll be lonesome when it's all over. You come to know people so well when you rehearse with them night after night.
Yes, it's almost as good a test of the disposition as traveling.
I've heard that lots of romances start that way.
At rehearsals.
I meant traveling. On trips.
Oh, I was thinking of rehearsals. It has been awfully jolly, hasn't it?
Yes, seeing so much of folks.
Folks? Of course, you mean Isabel, Miss Street and Forbes Smith.
Well, not exactly.
She gives Harold an alluring glance. Harold, leaning over her.
Have you cared a little bit about seeing me?
A little.
Do you, like me, Marjorie?
You know what I say in the play.
Oh, the play.
In the play?
The play be hanged.
Leaning over her.
I mean, really.
Yes, really too. Somehow I feel as if something were going to happen tonight.
Do you? So do I.
Marjorie, jumping up nervously.
The others are late. I wonder if Miss Street will come. Wasn't she angry last night because Isabel wouldn't play her part the way it was written?
Well, you can't blame Miss Street. Naturally, an author wants a play given as it is written.
But Isabel always has her own way about everything, and she will never give in to Miss Street. Never. You know that Isabel always plays the leading part, and everybody says that her acting is perfectly wonderful for an amateur.
I know somebody who is a much sweeter little actress.
I wonder whom you mean.
Some things go without saying.
Yes, some of the very loveliest things of all that is, one can't say out. You just feel them.
Mr. Forbes Smith comes in with an air of importance. Marjorie and Harold start self-consciously. Mr. Forbes Smith is a young man of 30 with an autocratic manner.
Good evening.
Shakes hands with Marjorie and Harold.
Miss Brookins and Miss Street not here yet?
Not yet, Mr. Forbes Smith.
No, we're all alone. That is, we were.
Forbes Smith, briskly, at center.
Well, I hope they will not be more than an hour late tonight. We have a good evening's work before us if we are going to make this thing go off decently tomorrow night.
Takes the candy and papers from the table and straightens things up.
Amateurs have no idea of the importance of promptness and details. That's why these private theatricals lack snap. Now, when I was in the profession, we were fined for being late.
Were you ever fined?
Were you on the stage long?
Forbes Smith, proudly.
A year and 2 months. Great experience. So, you see, I know something about real acting. If you are in the profession, you have to toe the mark. There's some discipline there.
But you couldn't discipline Isabel, could you? She never does anything she doesn't want to. Her mother believes in letting her develop her individuality.
Of course, Miss Brookins has the star part, and we have to make some concessions to her. Even on the stage, the star has things very much her own way.
Harold, at the back, is secretly studying his lines.
Spaulding, what are you doing?
I
Don't you know your lines yet?
I didn't know them before I came, but something has knocked them clean out of my head. I thought I would brush up a bit.
Remember that you appear before an audience tomorrow night.
I just get trembly all over when I think of facing an audience. I can feel the shivers run up and down my back now.
Harold, reassuringly.
Never mind, Marjorie. I'll help you.
Doris Street comes in with a manuscript and a very determined look. She is about 25, quick, nervous, and high-strung.
Good evening.
Glad to see you, Miss Street. We are just waiting for Miss Brookins. As soon as she comes, we'll get to work.
Doris, coldly.
Yes, we usually wait for Miss Brookins.
She seats herself in a chair to the left, near the front.
I see you've brought your manuscript. That's good. I mislaid my copy.
Yes, I have brought my manuscript and hope to have this play given as it is written.
Well, you know, Miss Street, some little changes.
Doris, scornfully.
Little?
Isabel Brookins comes in, wearing a beautiful evening wrap. She is about 20, pretty, spirited, and with an imperious air. Isabel and Doris exchange cold glances, but do not speak to each other. Isabel, sweetly.
Oh, were you waiting for me? You know I never can remember the time. Mother says that it is my temperament.
Forbes Smith, with deference to Isabel.
We haven't waited long, Miss Brookins.
Forbes Smith gallantly helps her to take off her wrap. She wears a lovely evening gown.
I would have been here sooner if it hadn't been for this gown. It didn't come from the dressmaker's until half an hour ago, and I couldn't come to a dress rehearsal without the dress.
Marjorie, sympathetically.
Of course not, Isabel. I had mine made just for the play, too.
Isabel, looking at Marjorie's dress with a patronizing air.
Quite a pretty frock. Do you think mine suits my temperament?
Oh, yes. It's a peach of a gown.
A clingstone.
Your dresses seem more important than the play.
Miss Street, many successful plays are fashion shows. Girls and gowns, you know.
Ever since I consented to be in the old play, I've been planning how I would dress the part.
Undress it, you mean?
Forbes Smith, a little impatiently.
Come, come, young ladies, we must rehearse. We have lots to do this evening.
Pausing to think.
Let's see. We'll take the third act first, that's our weakest point, and then we'll run through the whole performance just as we are going to give it tomorrow night. Miss Brookins, you open the third act with the letter scene.
Rearranging a chair.
Now, this chair will be the desk where you find the letter. Tomorrow, the real desk will be set up.
I wish you had things ready tonight. It would make it so much easier to act. With my temperament, these things are very disturbing.
Doris, under her breath.
Temperament. Temper.
I know, but you must use your imagination. This is the window through which you overhear the conversation that confirms your suspicions. Keep the location in your mind so that you will stand in the right place. The desk is to the right of that. Now, let's begin.
To Marjorie, who is talking with Harold, right upstage.
Marjorie, please.
Marjorie starts and comes forward.
Yes, Mr. Director.
Are you ready for the curtain?
Isabel goes over to the chair desk and begins to search for something. Doris watches every move. Isabel finds a letter, opens it, reads it, crumples it up, and then throws it down. She sinks into a chair near the table and buries her head in her arms. Marjorie comes up shyly and with stage consciousness. Isabel starts and looks up.
Oh, sister, sister, he is false. My heart is broken.
What has...
Isabel, interrupting Marjorie.
What has he done? Ah, if you only knew. Oh, the bitterness, the terrible bitterness of this discovery.
Tell me what...
Tell you what I have learned? This morning I was happy in my blissful ignorance. I was like a bird singing in the tree, all unconscious of the wicked snare below. And now this awful revelation has come upon me.
Oh, do...
Sister, do you ask me what it is?
Picking up the letter,
Read this letter.
Marjorie takes the letter and examines it.
A woman's handwriting.
Yes, the very hooks on her cues show her to be a dangerous, designing woman.
She writes,
Begins to read the letter aloud.
Dear boy,
Give me the letter, I will read it.
Doris, unable to restrain herself longer.
That is not the way it is written.
Well, it is the way I learned it, and that is the way I am going to play it.
You don't give Marjorie a chance to speak her lines. You take her speeches away from her.
Since I have the star part, I ought to have most of the lines.
That's true, Miss Street. It is customary for the star to appropriate lines here and there. It's always done on the American stage.
I want my lines given as I wrote them, or not at all.
The way I say them is much better. It makes the meaning clearer.
That is not my meaning.
Well, it's what the character means.
Don't I know what my own characters mean?
Not so well as the actress who plays the part.
I appeal to you, Mr. Forbes Smith. Hasn't the author a right to ask to have her lines played as they are written?
I am sorry, Miss Street, but if you had ever been in the profession, as I have, you would know that plays are never given as the author writes them. The actors make changes here and there, the stage manager takes the whole play to pieces and puts it together again, and sometimes the electric light men take a hand.
But doesn't the playwright make the play?
Certainly not. Of course, the playwright furnishes a few ideas, plot, characters, dialogue, but that's a small part.
Doris, facing the others in indignant protest.
Small part indeed. I have lain awake at night thinking this out. I have worked over every word of it, and now you people change it all. Oh, why must a playwright submit to such treatment?
Forbes Smith, pompously.
If you had had the professional experience I have.
Harold, imitating Forbes Smith's important air.
1 year and 2 months.
Forbes Smith gives Harold a look of withering scorn, and then turns to Doris.
As I was saying, if you had my professional experience, Miss Street, you would know that playwrights are often glad to have the actors contribute ideas. The authors need them. Many a dull play has been saved by a witty actor.
And many a clever play has been ruined by a stupid actress.
Does she mean I'm too stupid to say her clever lines?
Turning to Doris.
Miss Street, you take yourself too seriously. I believe this is your first little play.
Ha! And the last I will write for you.
We are losing time. Miss Brookins, let's go on with the rehearsal.
Isabel picks up the letter and becomes tragic.
Oh, sister, sister, he is false. My heart is broken. Oh, the bitterness, the terrible.
Terrible is not in the manuscript.
It ought to be there.
Terrible is not my word. That's not the way I write.
But that's the way I feel. Oh, the bitterness, the terrible.
Doris, to Forbes Smith.
Please give me my manuscript. If my play is not to be given as it is written, I will not have it played at all.
Holds out her hand for the manuscript and taps the floor with her foot. Isabel, jumping up.
If I am not to act as I feel inspired to act, I will give up the part.
Forbes Smith, in despair, turning from one to the other.
Miss Brookins, Miss Street, listen to reason.
I know my own mind, and I will not be dictated to by anybody.
Doris, standing near table, center.
I'll not have my play ruined to satisfy anybody's vanity.
Isabel gasps and tosses her head.
Vanity, indeed.
Isabel crosses over to write. Marjorie goes up to her and tries to pacify her. Isabel turns from her angrily, and Marjorie, half frightened, retreats to the other side of the stage. She is followed by Harold.
I will not allow the play to be given tomorrow night unless it is played as I wrote it.
Then you can get someone else for my part.
You know that we can't do that. No one else could play it.
Isabel, sitting herself in a chair right front and fanning herself.
I absolutely refuse to change my way of acting it.
Then we will not give the play.
But we can't throw the thing up. The ads are out and the tickets are sold.
And it's for charity, too.
The tickets have sold so well that I think we could give the old ladies at the home a jolly treat.
Yes, they are counting on it. I stopped in there this afternoon and they were so interested in the play and thought it was so good of us to get up this benefit for them. Old Mrs. Flanagan said, "Sure, dear, it's sweet of you young things to be thinking of the like of us old uns."
Everybody's counting on it. After all the rehearsals, we simply can't give it up.
We'll not give the play.
Forbes Smith, looking from Doris to Isabel.
Miss Brookins, think of all your friends who are coming to see you tomorrow night.
I don't care.
I cannot sacrifice my play.
Think of the poor old ladies at the home.
I don't care.
My literary reputation is at stake.
It isn't fair, by Jove.
Miss Street, do be reasonable. Can't you see how important it is to go on with this?
Tell the petted Miss Brookins to be reasonable.
Forbes Smith looks at Isabel, sulky, stubborn, and imperious, with a mixture of admiration and fear.
Miss Brookins? Miss Brookins, I hope...
You needn't hope. My mind is made up.
Marjorie, almost crying.
Oh, what shall we do? What shall we do?
Miss Street, don't you think it is selfish of you to consider only your play and disappoint so many people?
Why shouldn't the star make some sacrifices for the good of the whole?
Well, that's different. Somebody must yield, and it is usually the author.
That seems to be the general impression. This time you will find that you are reckoning without your host.
Sits down at table. Forbes Smith stands perplexed. Then a light comes into his face, and he goes up to Marjorie and whispers something in her ear. She smiles and nods. Marjorie goes up to Isabel and sighs.
Why do you sigh?
Because our lovely new gowns will be wasted. Nobody will see us in them. And yours is so pretty, Isabel. It's the most becoming gown you've ever had. Don't you think so, Mr. Forbes Smith?
Forbes Smith, looking at Isabel's dress with admiration.
The color, the soft, clinging folds. It's stunning, there's no doubt of it. What a shame she's not going to appear in it tomorrow night.
Isabel, softening a little.
I don't care.
Well, let's go home, since we're going to give the thing up. It's a pity, too, because it's a good play, and I wanted Miss Street's friends to see what a clever writer she is.
I'm sure I would never recognize my own play as Miss Brookins insists upon playing it.
Someone has said it's a wild playwright who knows his own play. You ought to be thankful if you recognize a line here and there.
Oh, my beautiful lines are ruined.
Forbes Smith, impatiently.
Let's go home.
He goes for his hat, cane, and gloves.
There is no use talking about it. The matter's settled. There's to be no play tomorrow night. Spaulding, you'll have to return the money for the tickets and send away the people when they come to the show.
Beastly job.
I'm going.
Goes out. Harold and Marjorie whisper in the background. Doris looks at her precious manuscript with a stern expression. Isabel sits moodily thinking. She frowns. She rearranges the folds of her dress. She smiles. Isabel to Harold.
Harold?
Harold, startled in the midst of his conversation with Marjorie, comes forward hastily. Harold, like a soldier at attention.
Here.
Call that young man back.
Sure.
He goes to the door and calls.
Forbes Smith?
Forbes Smith re-enters.
Did you want to see me?
Yes. Do you think I'm going to spend all this time learning a part and getting a new gown and then not act?
Well, what are you going to do?
Isabel, rising.
Say the old lines to please the author and wear this gown tomorrow night.
Forbes Smith looks relieved. Doris sighs happily. Harold puts his arm around Marjorie. Quick curtain. End of The Last Rehearsal by Irene Jean Crandall. The Trysting Place by Booth Tarkington. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The people as they come into the play.
Mrs. Curtis, the young woman, 25 or perhaps even a little older. Read by Joanna Michael Hoyt.
Lancelot Briggs, the boy, voiced by Tim Jones.
Mrs. Briggs, his mother, a handsome woman of 45 or 50. Read by M. Lee.
Jessie, his sister, a pretty girl of about 20. Read by Jennifer Pratt.
Rupert Smith, the young man, about 25. Read by Thomas Peter.
Mr. Inglesby, a man of 55, or possibly 60. Read by Andrew James.
The Mysterious Voice, male and adult. Read by Larry Wilson.
Stage directions, read by Todd. The Trysting Place. The scene is a room just off the lounge of a hotel in the country. However, this is not a country hotel, but on the contrary, one of those vast and elaborate houses of entertainment that affect an expensive simplicity in what is called the colonial manner, and ask to be visited, by those financially able to do so, in the general interest of health and the outdoor life. The wall at the back of the stage is broken only by symmetrically spaced pilasters of an ivory color. Each of the side walls is broken in the same manner, but here the pilasters help to frame two rather broad entrances, one at the right and one at the left, and beyond these entrances, on both sides, we have glimpses of the two corridors that lead to them. There are a few old prints, or new prints from old plates, upon the walls, and there are flowering plants on stands in the corners. The furniture consists of some chintz-covered easy-chairs, a light wicker settee with a chintz cushion and a valance that reaches the floor, and there are two wicker tables with a vase of jonquils upon each of them. In the right rear-hand corner of the room, near the stand of plants, there is a tropical-looking chair, wicker, with a back of monstrous size, a Philippine Island chair, and in the opposite corner is its mate. Dance music is heard from a distant orchestra. Just after the rise of the curtain, two people come in together from the left, a young woman of 25, or perhaps she is even a little older, and a slim boy obviously under 20. She is rather elaborate in her afternoon indoor dress, but none the less effectively pretty. He is of a scrubbed and sleek youthfulness, in white trousers, a short black coat, and dancing shoes, and from the moment of his first appearance he is seen to be in an extremity of love. He leans as near the young woman as he can. His eyes search her face yearningly and without intermission. He carooms into her slightly as they come in, and repeats the caroom unwittingly. They have evidently just come from the dancing floor and are a little flushed. She fans herself with her handkerchief, and he fans her with his. They are heard talking before they enter. "Oh, let's do find some place to sit down," she is saying, and he simultaneously, "Oh, wasn't that divine? You danced just simply divinely." These speeches bring them on.
"Here's a place we can sit down."
She immediately drops into a chair.
Yes, this is a lovely place where nobody is at all. It's the only quiet place in the hotel. You never see more than 2 people here at a time, because it's kind of off like this. That's why I wanted to walk this way.
Sitting on a lounge and leaning towards her.
Isn't it divine to be in a place where nobody is at all?
The young woman, still fanning herself.
Why, you and I are here.
Well, yes, but I mean, nobody else at all. We're practically all alone, practically.
The young woman, laughing as she waves her hand to indicate the spacious corridors to the right and left.
Alone? Why, there are at least 300 people in this hotel.
Yes, but they're all either outdoors or dancing or having tea right now. It's practically the same as being alone. It is. Practically, I mean.
Yes, I've noticed that it was a rather secluded spot myself.
She glances about the room thoughtfully, then turns to him, smiling.
Don't you want to run and dance with some of those pretty young girls your own age?
The boy, with pained earnestness.
Them? My goodness, no.
Oh, but that isn't normal, is it?
I'm not normal. I don't want to be normal.
Well, but it would only be natural for you to like those pretty young things, so... Well, do run and dance with one of them. Won't you, please?
The boy, interrupting.
No. They haven't got any experience of life. What I like is a woman that's had some experience of life. Like you.
But at your age...
Age hasn't got anything to do with it. The thing that brings a man and a woman together, it's when they have about the same amount of experience of life.
The young woman, absently.
You think that's it, Mr. Briggs?
She looks about the room thoughtfully as she speaks. Mr. Briggs, with intense seriousness.
I know it is. I had that feeling the minute I was introduced to you, night before last in the lobby, right by the third column beyond the office newsstand, at 9:15 in the evening.
You did?
It came over me and I felt kind of...
He swallows.
Kind of drawn to you, Mrs.
He seems to hesitate somewhat emotionally.
My name is Mrs. Curtis. You seem to have forgotten it.
Mr. Briggs, swallowing again.
I haven't. I know it's Curtis. The trouble is, it kind of upsets me to call you Mrs. Curtis. I thought it was Miss Curtis when I was introduced to you. I didn't know your name was Mrs. Curtis, till the clerk told me early the next morning.
Mrs. Curtis, frowning a little.
The clerk told you?
Yes. I asked him if he'd noticed whether you'd gone into breakfast. He said, "You mean Mrs. Curtis." Then I knew you must be married.
He shakes his head ruefully. Mrs. Curtis, smiling.
Well?
Mr. Briggs, thoughtfully.
Well, it can't be helped.
I suppose not.
Mr. Briggs, brightening a little.
Well, anyhow, I had that sort of drawn feeling toward you, the way I would get toward a woman that's had some experience of life. But a hotel like this is no place to explain feelings like that. You can't when you're dancing, not the way you want to. And all the rest of the time, you had some of those old men hanging around. Or else my mother and sister wanted me for something. Because a hotel like this, it's terrible the way a young man's mother and sister want him to do something for him all the time. So, this is the first chance I've had.
Mrs. Curtis, rather urgently.
Don't you really think you'd better be dancing with some of those young things yonder?
Mr. Briggs, puzzled.
Think I'd better be?
Yes, I do really wish you would. Wouldn't it be a lot more fun than explaining something, as you said, to me?
Mr. Briggs, hurriedly.
No, it wouldn't. I want to explain how I feel about you.
Please, go and dance, Mr. Briggs. I think it would be much better if you...
Mr. Briggs, rapidly.
No, it wouldn't. I want to explain how I feel about you so you'll understand. It's like this, Mrs.
Swallowing again.
Mrs. Curtis. I never used to think I'd ever get to feeling this way about somebody that was married, but it came over me before I knew you were married. I already was feeling this way before he said, You mean Mrs. Curtis? It already...
He swallows.
Happened to me before I knew you were a married woman.
Shaking his head.
I certainly never did think I'd feel this way about a married woman.
But I'm not as you mean it. I'm a widow, Mr. Briggs.
Mr. Briggs, as in a dim perplexity.
You're a widow?
He jumps up suddenly, greatly amazed.
Oh my!
What's the matter?
Oh my!
What is it?
I guess I've got to get used to the idea of it. First I thought you weren't married, and then I was just getting used to the idea that you were. And now, well, I suppose it's a good deal better you're being a widow. Though except for...
Except for?
Mr. Briggs, hurriedly.
Oh, I didn't mean except for your husband. I didn't mean your being a widow was better for...
He checks himself and swallows.
Oh.
Mr. Briggs, frowning with thought.
No, I meant more on account of the way my family treats me. My mother and sister, well, to tell the truth, they always seem to think I'm about 4 years old. They can't seem to realize. And when I go and tell them you're a widow...
You think they'll be interested in hearing it? I haven't even met them.
No, but of course they've been talking about you quite a good deal.
They have?
You know how people are in a hotel like this, wondering who everybody else is and whether some woman's some old man's wife or his daughter or just a trained nurse and all so on. Of course, my family noticed you right away, and then after I met you, of course, then they said a lot more about you. Golly.
He shakes his head, indicating that the comment has been unfavorable.
Oh, indeed.
Mr. Briggs, ruefully.
They watch me like a hawk, and I know what they'll say now. When I tell them you're a widow, I mean.
Do you?
Mr. Briggs, shaking his head.
I certainly never thought myself I would ever get to feeling this way about a widow either.
Don't you really think you'd better run and dance with one of those?
Mr. Briggs, absently.
No.
Turning to her suddenly.
I was going to ask you, well, of course, in a technical way, so to speak. I mean, in a strictly technical way, so to speak. I'm not exactly of age yet, and I suppose I'd have to get my mother's consent because she's a widow too, and got herself appointed my guardian besides. And the truth is, she's a pretty cold-hearted, bossy kind of woman, and it's going to be a big difficulty getting her to see this thing right.
To see what right?
The way I feel about you. I know it's going to be difficult because I started to talk a little about it last night to my mother and my sister. Her name's Jessie. And they behaved... well, they behaved a good deal like two fiends.
They did.
I told them they didn't know you and they haven't even met you, and they treated me like a mere jest. And then they got so critical the way they talked about you. It might be better if they didn't see me with you again for a few days. I can't stand the way they talk after they see me with you.
Indeed.
Well, what was I saying? I can't touch my principal till I'm 21 on account of the way my father went and tied up his will. But, of course, my mother and sister think a good many will be after me on account of it. But anyhow, I have got a feeling this way, and I know I'll never get over it. So what I wanted to ask you, well, it's...
He swallows.
It's just this. I know you are a widow and everything like that, but would you be willing to...
He swallows.
Well, of course, I don't know how long since you lost your first husband.
Mrs. Curtis, incredulously.
What?
She rises.
I mean, I don't know how you would feel about getting married again yet, even if I didn't have my own difficulties about it, but...
Mrs. Curtis, with increased incredulity.
Are you proposing to me, Mr. Briggs?
Well, yes.
Then, looking beyond her down the corridor on the right.
Oh, goodness, they watch me like a hawk. Here comes my mother.
Dismayed, he turns to the left. Mrs. Curtis, as he turns.
Perhaps it was time.
Mr. Briggs, dismally.
Oh, there's my sister, Jessie.
What of it?
Mr. Briggs, hastily.
I told you they behave like two fiends when they see me with you.
Glancing right and left nervously.
Well, excuse me.
With perfect gravity, he kneels at one end of the settee, which is in the rear, a little left of center.
It'll be a good deal better if they don't see me, I expect.
He promptly crawls under the settee, and the valance conceals him entirely. From this invisibility he appeals with pathetic urgency in a hoarse whisper.
They'll probably go right on. Please wait. Or if you have to go, come back.
Mrs. Curtis stands dumbfounded for a moment. And then, controlling a tendency to laugh immoderately, she turns to examine a print on the left wall as Mr. Briggs's mother enters from the right. Mrs. Briggs is a handsome woman of 45 or 50, not now in a gracious mood. She comes in decisively, halts, and stares at Mrs. Curtis's back. Then she looks over the room in an annoyed and puzzled manner. Mr. Briggs' sister Jessie comes in from the left. She is a pretty girl of about 20, but her expression is now rather cross. Her dress and equipment show that she has just come in from the golf course. Jessie, calling as she comes in,
Lancelot.
She halts, puzzled, and looks inquiringly at her mother.
Mama, where's Lancelot? I was sure I saw him in here just a second ago.
Mrs. Briggs, grimly.
So was I.
After looking at each other, they turn their heads simultaneously and stare at Mrs. Curtis, who appears to be interested in the print.
It's very odd.
Yes, very.
The two again look at each other, and at a little distance appear to consult telepathically, without any change of expression. Then they turn once more to look at Mrs. Curtis.
I beg your pardon, but I'm under the impression that you have met my son.
Mrs. Curtis, turning.
Yes?
Wasn't he here just now?
Yes, he was.
Would you be good enough to tell me, did he leave here to go to his room?
Mrs. Curtis, casually.
I don't think so. He didn't say so.
She gives them a little nod, smiling politely, and goes out at the left. They stare after her. Jessie, still staring after Mrs. Curtis.
She's a very bold type.
Mrs. Briggs, seating herself on the settee.
Very.
Jessie, turning to her.
I don't see how that little goose got away. You were coming from that direction, and I from just yonder. I suppose he thought we'd say something that would embarrass him before her?
I suppose she's 35. I've heard of such people, but I never saw one before.
I regard her as distinctly the dangerous type of adventuress.
Certainly. In the first place, her not having told the child frankly that she's a widow. One of the clerks told me she was.
Oh, she did that to flatter him into believing he's a real grown-up man of the world having an affair.
So that when he's sufficiently entangled, she can tell him she's a widow. And by that time, we don't know what he'd do. A country justice of the peace, probably.
Last night, when we were trying to teach him a little common sense about strange people in hotels, what was it he said she was? An angel! Oh, yes, one of heaven's highest angels.
Mrs. Briggs, grimly.
He said he wouldn't listen to one of heaven's highest angels getting talked against by a lot of women. I'm sure they heard him in the next suite.
She rises.
I suppose you'd better go and see where he slipped out to, Jessie. Of course, he'll try to find her again as soon as he can.
Jessie, dropping into a chair.
I played 3 times round the course. Do you mind if I just sit here a while and rest?
Then why don't you go to your room?
Jessie, laughing feebly.
I'm just too tired. I will in a minute.
With a gesture towards the left entrance.
Hadn't you better...
Keep her in sight? Yes, that's easier than trying to keep him in sight. You're going up to your room right away, aren't you?
Yes, in only a minute. I really think you'd better go, Mama. He might...
No, I'll see to that.
She goes out. Jessie stares after her for a moment, glances at her wristwatch, then rises and looks down the corridor beyond the entrance at the right. She appears to derive some satisfaction from what she sees there, returns to her chair, and sits in a carefully graceful attitude, her expression demure. A moment later a young man, he's about 25, comes in rather nervously from the right. He pauses near the entrance.
Hugh.
Jessie, softly.
Hugh.
Is your mother...
She's gone.
The young man, nervously advancing.
I was afraid maybe we couldn't have this nook to ourselves after all. My absurd little brother was in here, hanging about that dreadful Mrs. Curtis. And I was afraid they wouldn't go away, but Mama scared 'em both off providentially.
The young man, moving a chair close to hers and sitting.
And so we're alone.
He speaks with a sentimental hushedness.
All alone.
All alone, Rupert. This is the only place in the hotel where you can be by yourself a while. That's why I said to meet here.
Rupert, nervously.
You don't think your mother will be back for a while?
No, she won't.
She hasn't found out I've come, has she?
She hasn't the remotest idea, thank heaven. Nobody dreams you're within hundreds of miles of here. That's one advantage of a big hotel.
Darling.
Yes, darling.
The settee moves slightly at this, but it is behind them and they do not see it.
I can't understand why your mother dislikes me so.
Jessie, gravely.
Well, I suppose her feeling about you is... Well, she says it's because you're rather poor and I'm not.
But what makes her think I care about you because you're not?
Well...
Rupert, leaning toward her and lowering his voice.
Darling, there's something I want to ask you.
Jessie, leaning toward him and almost whispering.
Yes, dearest. What is it?
The settee slowly moves nearer them as their voices become more indistinct.
I want to ask you...
Yes?
Rupert, with hushed tenderness.
Do you really love me, dearest?
Jessie, gazing upward, tranced.
Oh, dearest, I do.
The settee goes back to where it came from.
But you don't think your mother will ever change her mind about me?
She never does change her mind.
Then what can we do?
Jessie, in a low voice.
Darling, there's something I wouldn't say for anything in the world to anybody but you.
The settee again approaches slightly.
Yes?
I think Mama really knows you're not mercenary, but the real reason for her opposition to you is pretty selfish. I think it's because she doesn't want me to marry and go away and leave her alone in the world.
But she wouldn't be. She'd still have the companionship of your young brother.
Jessie, shaking her head.
That'd be the same as none. Lancelot seems to have scarcely any sense, you see.
The settee once more retires.
Then I don't see what possible hope.
Jessie, warning him as she sees someone approaching in the corridor to the right.
Shh.
Rupert, following her gaze.
Who is that old chap?
It's old Mr. Inglesby. He's some old friend of Mama's that happened to turn up here.
Rupert, moving as if to withdraw.
I'd better.
Jessie, quickly.
No, he doesn't know. You sit still.
She turns toward Mr. Ingleby with a smile as he enters.
Good afternoon, Mr. Inglesby. Did you do it in 85 again today?
Inglesby is a man of 55 or possibly 60. He wears neat knickerbockers and is otherwise sprightly in his outdoor attire. He smiles rather absently as he replies.
85? No, I didn't go round today. Has Mrs. Briggs been here?
Here?
Yes, I mean, here.
I think she's somewhere looking for Lancelot.
Yes,
Is there something you'd like me to tell her when I see her?
Inglesby, going toward the left entrance.
No,
He glances at his watch and looks absently at Jessie.
No, I believe
He departs.
Well, I do hope nobody else will come poking about like that, because
No, darling, we're alone again now.
Darling.
Yes, darling?
We've had such difficulties in managing our little interviews. It does seem a precious thing to be near you again.
Oh, it does.
If we could only go away together, where it could always be like this.
Jessie, dreamily.
Yes, with the world shut out.
Why can't we?
Hush, darling.
She sees someone approaching in the corridor on the left. He looks dolefully in that direction.
It's that dreadful woman.
I don't know her.
She's been trying to entangle Lancelot, and he's completely lost what slight intelligence he had, the little ninny. She's old enough to be his mother.
The settee makes a slight convulsive movement.
Shh, she'll hear you.
Mrs. Curtis enters from the left. She looks about with a faint embarrassment. Jessie stares at her, then speaks coldly.
I beg your pardon? Did you leave something when you were here with my little brother?
Mrs. Curtis, smiling constrainedly.
Did you happen to see a pair of white gloves?
Rupert rises and looks in his chair.
No, there aren't any here.
I may have left them anywhere, of course.
To Rupert.
Don't bother, please. I thought just possibly...
She stoops slightly and looks behind the settee, and her expression shows a considerable illumination.
If I had left anything here, I just wanted to see if it was still...
No, there aren't any gloves here.
She speaks in a sharp whisper to Rupert.
Sit down.
He does so. Their backs are towards Mrs. Curtis.
No, they don't seem to be. I'm sorry to have disturbed you.
She moves towards the left entrance as she speaks. The settee follows her. She checks it with a sudden commanding push.
I hardly think my little brother will come back here. My mother went to look for him.
Mrs. Curtis, politely.
No doubt she's found him by this time.
She looks from the settee to Jessie and Rupert, and back again, and her eyes widen with an intense inward struggle. Jessie turning to look at her coolly.
Was there anything else?
Mrs. Curtis, after a moment, during which her inward struggle prevents her from replying.
Oh, no, I'm so sorry to have disturbed you.
Her voice threatens to break, and she goes out hurriedly at the left. Jessie, staring after her.
Absolutely brazen. She came back after that idiot boy. Thought he'd probably come back.
Darling.
Jessie, turning to him eagerly.
Yes, darling.
Rupert, looking over his shoulder.
Oh, my goodness.
He speaks with intense anguish. Jessie, seizing his hand feverishly.
What's the matter, darling?
Rupert, rising.
It's your mother.
He strides hastily backwards out of sight from the left entrance.
Oh, murder!
She didn't see me, but she will if I try to go out there.
He points to the right entrance.
She's coming.
This is awful.
His despairing eye falls upon the huge Philippine chair in the left rear corner of the room. He rushes to it, turns it round with its back toward the front, and sits in it, concealed from view. He speaks in a hoarse whisper.
Darling.
Hush!
She has checked an impulse to rise and fly, and now, affecting carelessness, she brushes her left sleeve with her right hand, crosses her knees, swings her foot, whistles an operatic air, and looks at the ceiling. Mrs. Briggs enters at the left, frowning. Jessie addresses her cheerfully.
Back again, Mamma? Where's Lancelot?
Mrs. Briggs, in an annoyed tone.
I don't know. I thought you were going straight to your room.
Oh, I am.
Have you just been sitting here alone?
Mrs. Curtis came back a minute ago, looking for the child.
Yes, I saw her. Wasn't anyone else?
Jessie, carelessly.
Oh, yes, that Mr. Ingoldsby was here too?
He was?
She looks at her watch and then toward the corridor on the left.
You told me you were very tired and were going straight to your room.
Jessie, casually.
Oh, well, I feel rested now.
You should lie down before dressing for dinner.
Why don't you do that, Mamma? You know how it brightens you up.
Mrs. Briggs, frowning.
Brightens me up, really.
Oh, I don't mean like a terribly aged person, but a nap every day is a good thing for everybody.
Mrs. Briggs, stiffly.
I took a nap after lunch. Really, it's time you went.
Oh, I'll just sit around a while longer. I rather like to just sit around and do nothing, like this.
You said you were going, and you ought to do things when you say you're going to do them.
But why? Why can't I just sit around here a little longer if I want to?
Because you said you.
Oh, what if I did? Haven't I got a right to change my mind?
I insist on your lying down for half an hour before you dress for dinner. What makes you so obstinate about it? Have you any reason for wishing not to do this simple thing? Is there anything you're trying to conceal from me, Jessie?
Jessie, rising hastily.
Certainly not.
Mrs. Briggs, severely.
You haven't any particular reason for staying here and not going to your room as you said you would?
No.
Then
I'll go. But I don't understand why you make such a point of it.
Mrs. Briggs, a little flustered.
A point of it? I'm not making a point of it. I don't at all, except for your health.
Jessie, going.
My health?
She halts.
What nonsense.
Your health is the only thing to consider. You've started. Why don't you go?
But what's the hurry?
Hurry? Oh, none. I just meant, as you are going, why shouldn't you go and get it over?
What makes you so queer?
Mrs. Briggs, with quiet severity.
Queer? You call your mother queer? It seems to me you're the one behaving queerly. Jessie, is there anything you're trying to?
No, don't get so upset. I'll go.
She goes out at the left. Mrs. Briggs stares after her for a moment, looks in the opposite direction, then seats herself upon the settee, and from the midst of a handkerchief which she has crumpled in her hand, produces a small gold vanity box. She opens it, gazes in the tiny mirror, touches her hair, glances right and left, and uses a diminutive powder puff quickly. Then she closes the box, conceals it in her handkerchief again, and hums a song to herself. Mr. Inglesby enters on the left. He has an air slightly embarrassed. Mrs. Briggs, as if surprised.
Oh!
I was here a while ago. It was a little earlier than our appointment, if I may call it so.
He laughs nervously. Mrs. Briggs, smiling.
Well, I suppose it could be called an appointment, in a way.
I thought, that is, I've noticed this was the only place in the hotel where there ain't usually a lot of people. I suggested it because I had something to say. I mean that I thought it would be as well to say it in private, as it were. That is, if we were alone together. That is to say, it's something I couldn't very well say in public, so to speak. I mean, it would be difficult with other people present.
Mrs. Briggs, smiling nervously.
Is it something very mysterious, Mr. Inglesby?
I wish you wouldn't call me that.
Mrs. Briggs, seriously.
You want me to call you Henry?
You did once.
Mrs. Briggs, rising in some agitation.
Yes, but that was pretty long ago.
Inglesby, sharply.
I called you Fanny then.
Mrs. Briggs, more agitated.
I don't think we should ever refer to it when an episode is as long buried as...
Inglesby, his own agitation increasing.
Episode? See here, Fanny, you know why I stayed a bachelor. You do know.
Mrs. Briggs, protesting quickly.
No, I have no responsibility for that.
Haven't you? When you broke your engagement to me?
Mrs. Briggs, crying out, though she suppresses the loudness of her voice.
It was a misunderstanding, Henry.
It was not. I've held my peace in silence all these years because of my principles. I wouldn't refer to such things with you when you had become a married woman, but I can speak now. You deliberately broke off with me.
Mrs. Briggs, choking.
I didn't.
Inglesby, with a suppressed passion.
You did.
He paces the floor as he goes on.
You decided Lance Briggs was the better man, and you sent me my ring and letters without a single word explaining why you did it.
Oh.
You did.
Is it fair to attack me with that now?
Fair? How dare you speak of fairness to me?
But you knew why I did it.
Inglesby, bitterly.
I did indeed. It was simply because you were of a fickle nature. Of course you didn't have the courage to explain that.
Mrs. Briggs, with great emotion.
But you don't know the pressure, the awful pressure my mother brought to bear on me. She simply made me marry him, Henry. It was night and day and night, week in, week out.
And you never for one moment had the simple bravery, the simple loyalty to the man you'd given your word to.
I was worn out.
You didn't care enough for me to...
I did.
No.
Mrs. Briggs, piteously.
Henry, you must listen to me.
She puts her hand on his arm. Inglesby, moving away from her.
Why didn't you say that then? Why didn't...
I loved you. I did, Henry. I simply let my mother break my will and wreck our 2 lives.
What folly? You were perfectly happy with Briggs. I don't know how many people told me you were.
I did my duty, and I tried to do it cheerfully. But the scar was always there, Henry.
Inglesby, harshly.
I don't believe it.
Mrs. Briggs, plaintively.
It was, Henry.
She sinks into the chair Jessie has occupied. Inglesby, swallowing.
What?
Mrs. Briggs, feebly.
It was, Henry. The scar was always there.
Her head droops. He walks across the room, then returns to her and looks down upon her. Inglesby, swallowing.
Do you know what my life has been?
Mrs. Briggs, tremulously, not looking up.
I heard you became very, very prosperous in real estate.
Yes, what's that to fill a man's life? Look at the difference. You have children to be a comfort to your as you approach middle age. I have nothing.
Mrs. Briggs, pathetically, still looking down.
Oh, I'm sure you have something.
I'll tell you, I have nothing. Nothing in the world to make life worth living. Not a thing on earth.
He glances about, then sits beside her and speaks in a very low voice.
Fanny.
The settee approaches a little nearer. Mrs. Briggs, also in a very low voice.
Well?
Fanny, Fanny.
His emotion is difficult to control, and his voice fades out into a murmur of several slight incoherent sounds, whereupon the settee again moves slightly closer.
Yes, Henry?
You said your life was wrecked, though you bore it dutifully and cheerfully. My life, it was withered.
Mrs. Briggs, murmuring.
Oh, Henry.
But after all, our lives ain't over.
Mrs. Briggs, shaking her down-bent head and protesting in a weak voice.
Oh, no. Don't begin to talk that way.
Fanny, I never got over it. As time went on, I took up my work and tried to do my part in the world, but I never got over it. Fanny, I'm not over it now.
Mrs. Briggs, turning to him mournfully.
Oh, yes, you are.
Inglesby, shaking his head.
I'm not. I still.
The settee again moves a little closer.
No.
I do. I still.
Mrs. Briggs, in a faint and tearful protest.
No, you don't, Henry. You only think you do.
No, I really do. I care for you yet, Fanny.
Mrs. Briggs, recovering herself enough to smile faintly as she shakes her head.
Oh my, no.
Fanny, let's save these years that we still have before us. Let's try to make up for that old mistake.
Mrs. Briggs, becoming a little brisker.
Why, how? Why, I couldn't think of such a thing.
Inglesby, solemnly.
Fanny, I ask you to marry me.
She stares at him. The settee moves an inch nearer.
What?
I ask you to marry me.
Why, good gracious. I wouldn't have my children know that anybody had said such a thing to me for all the kingdoms on earth.
Inglesby, earnestly.
They needn't know it till afterwards.
Mrs. Briggs, breathlessly.
Afterwards. After.
You're not gonna wreck us both again, are you, Fanny?
Mrs. Briggs, as in amazement.
Why, if I'd dreamed you were going to say anything like this to me when you asked me to meet you here this afternoon.
Inglesby, solemnly.
Fanny, I want you to give me your answer, and to do it now. What do you say?
Mrs. Briggs, feebly, with her hand to her breast.
Oh, my.
Yes, you must.
But I haven't had time to think. Why, I wouldn't have anybody know about this for...
I want my answer, Fanny. Fanny, dear.
Mrs. Briggs, blankly.
Oh, dear.
Fanny, dearest.
He takes her hand.
Oh, I wouldn't have anybody know this.
Dearest, Fanny.
Why, I wouldn't have anybody know that we...
They are interrupted by a voice from a mysterious and invisible source. It is a male and adult voice, loudly and emphatically affecting to clear the throat of its origin in the manner of a person wishing to attract the attention of some other person.
Ahem.
Mrs. Briggs, leaping in her chair.
Good heavens!
Inglesby, jumping up.
What was that?
Mrs. Briggs, rising.
Why, it was a man's voice.
It was right here in the room with us.
Mrs. Briggs, sinking into her chair.
Oh, murder!
Inglesby, staring about the room, notices the Philippine chair with its back turned to the front.
There's somebody sitting in that chair.
He starts towards it angrily, but is checked by a suppressed scream from Mrs. Briggs.
Don't! I'd much rather never know who it is.
Rising.
Let's get away.
She totters. Inglesby, undecided but very angry.
We ought to know who's spying on us like this.
Mrs. Briggs, clutching at him.
Oh!
The mysterious voice, indignantly.
I'm not spying. This is a public room in a public hotel.
Mrs. Briggs, moaning.
Oh!
The mysterious voice, continuing.
Any guest of this hotel has a right to sit here in peace. And if you will go on talking about your private affairs in a public room...
Mrs. Briggs, leaning on Ingleby's arm.
Oh, my!
The mysterious voice, continuing heatedly.
Why, it's your fault and not mine. I was only warning you not to go any further. I've heard enough of other people's private affairs for one afternoon anyhow.
Mrs. Briggs, almost hysterically.
Oh, let's go!
She swings the reluctant and angry Inglesby towards the left entrance.
Let's go!
Inglesby, turning to call back angrily.
I don't care who you are, sir, but when I've seen this lady to a place of safety, I intend to know I'll be back here, sir.
Fine.
Oh, mercy.
She moves hastily away from Inglesby as Jessie suddenly comes in, from the left, confronting them. Jessie, halting sharply.
What in the world is the matter?
Mrs. Briggs, in a shaking voice.
Nothing. Nothing at all, Jessie. Why should you think anything's the matter?
Why, you're all upset.
Mrs. Briggs, trying hard to seem lightly amused, and failing.
Not at all. Not at all. I was just sitting here a moment with Mr. Inglesby, chatting over old times, and then we decided to leave. We decided to leave. That's all. I'm...
Suddenly she starts, and with an incoherent exclamation looks behind her. Then she faces Jessie and, in a painful effort to smile, completes her sentence.
I'm all right.
Yes, you seem so, Mr. Inglesby. Will you kindly tell me what you've been saying to my mother to upset her so?
But I'm not.
Inglesby, checking her sharply.
Miss Briggs, I should not be likely to say anything disrespectful to my old and dear friend, your mother.
Looking around angrily.
The truth is, there's an eavesdropping scoundrel concealed in this room, and I...
Jessie, alarmed.
What? Oh, I'm sure there isn't.
There is an eavesdropping...
The mysterious voice, angrily.
This is a public room. I told you. How can I help it if you...
I can't stand this. He's behind that chair.
He breaks away from Mrs. Briggs and Jessie, who both clutch at him. Jessie, crying out.
Don't. Please don't.
Mrs. Briggs, simultaneously.
Henry, don't.
But Inglesby has already reached the Philippine chair that has its back turned toward the front of the stage. He seizes Rupert by the collar and drags him forth. Rupert is horrified.
Come out of there, you scoundrel. Come out of the light of day.
Rupert, hastily.
I didn't do it. It wasn't me.
Rupert Smith.
Jessie, dolefully.
Oh, goodness.
Inglesby, hotly.
What do you mean by terrorizing a lady?
I didn't. I didn't say a word. I was behind there, but I couldn't help it. It wasn't my voice talking to you.
Then who was it?
If you're anxious for more witnesses, I suggest that you look Under the settee.
Mrs. Briggs, changing her mind as she is in the act of sinking down upon the settee.
What?
Look at it!
Mrs. Briggs screams faintly as the settee moves rapidly to the left entrance, evidently meaning to leave the room. Inglesby, to Rupert.
Stop that thing, catch it!
They seize the settee just as it is disappearing into the corridor. They drag it back into the room. Rupert, trying to lift the settee.
Come out from under there.
Come out now.
The settee.
Whoa! You leave me alone!
Both together now, heave!
They heave, and the settee yields, disclosing Lancelot with his previously smooth hair dishevelled and his clothes well rumpled. Mrs. Briggs, astonished.
Lancelot! Oh, gracious me!
Inglesby, to Lancelot.
Shame on you.
Yes, shame on you.
Lancelot, resentfully.
Well, you would get me, but I'll make you sorry you did it, both of you!
He rises, brushing himself and adjusting his attire. Inglesby, irritably.
Don't you know better than to frighten ladies and eavesdrop and...
Lancelot, warmly.
I was absolutely honorable, because I couldn't help it, and none of you ever gave me a single chance to get away. My conduct is the only one here that hasn't got a stain on it or anything.
He turns hotly upon Mrs. Briggs and Jessie.
I got nothing to reproach myself with, but I'd just like to know what either of you have got to say for yourselves now about the way you've been talking about Mrs. Curtis. If either of you ever just dare to soil your lips with even her name again, why, I know more things.
Be quiet, Lancelot.
Quiet? Me?
He laughed shortly, with an irony he could not express in words.
In the first place, don't call me Lancelot anymore. You know how I hate that name, and I've been trying to break you of it long enough. And now I will. I don't care what you call me, but don't call me that.
Jessie, pointing to the settee.
How long were you under there?
Lancelot, sternly.
Long enough to get mighty tired of hearing people calling each other darling. Good gracious. You don't think I enjoyed it, do you? Why, what I heard while I was under there? Well, I got a pretty strong constitution, but...
Hush. Oh, me.
The voice that spoke didn't sound like Lancelot's voice.
Lancelot, turning upon him ominously.
Did you hear me? Not to call me Lancelot, I mean you too.
Inglesby, with hasty meekness.
I'll call you anything you like, but I want to know who it was that spoke. You say it wasn't you.
Lancelot, very emphatically.
No, it wasn't. I wouldn't have told you to look under the settee, would I?
Inglesby, with a gesture towards Rupert.
And this gentleman says it wasn't he.
Why, it spoke again after I came out.
Inglesby, quite bewildered.
So it did. Then who?
I don't care who it was. What I want to point out right here and now, before we go any further, why I'm in a position to say that I've got some plans for my future life, and I don't expect to have any interference with them from my family, or from anybody who wants to join my family either. All up to now, I've spent my life in a dependent position, so to speak, and after what's happened here lately and knowing all the things I do now...
His voice has risen during this oration, and Jessie, after a glance to the left entrance, attempts to moderate him.
Hush! There's somebody...
I don't care who's coming, I'm gonna say my say. I expect to settle my own future in my own way, and any lady that I may decide to make another member of this family...
Hush!
The eye of Lancelot follows her to the left entrance, and his stern manner is instantly softened.
It's her.
Mrs. Curtis comes in, but stops uncertainly near the entrance.
Oh, I'm afraid
She turns to go.
Wait, I was just talking to him about you.
You were, Mr. Briggs.
Lancelot, to the others, reprovingly.
She never calls me Lancelot. Mrs. Curtis. I didn't have to tell him. They'd already found out you were a widow. We don't need to bother about that anyway.
We don't?
I found out a good many things since I saw you, and I'm gonna tell you the whole business.
Shame.
Jessie, with a despairing laugh.
What would it matter? There's somebody else here who knows the whole business.
Mrs. Curtis, struck by this.
What did you say, Miss Briggs?
Inglesby, warmly.
She made a sensible remark, madam. There is a person concealed in this room.
Mrs. Curtis, impulsively.
Oh dear, how did you know?
What?
Nothing.
All right.
To Rupert.
I think I know now where he is, and I'm gonna have him out.
Mrs. Curtis, gasping, then imploringly.
Please, stop.
Inglesby, halting.
Why?
Mrs. Curtis, weakly.
It's a friend of mine.
Lancelot, apprehensively.
A friend of yours?
I'll answer for him. He'll never mention, anything. He really wouldn't be interested. He doesn't know any of you.
No, and doesn't care to.
Inglesby, angrily.
Now I will.
Please don't.
I mean to know who he is.
Mrs. Curtis, pleading.
Please, if you found him, you'd only see a total stranger to you, but he wouldn't be a stranger to quite a lot of people in this hotel that I know.
Inglesby, now shaking his head.
I'm afraid I don't see it.
Mrs. Curtis, in a faltering voice.
He's just here for one day, and we didn't want anyone to know it. I had so many engagements, I could only take a short walk in the country with him this morning, and promised to meet him here at 5 this afternoon.
Lancelot, who has been staring at her painfully.
But see here!
Yes, I tried to get you to run away and dance with some nice young thing.
Lancelot, pathetically.
So you could be here with him?
I believe so.
Lancelot, dismally.
Oh my!
Madam, what you say doesn't excuse this person's eavesdropping.
The mysterious voice, belligerently.
Why doesn't it? A lady's got a right to keep her engagement a secret as long as she wants to, hasn't she? There are people in this hotel that would know all about it if they saw her with me.
With some bitterness.
That's why she said to meet her here, because it's so quiet.
That doesn't excuse.
It's more your fault than anybody else's. I was awake all last night on a noisy train, and I was quietly asleep here, till you woke me up.
Till who woke you up?
Till you did. I never knew a man that made so much noise about proposing a second marriage.
Jessie, amazed.
Oh, Mama!
Mrs. Briggs, with severe dignity.
I'll speak to you and Mr. Rupert Smith after dinner. Henry, I don't see the propriety of continuing an argument with this interloper, whoever he may be.
She takes Ingleby's arm.
No, let's get away from here.
She moves towards the left entrance with Rupert. Inglesby, looking back as he follows with Mrs. Briggs, speaks reprovingly.
I hope you have some shame for your conduct, sir.
Bless you, my children.
Inglesby, infuriated.
Now I'll...
He turns to go back. Mrs. Briggs, restraining him.
Henry!
They go out the left entrance. Jessie and Rupert have passed out into the corridor.
Did he say a lady's got a right to keep her engagement a secret?
Yes.
To you?
Yes, dear.
Lancelot, piteously.
Oh, pshaw.
Mrs. Briggs, calling back.
Lancelot!
Lancelot, meekly.
Yes'm.
He goes dismally across to the left entrance and pauses. Inglesby and Mrs. Briggs have withdrawn, preceding him. Mrs. Curtis, as he pauses.
What is it, Mr. Briggs?
Lancelot, swallowing.
Nothing.
He goes out. Mrs. Curtis, turning, after a moment's faintly smiling meditation.
You poor thing.
The mysterious voice, in an aggrieved tone.
Well, I should say I am.
She goes to the Philippine chair near the right rear corner, and moving a smaller chair close to it, seats herself and addresses the invisible person, who is evidently sitting in the shelter of the big chair.
After all, there's nobody else here just now, darling.
No, we're alone, darling.
You poor darling.
She glances about, then impulsively leans behind the huge back of the Philippine chair as the curtain descends. End of The Trysting Place by Booth Tarkington.
The Diabolical Circle by Beulah Bornstead. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Persons of the play.
Cotton Mather, read by Larry Wilson.
Betty, his daughter, read by Joanna Michael Hoyt.
Adonijah Wigglesworth, a suitor, and Cotton's Choice, read by Greg Giordano.
Charles Manning, likewise a suitor, but Betty's Choice, read by Todd.
Stage directions read by Michelle Eaton. The Diabolical Circle. Scene: the living room in the Mather home in Boston. Time: about 1700, an evening in early autumn. The stage represents the living room of the Mather home. A large colonial fireplace is seen down stage left, within which stand huge brass andirons. To one side hangs the bellows, with the tongs nearby, while above, underneath the mantelpiece, is suspended an old flint-lock rifle. On both ends of the mantel are brass candlesticks, and hanging directly above is an old-fashioned portrait of Betty's mother. There are two doors, one leading into the hall at centre left, the other communicating with the rest of the house upstage right. A straight high-back settee is downstage right, while in the centre back towers an old grandfather's clock. To the left of the clock is the window, crossbarred and draped with flowered chintz. An old-fashioned table occupies the corner between the window and the hall door. Here and there are various straight-backed chairs of Dutch origin. Rag rugs cover the floor. As the curtain rises, Cotton Mather is seated in a large armchair by the fire, with Betty on a stool at his feet, with her knitting. Cotton, his hair already touched with the whitening frost of many a severe New England winter, is grave and sedate, very much exercised with the perils of this life, and serenely contemplative of the life to come. He takes himself and the world about him very seriously. Not so with Mistress Betty. Outwardly demure, yet inwardly rebellious against the straitened conventions of the times, she dimples over with roguish merriment upon the slightest provocation. As we first see them, Cotton is giving Betty some timely advice.
But you must understand that marriage, my daughter, is a most reverent and serious matter, which should be approached in a manner fittingly considerate of its grave responsibility.
Betty thoughtfully.
Truly reverend and most serious, father.
Looking up roguishly.
But I like not so much of the grave about it.
Cotton continuing.
I fear thou lookest upon the matter too lightly. It is not seemly to treat such a momentous occasion thus flippantly.
Betty protesting.
Nay, father, why consider it at all? Marriage is yet a great way off. Mayhap I shall never leave thee.
Thou little thinkest that I may be suddenly called on to leave thee. The good word cautions us to boast not ourselves of the morrow, for we know not what a day may bring forth.
Betty dropping her knitting.
Father, thou art not feeling well. Perhaps...
Nay, child, be not alarmed. 'Tis but a most necessary lesson to be learned and laid up in the heart. I will not always be with thee, and I would like to be comfortably assured of thy future welfare before I go.
Betty picking up her knitting.
Be comfortably assured, then, I prithee. I have no fears.
Cotton bringing his arm down forcibly on the arm of the chair.
Ay, there it is. Thou hast no fears. Would that thou hadst some.
Looks up at the portrait.
Had thy prudent and virtuous mother only lived to point the way, I might be spared this anxiety. But beset by divers difficulties in establishing the kingdom of God in this country, and sorely harassed by many hardships and by evil men, I fear me I have not propounded to thee much that I ought.
In what, then, is mine education lacking? Have I not all that is fitting and proper for a maiden to know?
Cotton perplexed.
I know not. I have done my best, but thou hast not the proper attitude of mind befitting a maiden about to enter the married estate.
Betty protesting.
Nay, but I am not about to enter the married estate.
It is time.
Betty mockingly pleading.
Entreat me not to leave thee, father, nor forsake thee. For whither thou goest, I will go, and whither?
Cotton interrupting sternly.
Betty, it ill fitteth a daughter of mine to quote the Scriptures with such seeming irreverence. I would not be parted from thee, yet I would that thou wert promised to some godly and upright soul that would guide thee yet more surely in the paths of righteousness. There be many such.
Yea, too many.
What meanest thou?
One were too many when I would have none.
Cotton shaking his head.
Ha, Betty, Betty, when wilt thou be serious? There is a godly youth among the friends surrounding thee, whom I have often marked both on account of his godly demeanour and simple wisdom.
Betty nodding.
Yea, simple.
I speak of Adonijah Wigglesworth, a most estimable young gentleman, an acquaintance whom thou wouldst do well to cultivate.
Yea, cultivate.
What thinkest thou?
A sod too dense for any ploughshare. My wit would break in the turning.
He is a strong nature, born to drive and not be driven. There is not such another, nay, not in the whole of Boston.
Yea, I have lately heard there be many such.
Cotton testily.
Mayhap thou wouldst name a few.
Betty musingly holds up her left hand with fingers outspread.
Ay, that I can.
Checks off one on the little finger.
There be Marcus Ainsley.
A goodly youth that hath an eye for books.
One eye, sayest thou? Nay, 4. And since I am neither Morocco bound nor edged with guilt, let us consign him to the shelf wherein he findeth fullest compensation.
And now, a man of action then should appeal to thy brash tastes. What sayest thou to Jeremiah Wadsworth?
Too brash and rash for me.
Checking off that candidate on the next finger.
And I'll have none of him. There's Percy Wayne.
Of the bluest blood in Boston.
Yet that be not everything.
Checks off another finger.
And Jonas Appleby.
He hath an eye to worldly goods.
Betty quickly.
Especially the larder. To marry him would be an everlasting round between the tankard and the kettle.
Checks him off.
Nay, let me look yet farther. James Endicott.
Checking.
Ay, there might be a lad for thee. Birth, breeding, a well-favoured countenance, and most agreeable.
Yea, most agreeable unto himself. 'Twere a pity to disturb such unanimity, therefore let us pass on. Take Charles Manning, an you please.
It pleaseth me not. I know the ilk. His father before him, a devoted servant of the devil and King Charles. With others of his kind he hath brought dissension among the young men of Harvard, many of whom are dedicated to the service of the Lord. With his wicked apparel and ungodly fashion of wearing long hair after the manner of Russians and barbarous Indians, many there be with him brought up in such pride as doth in no ways become the service of the Lord. The devil himself hath laid hold of our young men, so that they do evaporate senseless, useless, noisy impertinency wherever they may be, and now it has e'en got out in the pulpits of the land, to the great grief and fear of many godly hearts.
He starts to his feet and paces the floor. Betty standing upright.
But Charles...
Cotton interrupting.
Mention not that scapegrace in my hearing.
Betty still persisting.
But, father, truly thou knowest not.
Cotton almost savagely, while Betty retreats to a safe distance.
Name him not. I will not have it. Compared with Adonijah, he is a reed shaken in the winds, whereas Adonijah resembleth a tree planted by the river of waters.
Betty, who has been looking out of the window.
Converse of the devil, and thou wilt behold his horns. Even now he approacheth the knocker.
The knocker sounds.
Cotton sternly.
Betake thyself to thine own chamber with thine unseemly tongue, which so ill befitteth a maid.
Betty is very demure, with head slightly bent and downcast eyes. But the moment Cotton turns, she glances roguishly after his retreating form. Then, while her glance revolves about the room, she starts slightly as her gaze falls upon the clock. A smile of mischievous delight flits over her countenance as she tiptoes in Cotton's wake until the clock is reached. Cotton, unsuspecting meanwhile, proceeds to do his duty as host, with never a backwards glance. While he is out in the hall, Betty, with a lingering smile of triumph, climbs into the clock and cautiously peeks forth as her father opens the door and ushers in Adonijah, whereupon the door softly closes.
Good morrow, reverend sir.
Enter, and doubly welcome.
I would inquire whether thy daughter Betty is within.
We were but speaking of thee as thy knock sounded. Betty will be here presently. She hath but retired for the moment. Remove thy wraps, and make thyself in comfort.
Adonijah is a lean, lank, lantern-jawed individual, clad in the conventional sober grey of the Puritan, with high-crowned hat and a fur tippet wound about his neck up to his ears. He removes the hat and tippet and hands them to Cotton, who carefully places them upon the table. Meanwhile, Adonijah looks appraisingly about him and judiciously selects the armchair by the fire. He pauses a moment to rub his hands before the blaze, and then gingerly relaxes into the depths of the armchair, as though fearful his comfort would give way ere fully attained. Cotton places a chair on the other side of Adonijah and is seated.
And how is it with thee since I have seen thee last?
My business prospereth.
Mournfully.
But not so finely as it might well do.
The clock strikes 4, but is unnoticed by the two men.
Thou hast suffered some great loss?
But yes and no. This matter of lending money hath many and grievous complications, not the least of which is the duplicity of the borrower. I but insist on £30 to the 100 as my due recompense, and when I demand it, they respond not, but let my kindness lie under the clods of ingratitude.
Straightening up and speaking with conviction.
They shall come before the council. I will have what is mine own.
Cotton righteously.
And it is not unbecoming of thee to demand it. I wist not what the present generation is coming to.
They have no sense of the value of money. They know not how to demean themselves properly in due proportion to their worldly goods, as the Lord hath prospered them. There be many that have nothing, and do hold their heads above us, that be worthy of our possessions.
The wicked stand in slippery places. It will not always be thus. Judgment shall come upon them.
Aye, let them fall. I for one have upheld them too far. They squander their means in riotous living, and walk not in the ways of their fathers.
There be many such, many such. But thou, my lad, thou art not one of the multitude. As I have often observed to my Betty, thou standest out as a most upright and God-fearing young man.
Adonijah, brimming over with self-satisfaction.
That have I ever sought to be.
An example that others would do well to imitate.
Adonijah, all puffed up.
Nay, others value it not. They be envious of my good fortune.
A most prudent young man. Nay, be not so over-blushingly timid. Thou art too modest.
Adonijah, his face falling.
But Betty, doth she regard me thus?
The ways of a maid are past finding out. But despair not. I think she hath thee much to heart. But as the perverse heart of a woman dictateth, behaveth much to the contrary.
Adonijah, brightening up as one with new hopes.
Thou thinkest?
Cotton interrupting.
Nay, lad, I am sure of it. Betty was ever a dutiful daughter.
All unseen, Betty peeks out mischievously.
But I mistrust me her heart is elsewhere.
Thou refers to young Manning, without doubt. It can never be. 'Tis but a passing fancy.
Nay, but I fear Charles thinketh not so. I have been told in secret.
Leaning forward confidentially.
By one that hath every opportunity to know, that he hath enjoined Goodman Shrewsbury to send for...
Impressively.
A ring.
Cotton angered.
A ring, sayest thou?
Adonijah nodding.
Aye, even so.
But he hath not signified such intention here to me.
Then there are no grounds for his rash presumption?
Grounds for a ring? Aye, there'll be no diabolical circle here for the devil to dance in. I will question Betty thereon.
Rises.
Do thou remain here, and I will send her to thee. Oh, that he should offer daughter of mine a ring.
Cotton leaves the room. Adonijah leans back in his chair in supreme contentment at the turn affairs have taken. The clamorous knocker arouses him from his reverie. He gazes stupidly around. The continued imperious tattoo on the knocker finally brings him to his feet. He goes into the hall and opens the door. His voice is heard. Adonijah frostily.
Good afternoon, Sir Charles. Mine host is absent.
Charles stepping in.
My mission has rather to do with Mistress Betty. Is she in?
Adonijah closing the hall door and turning to Charles, replies in grandiose hauteur.
Mistress Betty is otherwise engaged, I would have thee know.
Engaged?
Bowing.
Your humble servant, I trust, hath the supreme pleasure of that engagement.
He glances inquiringly about the room and places the hat on the table beside that of Adonijah. The two hats are as different as the two men. Adonijah's prim, puritanic, severe. Charles three-cornered with a flowing plume. Charles is a handsome chap of goodly proportions, with a straightforward air and a pleasant smile. He is dressed more after the fashion of the Cavaliers of Virginia, and wears a long wig with flowing curls. The two men size each other up. Adonijah meaningly.
Her father will shortly arrive.
Charles impatiently striding forth.
Devil take her father. 'Tis Mistress Betty I would see. Where is she?
Charles continues pacing the floor. Adonijah, shocked beyond measure, turns his back on the offending Charles, and with folded arms and bowed head, stands aside in profound meditation. The clock door slowly opens and Betty cautiously peeks out. Charles stops short and is about to begin a decided demonstration, when Betty, with a warning glance towards Adonijah, checks him with upraised hand. The clock door closes, and Charles subsides into the armchair with a comprehending grin of delight. Adonijah slowly turns and faces Charles with a melancholy air.
Prithee, why so sad?
I do discern no cause for such unrighteous merriment.
'Tis none the less for all of that. I take life as I find it, and for that matter, so do they all, even thou. The difference be in the finding.
Whistles. Adonijah uneasily.
It is time her father did arrive.
Where, then, hath he been?
He but went in search of Betty.
Ah, then we'll wait.
He whistles while Adonijah moves uneasily about the room, glancing every now and then at this disturbing element of his piece, as if he would send him to kingdom come, if he only could. Adonijah, after considerable toleration.
Waiting may avail thee naught.
And thee? Nevertheless, we'll wait.
Whistles. Adonijah takes another turn or two and fetches up a counterfeit sigh.
Methinks her father's quest be fruitless.
Charles starting up.
Ah, then, let us go.
Adonijah, visibly relieved, sits down in the chair opposite. Charles, amused.
Nay?
Sits down and relaxes.
Ah, then, we'll wait.
Whistles. Adonijah, troubled.
'Tis certain Mistress Betty be not here.
Nay, if she be not here, then I am neither here nor there. I would wager 10 pounds to a farthing she be revealed in time, if she but will it. Wilt take me up?
It be not seemly so to stake thy fortune on a woman's whim.
Thou art right on it. If she will, say I, for if she will, she won't, and if she won't, she will.
False jargon. A woman has no will, but even her father's as a maid, her husband's later still.
Enter Cotton, who stops short on seeing Charles, rallies quickly and proceeds. Cotton stiffly.
Good day to you, sir.
Charles bowing. He has risen.
And to you, sire.
Cotton to Adonijah.
I am deeply grieved to report that Mistress Betty is not to be found.
Adonijah steals a sly look of triumph at Charles. Charles in mock solemnity.
I prithee present my deep regrets to Mistress Betty. I will call again.
God speed thee.
And as Charles takes his leave, Cotton places his hand affectionately upon Adonijah's shoulder, saying reassuringly,
Come again, my son. Betty may not be afar off. I fain would have her soon be persuaded of thy worth. Improve thy time.
Adonijah beaming.
Good morrow, sir. I will.
As the door closes behind them, Cotton slowly walks toward the fire, where he stands in complete reverie. Still absorbed in thought, he walks slowly out the door at the right. Betty peeks cautiously out, but hearing footsteps quickly withdraws. Cotton re-enters with hat on. He is talking to himself reflectively.
Where can she be? Mayhap at neighbour Ainsley's.
He goes hurriedly out through the hall door. The banging of the outside door is heard. The clock door once more slowly opens, and Betty peers forth, listening. The sound of a door opening causes her to draw back. As the noise is further emphasized by approaching footsteps, she pulls the clock door quickly to. Charles enters. He looks inquiringly about, tosses his hat on the table, and goes for the clock. He opens it with a gay laugh. Betty steps forth out of the clock, very much assisted by Charles.
Blessed relief! Thou art in very truth, then, flesh and blood?
And what else should I be, forsooth?
I marked thee for a mummy there entombed.
Betty disengaging her hand.
What, darest thou?
A lively mummy now thou art come to, whilst I waited through the ages.
A veritable monument of patient grief.
And Adonia.
Yea, verily, old Father Time but come to life.
Mimics.
Thy waiting may avail thee not.
In truth, it may avail me not. Thy father may be back at any time, while I have much to say, sweet Betty.
Betty interrupting.
Nay, sweet Betty, call me not.
Dear Betty, then, the dearest.
Betty quickly.
Yea, call me dearest mummy, Hottentot, or what you will, just so it be not sweet like Adonijah. It sickens me beyond expressing.
Then, sweet Betty, thou art not. Say rather, sour Betty, cross Betty, mean Betty, Bad Betty, mad Betty, sad Betty.
Betty suddenly dimpling.
Nay, glad Betty.
Art then so glad? Wilt tell me why? In sooth, I know not whether to be glad, or sad, or mad. Sometimes I am but one, sometimes I am all three.
Wilt tell me why?
Charles stepping closer and imprisoning her left hand.
Thou wilt not now escape it, for I will tell thee why, and mayhap this will aid me.
Slips ring which he had concealed in his pocket on her finger.
Hath this no meaning for thee?
Betty, her eyes sparkling with mischief.
Aye, 'tis a diabolical circle for the devil to dance in.
Charles in astonishment.
A what?
Betty slowly.
A diabolical circle for the devil to dance in. So father saith, likewise Adonijah.
Charles weakly endeavouring to comprehend.
A diabolical circle? But what? Say it again, Betty.
Betty repeats slowly, emphasizing it with pointed finger.
A diabolical circle for the devil to dance in.
May I be the devil?
Betty shaking her finger at him.
Then dance.
They take position as though for a minuet. The knocker sounds. Betty runs to the window.
Hi, there's Adonijah at the knocker. Into the clock. Hie thee, quick, quick.
Charles reproachfully.
And wouldst thou incarcerate me through the ages?
Turns to the clock.
Oh, timely sarcophagus.
Charles is smuggled into the clock, and Betty has barely enough time to make a dash for the hat and conceal it behind her, before the door opens and in stalks Adonijah. He looks about suspiciously. Betty faces him with the hat held behind her. He removes his hat and tippet and lays them on the table.
Methought I heard a sound of many feet.
Betty looking down.
2 feet have I, no more, no less.
Adonijah dryly.
Aye, 2 be quite sufficient.
And thou sayest the word, they yet can beat as loud a retreat as an whole regiment.
Thou dost my meaning misconstrue.
Construe it then, I prithee.
I came not here to vex.
Then get thee hence.
He steps forward, Betty steps back.
But not behind me, Satan.
Adonijah coming closer.
And yet thou drivest me to it.
Betty backing off.
Indeed, thou hast a nature born to drive and not be driven.
Adonijah highly complimented.
So be it. Yet I scarce had hoped that thou wouldst notice.
Advancing.
Born to drive, thou sayest, not be driven.
Betty retreating.
Thou hast said it, born to drive. But what to drive I have not said. That knowledge hath my father yet concealed.
Adonijah eagerly.
Thy father, then, hath told thee.
Betty, who is retreating steadily across the room.
Thou wert born to drive.
Strikes settee and goes down on the hat. Adonijah seats himself beside Betty. Betty is, of necessity, forced to remain on the hat. Adonijah slides arm along the back of the settee. The clock door strikes erratically. He jerks his arm back and gazes in the direction of the clock. The clock hands wigwag. Adonijah stares abstractedly and passes his hand over his forehead in a dazed manner. Betty solicitously.
What aileth thee?
Adonijah still staring.
The time.
It doth grow late.
But not consistently. It changeth.
'Twas ever so with time.
Adonijah reminiscently.
Of a certainty they moved.
Yea, verily, 'tis not uncommon.
But backwards.
Betty joyfully.
Why then my prayers are answered. How often have I prayed them thus to move, yet hath it never come to pass.
Nay, hadst thou seen?
Prithee, calm thyself, thou art ill.
Adonijah steals his arm along the back of the settee and moves over closer.
Sweet Betty.
Betty looks away with a wry face.
Thy indifference in no wise blinds me to thy conception of my true value.
Betty sits up, round-eyed.
There was a time when I despaired.
The clock again strikes wildly. The hands drop and rise as before. Adonijah excitedly points at the clock.
Again, didst mark it? Something doth ail the clock.
Yea, truly thou art ill. The clock behaveth much more to the point than thou.
Adonijah tearing his gaze from the clock.
As I was on the point of saying...
Glances at the clock.
Thy father hath given...
Another glance.
Me to understand...
With eye on the clock, he hitches up closer.
That thou art not averse to mine affections.
As he attempts to put his arm around Betty, the clock strikes a tattoo and startles him excitedly to his feet, as the hands travel all the way round. Adonijah pointing.
Now, look, mark the time.
Cotton enters.
Tarry yet a while, my son. The time doth not prevent thee.
Tarry? Time doth not prevent? Little knowest thou.
Gazes abstractedly about, sights the ring on Betty's finger, who in excitement has forgotten to keep her hands behind her back.
Aye, there it is, the diabolical circle. It is a charm. It harms her not, while all about me is askew. Whence came she here?
Points at Betty.
She neither came nor went, yet she was not there, and now she is. A manly form did enter, yet hath vanished into thin air. Yea, verily it was none other than the devil himself, in one of his diverse forms, of which she hath a plenty. The very clock indulgeth in unseemly pranks. A strange influence hangs over me. I cannot now abide. I must depart from hence. My conscience bids me go.
Cotton striving to detain him.
Hold, thou art mad.
Nay, father, he is ill.
Adonijah wildly.
Ay, if I be mad, thy daughter be to blame. The spell did come upon me. I have seen strange things.
What meanest thou?
Adonijah pointing at Betty, who regards him wonderingly.
Thy daughter is a witch.
Betty runs to Cotton.
Oh, father!
Cotton consoles Betty, thunders at Adonijah.
What? Darest thou to bring forth such an accusation?
Ay, while I yet have strength to order mine own will, we shall see what we shall see when the fires leap round the stake. All the diabolical circles the devil may invent, or his helpmeets acquire, will be of small avail when the leaping tongues of flame curl round you, false servant of the devil. I can delay no longer. I will repair to the council at once, and report what I have seen.
Betty faints away. Cotton is at once all paternal solicitude. Adonijah gazes in stupefaction. All unobserved, Charles slips out of the clock. Finally Adonijah, as Betty shows signs of reviving, turns himself away, only to find himself face to face with Charles. Adonijah stops dead in his tracks, absolutely nonplussed.
Thou goest to the council? Thou lackest evidence. Behold the devil, and thou wilt.
Adonijah's jaw drops. He stares unbelievingly. Cotton looks up in surprise as Charles continues.
And thou goest to the council with such a message, the devil will dog thy very footsteps, and match word of thine with word of truth in such a light that thine own words shall imprison thee in the stocks over Sunday.
Adonijah recovers from his temporary abstraction, and seizing his hat and tippet, tears out the door as if a whole legion of imps were in full pursuit. Charles contemptuously turns on his heel and goes over to Betty, who is now clinging to her father's arm. Betty faintly.
They will not burn me for a witch.
Charles savagely.
Aye, let them try it, and they will.
Cotton hotly.
I let them.
Then starting suddenly with a new thought.
But how camest thou here? Yea, verily it seemeth to me thou didst materialize out of thin air.
Surveys Charles with piercing scrutiny.
Nay, see through me, and thou canst. Thou wilt find me a most material shadow, the like of which no eye hath ever pierced. 'Twas not out of the air, but out of yonder clock that I materialized.
Yea, father, I put him there.
Cotton going to the clock and opening it.
Of truth, the evidence all told is here. Thou wert of a certainty in the clock.
Takes out detached pendulum, steps back and surveys the timepiece, whose hands clearly indicate a time long past or not yet come.
And as far as pendulums are concerned,
looking ruefully at the one in his hand,
thou certainly wert no improve.
Aye, that I'll warrant. And may I never more be called to fulfill such position. The requirements be far too exacting for one of my build and constitution.
But what extremity hath induced thee to take up thine abode in such a place?
Lays the pendulum aside and gives Charles his entire attention.
Why, that came all in the course of events, as I take it. When I returned a short time ago, hard upon mine heels came Adonia, and, being loath either to leave the field or share it, I hid within the clock. Once there, the temptation to help time in covering its course grew strong upon me in the hope that Adonia, misled by the lateness of the hour, would soon depart. Only I looked not for such departure. Judge me not too harshly, sire, for I love thy daughter, and if thou wilt give thy consent to our marriage, I will do all that becometh a man to deserve such treasure.
I like not thy frivolous manner of wearing hair that is not thine own. It becomes thee not, and I strongly mistrust thine attitude toward the more serious things of life.
If my wig standeth between me and my harsh desire, why, I'll have no wig at all.
He pulls the wig off and tosses it aside. Betty, with a little cry, picks it up and smooths its disarranged curls.
And as for mine outlook on life, I promise thee that hath but matched the outer trappings, and can be doffed as quickly. I am as serious beneath all outward levity as any sober-minded judge, and can act accordingly.
See to it that thou suit the action to those words. My heart is strangely moved toward thee, yet I would ponder the matter more deeply.
Turns to Betty, who has been absent-mindedly twirling the curls on the wig.
And where is thy voice, my daughter? Thou art strangely silent.
As an afterthought.
For once. But it is of small wonder, since thou hast had enough excitement for one evening. Methinks that scoundrel Adonijah needeth following up. Do thou remain with Betty, Charles, and I will hasten after him.
Nay, thou needst not trouble thyself regarding Adonia. He hath much too wholesome a regard for the ducking-stool to cause further mischief.
Nevertheless, I will away to the council and make sure.
He plants his hat on his head and departs. Charles, turning to Betty, who has dropped the wig on the settee, and who is now gazing demurely at the floor.
And now, to finish up where we left off. The devil hath led us a merrier dance than we suspected. Thou hast not truly given answer to the question I have asked of thee.
What more of an answer wouldst thou yet require?
Why, I have yet had none at all.
Must tell thee further?
Charles gravely.
Thou must.
Betty mischievously.
Then put the question once again.
Thou knowest the question, and thou wilt.
And thou knowest the answer.
Charles takes her in his arms. Betty holding up her hand so that the ring sparkles.
Look, Charles, the diabolical circle.
Curtain. End of the Diabolical Circle.
Spreading the News by Augusta Gregory. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Spreading the News by Augusta Gregory. Characters. Stage directions read by Avaí.
Bartley Fallon, read by Todd.
Mrs. Fallon, read by Michelle Eaton.
Jack Smith, read by Alan Lapstone.
Sean Early, read by Joanna Michael Hoyt.
Tim Casey, read by Greg Giordano.
James Ryan, read by Wayne Cook.
Mrs. Tarpey, read by Sonia.
Mrs. Tully, read by Wendy Katz-Hiller.
Joe Muldoon, a policeman, read by Jim Hedrick.
A Removable Magistrate, read by L.G. Pug.
Scene. The outskirts of a fair. An apple stall. Mrs. Tarpey sitting at it. Magistrate and policeman enter.
Sir, that is the fair green, cattle and sheep and mud. No system. What a repulsive sight.
That is so, indeed.
I suppose there is a good deal of disorder in this place?
There is.
Common assault?
It's common enough.
Agrarian crime, no doubt?
That is so.
Boycotting? Maiming of cattle? Firing into houses?
There was one time, and there might be again.
That is bad. Does it go any farther than this?
Far enough, indeed.
Homicide, then. This district has been shamefully neglected. I will change all that. When I was in the Andaman Islands, my system never failed. Yes, I will change all that. What has that woman on her stall?
Apples mostly, and sweets.
Just see if there are any unlicensed goods underneath, spirits or the like. We had evasions of the salt tax in the Andaman Islands.
Policeman, sniffing cautiously and upsetting a heap of apples.
I see no spirits here, or salt.
Magistrate to Mrs. Tarpey.
Do you know this town well, my good woman?
Mrs. Tarpey, holding out some apples.
A penny the half dozen, Your Honour.
Policeman, shouting.
The gentleman is asking, do you know the town? He's the new magistrate.
Mrs. Tarpey, rising and ducking.
Do I know the town? I do, to be sure.
Magistrate, shouting.
What is its chief business?
Business, is it? What business would the people here have but to be minding one another's business?
I mean, what trade have they?
Not a trade. No trade at all, but to be talking.
I shall learn nothing here.
James Ryan comes in, pipe in mouth. Seeing magistrate, he retreats quickly, taking pipe from mouth.
The smoke from that man's pipe had a greenish look. He may be growing unlicensed tobacco at home. I wish I had brought my telescope to this district. Come to the post office. I will telegraph for it. I found it very useful in the Andaman Islands.
Magistrate and policeman go out left.
Bad luck to Joe Muldoon, knocking my apples this way and that way.
Begins arranging them.
Showing off he was to the new magistrate.
Enter Bartley Fallon and Mrs. Fallon.
Indeed, it's a poor country, and a scarce country to be living in. But I'm thinking, if I went to America, it's long ago the day I'd be dead.
So you might indeed.
She puts her basket on a barrel and begins putting parcels in it, taking them from under her cloak.
And it's a great expense for a poor man to be buried in America.
Never fear, Bartley Fallon, but I'll give you a good burying the day you'll die.
Maybe it's yourself will be buried in the graveyard of Clonmara before me, Mary Fallon, and I myself that will be dying unbeknownst some night, and no one anear me. And the cat itself may be gone, straying through the country, and the mice squealing over the quilt.
Leave off talking of dying. It might be 20 years you'll be living yet.
Bartley, with a deep sigh.
I'm thinking if I'll be living at the end of 20 years, it's a very old man I'll be then.
Mrs. Tarpey turns and sees them.
Good morrow, Bartley Fallon. Good morrow, Miss Fallon. Well, Bartley, you will find no cause for complaining today. They are all saying it was a good fair.
Bartley, raising his voice.
It was not a good fair, Mrs. Tarpey. It was a scattered sort of affair. If we didn't expect more, we got less. That's the way with me always. Whatever I have to sell goes down, and whatever I have to buy goes up. If there's ever any misfortune coming to this world, it's on myself it pitches, like a flock of crows on seed potatoes.
Leave off talking of misfortunes, and listen to Jack Smith that is coming the way, and he's singing.
Voice of Jack Smith heard singing.
I thought, my first love, there'd be but one house between you and me, and I thought I would find yourself coaching my child on your knee. Over the tide I would leap with the leap of a swan, till I came to the side of the wife of the red-haired man.
Jack Smith comes in. He is a red-haired man and is carrying a hay-fork.
That should be a good song, if I had my hearing.
Mrs. Fallon, shouting.
It's the red-haired man's wife.
I know it well. That's the song that has a skin on it.
She turns her back to them and goes on arranging her apples.
Where's herself, Jack Smith?
She was delayed with her washing. Bleaching the clothes on the head she is, and she daren't leave them with all the tinkers that do be passing to the fair. It isn't to the fair I came myself, but up to the 5-acre meadow I'm going, where I have a contract for the hay. We'll get a share of it into tramps today.
He lays down hay-fork and lights his pipe.
You will not get it into tramps today. The rain will be down on it by evening, and on myself too. It's seldom I ever started on a journey, but the rain would come down on me before I'd find any place of shelter.
If it didn't itself, Bartley, it is my belief you would carry a leaky pail on your head in place of a hat, the way you'd not be without some cause of complaining.
A voice heard. Go on now. Go on out of that. Go on, I say.
Look at that young mare of Pat Ryan's that is backing into O'Shaughnessy's bullocks with the dint of the crowd. Don't be daunted, Pat. I'll give you a hand with her.
He goes out, leaving his hay-fork.
It's time for ourselves to be going home. I have all I bought put in the basket. Look at there. Jack Smith's hay-fork he left after him. He'll be wanting it. Jack Smith! Jack Smith! He's gone through the crowd. Hurry after him, Bartley. He'll be wanting it.
I'll do that. This is no safe place to be leaving it.
He takes up fork awkwardly and upsets the basket.
Look at that now. If there is any basket in the fair upset, it must be our own basket.
He goes out to write.
Get out of that. It is your own fault, it is. Talk of misfortunes, and misfortunes will come. Glory be, look at my new egg cups rolling in every part, and my £2 of sugar with the paper broke.
Mrs. Tarpey turning from stall.
God help us, Mrs. Fallon. What happened to your basket?
It's himself that knocked it down. Bad manners to him.
Putting things up.
My grand sugar that's destroyed, and he'll not drink his tea without it. I had best go back to the shop for more. Much good may it do him.
Enter Tim Casey.
Where is Bartley Fallon, Mrs. Fallon? I want a word with him before he'll leave the fair. I was afraid he might have gone home by this, for he's a temperate man.
I wish he did go home. It'd be best for me if he went home straight from the fair green, or if he never came with me at all. Where is he, is it? He's gone up the road.
Jerks elbow.
Following Jack Smith with a hay fork.
She goes out to lift.
Following Jack Smith with a hay fork? Did he ever mention here the like of that?
Shouts.
Did you hear that news, Mrs. Tarpey?
I heard no news at all.
Some dispute, I suppose it was, that rose between Jack Smith and Bartley Fallon, and it seems Jack made off, and Bartley is following him with a hay fork.
Is he now? Well, that was quick work. It's not 10 minutes since the two of them were here. Bartley going home and Jack going to the 5-acre meadow. And I had my apples to settle up, that Joe Muldoon of the police had scattered. And when I looked round again, Jack Smith was gone, and Bartley Fallon was gone, and Mrs. Fallon's basket upset, and all in it strewed upon the ground, the tea here, the £2 of sugar there, the egg cups there. Look now, what a great hardship the deafness puts upon me, that I didn't hear the commencement of the fight. Wait till I tell James Ryan that I see below. He is a neighbour of Bartley's. It would be a pity if he wouldn't hear the news.
She goes out. Enter Sean Early and Mrs. Tully.
Listen, Sean Early. Listen, Mrs. Tully, to the news. Jack Smith and Bartley Fallon had a falling out, and Jack knocked Mrs. Fallon's basket into the road, and Bartley made an attack on him with a hay fork, and away with Jack, and Bartley after him. Look at the sugar here yet on the road.
Do you tell me so? Well, that's a queer thing, and Bartley Fallon so quiet a man.
I wouldn't wonder at all. I would never think well of a man that would have that sort of a mouldering look. It's likely he has overtaken Jack by this.
Enter James Ryan and Mrs. Tarpey.
That is great news, Mrs. Tarpley was a-telling me. I suppose that's what brought the police and the magistrate up this way. I was wondering to see them in it a while ago.
The police after them? Bartley Fallon must have injured Jack so. They wouldn't meddle in a fight that was only for show.
Why wouldn't he injure him? There was many a man killed with no more of a weapon than a hay fork.
Wait till I run north as far as Kelly's Bar to spread the news.
He goes out.
I'll go tell Jack Smith's first cousin that is standing there south of the church after selling his lambs.
Goes out.
I'll go telling a few of the neighbours I see beyond to the west.
Goes out.
I'll give word of it beyond at the east of the green.
Is going out when Mrs. Tarpey seizes hold of him.
Stop a minute, John Ellie, and tell me, did you see Red Jack Smith's wife, Kitty Keary, in any place?
I did. At her own house she was, drying clothes on the hedges I passed.
What did you say she was doing?
Sean Early breaking away.
Laying out a sheet on the hedge.
He goes.
Laying out a sheet for the dead? The Lord have mercy on us. Jack Smith dead, and his wife laying out a sheet for his burying.
Calls out.
Why didn't you tell me that before, Sean Early? Isn't the deafness the great hardship? Half the world might be dead without me knowing of it or getting word of it at all.
She sits down and rocks herself.
Oh, my poor Jack Smith, to be going to his work so nice and so hearty, and to be left stretched on the ground in the full light of the day.
Enter Tim Casey.
What is it, Mrs. Tarpey? What happened since?
Oh, my poor Jack Smith.
Did Bartley overtake him?
Oh, the poor man.
Is it killed he is?
Oh, stretched in the 5-acre meadow.
The Lord have mercy on us. Is that a fact?
Without the rites of the church or a ha'porth.
Who was telling you?
And the wife laying out a sheet for his corpse.
Sits up and wipes her eyes.
I suppose they'll wake him the same as another.
Enter Mrs. Tully, Sean Early, and James Ryan.
There is great talk about this work in every quarter of the fair.
Oh, cold and dead, and myself maybe the last he was speaking to.
The Lord save us. Is it dead he is?
Dead, surely, and the wife getting provision for the wake.
Well now, hadn't Bartley Fallon great venom in him?
You may be sure he had some cause. Why would he have made an end of him if he had not?
To Mrs. Tarpey, raising her voice.
What was it rose the dispute at all, Mrs. Tarpey?
Not a one of me knows. The last I saw of them, Jack Smith was standing there, and Bartley Fallow was standing there, quiet and easy, and he listening to the red-haired man's wife.
Do you hear that, Tim Casey? Do you hear that, Sean Early and James Ryan? Bartley Fallon was here this morning listening to Red Jack Smith's wife, Kitty Carey that was, listening to her and whispering with her. It was she started the fight so.
She must have followed him from her own house. It is likely some person roused him.
I never knew before Bartley Fallon was great with Jack Smith's wife.
How would you know it? Sure, it's not in the streets they would be calling it. If Mrs. Fallon didn't know it, and if I that have the next house to theirs didn't know of it, and if Jack Smith himself didn't know of it, it is not likely you would know of it, Tim Casey.
Let Bartley Fallon take charge of her from this out so, and let him provide for her. It is little pity she will get from any person in this parish.
How can he take charge of her? Sure he has a wife of his own. Sure you don't think he'd turn super and marry her in a Protestant church.
It would be easy for him to marry her if he brought you to America.
With or without Kitty Carey, believe me, it is for America he's making at this minute. I saw the new magistrate and Joe Muldoon of the police going into the post office as I came up. There was hurry on them. You may be sure it was to telegraph they went, the way he'll be stopped in the docks at Queenstown.
It's likely Kitty Carey is gone with him, and not minding a sheet or a wake at all. The poor man, to be deserted by his own wife, and the breath hardly gone out yet from his body that is lying bloody in the field.
Enter Mrs. Fallon.
What is it the whole of the town is talking about? And what is it you yourselves are talking about? Is it about my man, Bartley Fallon, you are talking? Is it lies about him you are telling? Saying that he went killing Jack Smith? My grief that ever he came into this place at all.
Be easy now, Mrs. Fallon. Sure there is no one in all the whole fair but is sorry for you.
Sorry for me, is it? Why would anyone be sorry for me? Let you be sorry for yourselves, and that there may be shame on you forever, and at the day of judgment, for the words you are saying and the lies you are telling, to take away the character of my poor man, and to take the good name off of him, and to drive him to destruction. That is what you are doing.
Take comfort now, Mrs. Fallon. The police are not so smart as they think. Sure, he might give them the slip yet, same as Lynch Hound.
If they do get him, and if they do put a rope around his neck, there is no one can say he does not deserve it.
Is that what you are saying, Bridget Tully? And is that what you think? I tell you it's too much talk you have, making yourself out to be such a great one, and to be running down every respectable person. A rope, is it? 'Tisn't much of a rope was needed to tie up your own furniture the day you came into Martin Tully's house. And you never bring in as much as a blanket, or a penny, or a suit of clothes with you, and I myself bringing £70 and 2 feather beds. And now you are stiffer than a woman would have £100. It is too much talk the whole of you have. A rope, is it? I tell you the whole of this town is full of liars and schemers that would hang you up for half a glass of whisky.
Turning to go.
People they are you wouldn't believe as much as daylight from without you'd get up to have a look at it yourself. Killing Jack Smith indeed. Where are you at all, Bartley, till I bring you out of this, my nice quiet little man, my decent comrade, he that is as kind and as harmless as an innocent beast of the field? He'll be doing no harm at all if he'll shed the blood of some of you after this day's work. That much would be no harm at all.
Calls out.
Bartley Fallon, where are you?
Going out.
Did anyone see Bartley Fallon?
All turn to look after her.
It is hard for who to believe any such thing. God help her.
Enter Bartley Fallon from right, carrying hayfork.
This is what I often said to myself. If there is ever any misfortune coming to this world, it is on myself it is sure to come.
All turn round and face him.
To be going about with this fork, and to find no one to take it, and no place to leave it down, and I wanted to be gone out of this. Is that you, Sean Early?
Holds out fork.
It's well I met you. You have no call to be leaving the fair for a while the way I have. And how can I go till I'm rid of this fork? Will you take it and keep it until such time as Jack Smith?
Sean Early, backing.
I will not take it, Bartley Fallon. I'm very thankful to you.
Bartley, turning to Applestall.
Look at it now, Mrs. Tarpey. It was here I got it. Let me thrust it in under the stall. It will lie there safe enough, and no one will take notice of it until such time as Jack Smith.
Take your fork out of that. Is it to put trouble on me and to destroy me you want? Putting it there for the police to be rooting it out, maybe?
Thrusts him back.
That is a very unneighbourly thing for you to do, Mrs. Tarpey. Haven't I enough care on me with that fork before this, running up and down with it like the swing of a clock, and afeard to lay it down in any place? I wish I never touched it or meddled with it at all.
It is a pity indeed you ever did.
Will you yourself take it, James Ryan? You were always a neighbourly man.
James Ryan, backing.
There is many a thing I would do for you, Bartley Fallon, but I won't do that.
I tell you there is no man will give you any help or any encouragement for this day's work. If it was something agrarian now.
If no one at all will take it, maybe it's best to give it up to the police.
There'd be a welcome for it with them surely.
And it is to the police Kitty Carey herself will be brought.
Mrs. Tarpey, rocking to and fro.
I wonder now who will take the expense of the wake for poor Jack Smith.
The wake for Jack Smith?
Why wouldn't he get a wake as well as another? Would you begrudge him that much?
Red Jack Smith dead? Who was telling you?
The whole town knows of it by this.
Do they say what way did he die?
You don't know that yourself, I suppose, Bartley Fallon. You don't know he was followed and that he was laid dead with the stab of a hayfork.
The stab of a hayfork?
You don't know, I suppose, that the body was found in the 5-acre meadow.
The 5-acre meadow?
It is likely you don't know that the police are after the man that did it.
The man that did it?
You don't know, maybe, that he was made away with for the sake of Kitty Carey, his wife.
Kitty Carey? His wife?
Sits down bewildered.
And what have you to say now, Bartley Fallon?
Bartley, crossing himself.
I to bring that fork here, and to find that news before me? It is much if I can ever stir from this place at all, or reach as far as the road.
Look, boys, at the new magistrate, and Joe Muldoon along with him. It's best for us to quit this.
That is so. It is best not to be mixed in this business at all.
Bad as he is, I wouldn't take to being a farmer against any man.
All hurry away except Mrs. Tarpey, who remains behind her stall. Enter magistrate and policeman.
I knew the district was in a bad state, but I did not expect to be confronted with a murder at the first fair I came to.
I'm sure you did not, indeed.
It was well I had not gone home. I caught a few words here and there that roused my suspicions.
So they would, too.
You heard the same story from everyone you asked?
The same story, or if it was not altogether the same, anyway, it was no less than the first story.
What is that man doing? He is sitting alone with a hay-fork. He has a guilty look. The murder was done with a hay-fork.
Policeman in a whisper.
That's the very man they said did the act. Bartley Fallon himself.
He must have found escape difficult. He is trying to brazen it out. A convict in the Andaman Islands tried the same game, but he could not escape my system. Stand aside. Don't go far. Have the handcuffs ready.
He walks up to Bartley, folds his arms, and stands before him.
Here, my man, do you know anything of John Smith?
Of John Smith? Who is he now?
Jack Smith, sir. Red Jack Smith.
Magistrate, coming a step nearer and tapping him on the shoulder.
Where is Jack Smith?
Bartley, with a deep sigh and shaking his head slowly.
Where is he indeed?
What have you to tell?
It is where he was this morning, standing on this spot, singing his share of songs. No, but lighting his pipe, scraping a match on the sole of his shoe.
I ask you for the third time, where is he?
I wouldn't like to say that. It is a great mystery, and it is hard to say of any man, did he earn hatred or love.
Tell me all you know.
All that I know? Well, there are the 3 estates, there is limbo, there is purgatory, and there is...
Nonsense! This is trifling. Get to the point.
Maybe you don't hold with the clergy so? That is the teaching of the clergy. Maybe you hold with the old people. It is what they do be saying, that the shadow goes wandering, and the soul is tired, and the body is taking a rest. The shadow!
Starts up.
I was nearly sure I saw Jack Smith not 10 minutes ago at the corner of the forge, and I lost him again. Was it his ghost I saw, do you think?
Magistrate to policeman.
Conscience struck. He will confess all now.
His ghost to come before me? It is likely it was on account of the fork. I to have it, and he to have no way to defend himself the time he met with his death.
Magistrate to policeman.
I must note down his word.
Takes out notebook. To Bartley.
I warn you that your words are being noted.
If I had a run faster in the beginning, this terror would not be on me at the latter end. Maybe he will cast it up against me at the day of judgment. I wouldn't wonder at all at that.
Magistrate, writing.
At the day of judgment?
It was soon for his ghost to appear to me. Is it coming after me always by day it will be, and stripping the clothes off in the night time? I wouldn't wonder at all at that, being as I am an unfortunate man.
Magistrate, sternly.
Tell me this truly. What was the motive of this crime?
The motive, is it?
Yes, the motive, the cause.
I'd sooner not say that.
You had better tell me truly. Was it money?
Not at all. What did poor Jack Smith ever have in his pockets, unless it might be his hands that would be in them?
Any dispute about land?
Bartley indignantly.
Not at all. He never was a grabber or grabbed from anyone.
You will find it better for you if you tell me at once.
I tell you, I wouldn't for the whole world wish to say what it was. It is a thing I would not like to be talking about.
There is no use in hiding it. It will be discovered in the end.
Well, I suppose it will, seeing that mostly everybody knows it before. Whisper here now. I will tell no lie. Where would be the use?
Puts his hand to his mouth, and magistrate stoops.
Don't be putting the blame on the parish, for such a thing was never done in the parish before. It was done for the sake of Kitty Carey, Jack Smith's wife.
Magistrate to policeman.
Put on the handcuffs. We have been saved some trouble. I knew he would confess if taken in the right way.
Policeman puts on handcuffs.
Handcuffs now? Glory be! I always said if there was ever any misfortune coming to this place, it was on myself it would fall. I to be in handcuffs. There's no wonder at all in that.
Enter Mrs. Fallon, followed by the rest. She's looking back at them as she speaks.
Telling lies the whole of the people of this town are. Telling lies as fast as a dog will trot. Speaking against my poor respectable man. Saying he made an end of Jack Smith. My decent comrade. There is no better man, and no kinder man in the whole of the 5 parishes. It's little annoyance he ever gave to anyone.
Turns and sees him.
What in the earthly world do I see before me? Bartley Fallon in charge of the police. Handcuffs on him. Oh, Bartley, what did you do at all?
Oh, Mary, there has a great misfortune come upon me. It is what I always said, that if there is ever any misfortune...
What did he do at all? Or is it bewitched I am?
This man has been arrested on a charge of murder.
Whose charge is that? Don't believe them. They are all liars in this place. Give me back my man.
It is natural you should take his part, but you have no cause of complaint against your neighbours. He has been arrested for the murder of John Smith, on his own confession.
The saints of heaven protect us. And what did he want killing Jack Smith?
It is best that you should know all. He did it on account of a love affair with the murdered man's wife.
Mrs. Fallon sitting down.
With Jack Smith's wife? With Kitty Carey? Hearken the traitor!
A great shame indeed. He is a traitor indeed. To America he was bringing her, Mrs. Fallon.
What are you saying, Mary? I tell you...
Don't say a word. I won't listen to any word you'll say.
Stops her ears.
Oh, isn't he the treacherous villain? Oh, and go Dio!
Be quiet till I speak. Listen to what I say.
Sitting beside me on the ass car, coming to the town, so quiet and so respectable, and treachery like that in his heart.
Is it your wits you have lost, or is it I myself that have lost my wits?
And it's hard I earned you, slaving, and you grumbling and sighing and coughing and discontented, and the priest wore out anointing you with all the times you threatened to die.
Let you be quiet till I tell you.
You, to bring such a disgrace into the parish. A thing was never heard of before.
Will you shut your mouth and hear me speaking?
And if it was for any sort of fine handsome woman, but for a little fistful of a woman like Kitty Carey, that's not 4 feet high hardly, and not 3 teeth in her head unless she's got new ones. May God reward you, Bartley Fallon, for the black treachery in your heart, and the wickedness in your mind, and the red blood of poor Jack that is wet upon your hand.
Voice of Jack Smith heard singing.
The sea shall be dry, the earth under mourning and ban. Then loud shall he cry for the wife of the red-haired man.
It's Jack Smith's voice. I never knew a ghost to sing before. It is after myself and the fork he is coming.
Goes back. Enter Jack Smith.
Let one of you give him the fork, and I will be clear of him, now and for eternity.
The Lord have mercy on us. Red Jack Smith, the man that was going to be waked.
Is it back from the grave you are come?
Is it alive you are, or is it dead you are?
Is it yourself at all that's in it?
Is it letting on you were to be dead?
Dead or alive, let you stop Kitty Carey, your wife, from bringing my man away with her to America.
It is what I think. The wits are gone astray on the whole of you. What would my wife want bringing Bartley Fallon to America?
To leave yourself, and to get quit of you, she wants, Jack Smith, and to bring him away from myself. That's what the 2 of them had settled together.
I'll break the head of any man that says that. Who is it says it?
To Tim Casey.
Was it you said it?
To Sean Early.
Was it you?
All together, backing and shaking their heads.
It wasn't I said it.
Tell me the name of any man that said it.
All together, pointing to Bartley.
It was him that said it.
Let me at him till I break his head.
Bartley backs in terror. Neighbours hold Jack Smith back. Jack Smith trying to free himself.
Let me at him. Ain't he the pleasant sort of a scarecrow for any woman to be crossing the ocean with? It's back from the docks of New York he'd be turned.
Trying to rush at him again.
With a lie in his mouth and treachery in his heart, and another man's wife by his side, and he passing her off as his own. Let me at him, can't you?
Makes another rush, but is held back. Magistrate pointing to Jack Smith.
Policeman, put the handcuffs on this man. I see it all now. A case of false impersonation, a conspiracy to defeat the ends of justice. There was a case in the Andaman Islands, a murderer of the Mopsa tribe, a religious enthusiast.
So he might be too.
We must take both these men to the scene of the murder. We must confront them with the body of the real Jack Smith.
I'll break the head of any man that will find my dead body.
I'll call for more help from the barracks.
Blows policeman's whistle.
It is what I'm thinking. If myself and Jack Smith are put together in one cell for the night, the handcuffs will be taken off him, and his hands will be free, and murder will be done that time, surely.
Come on.
They turn to the right. Curtain. End of Spreading the News by Augusta Gregory.